Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Senator Dan Roberts. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's pray. Father, as you told Moses who you were, you said that you are the Lord God, compassionate and gracious, slow to anger, abounding in loving kindness and truth. And so we come before you as the Lord God now and ask that you would lead, guide, and direct our steps as we serve this great state of Alabama and her people. We ask that you would go with us today. We thank you for those who have given so much to be here to serve. Thank you for our leadership. Thank you for the opportunity to serve together. And we ask that you would bless this day, and we praise you and thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thanks, Senator Roberts. Today, the pledge will be led by Dylan Hosmer. Dylan attends James Clement High School. Dylan is paging for Senator Orr.
Okay. Attention, salute, pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Dylan. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Milson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 26 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate's ready to transact business.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Thanks, Senator Wagner. Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd make a motion using the long roll that we set aside sunset for a special order calendar.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 0 nays. The motion passes. Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, I have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary read and receive the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 49, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the 22nd legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. Introduction of bills, House messages, reports from standing committees, motions, and resolutions. On page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill 291 by Senator Wagner regarding municipal officials. On page 31, Senate Bill 231 by Senator Orr and others regarding labor organizations. On page 13, Senate Bill 167 by Senator Coleman relating to the Alabama Jobs Act. On page 51, Senate Bill 294 by Senator Smitherman regarding public schools. On page 36, Senate Bill 248 by Senator Weaver regarding the Corrections Department. On page 15, House Bill 71 by Representative Klaus relating to the RSA. On page 30, Senate Bill 246 by Senators Orr and Chasteen regarding vaccines. On page 28, Senate Bill 235 by Senator Barfoot regarding crimes and offenses. On page 26, Senate Bill number 230 by Senator Albritton regarding geologic storage. On page 44, Senate Bill number 278 by Senator Gavan regarding public education employees. On page 57, Senate Bill 309 by Senator Livingston regarding to sales taxes. On page 34, House Bill 233 by Representative Sorrells regarding motor vehicles. On page 46, House Bill 187 by Representative Faulkner regarding income tax. On page 43, House Bill 89 by Representative Mooney relating to Shelby County. On page 39, Senate Bill 292 by Senator Elliott relating to the State Licensing Board for General Contractors. On page 11, House Bill 121 by Representative Carnes regarding county and municipal employees. On page 52, Senate Bill 164 by Senator Price relating to animals. On page 30, Senate Bill 229 by Senator Kelly regarding Jacksonville State University. On page 55, Senate Bill 286 by Senator Gudger regarding the Alabama Film Office. On page 40, Senate Bill 260 by Senator Chambliss relating to tax lien auctions and sales. On page 20, Senate Bill 219 by Senator Shelnut creating the Alabama Farm Center. On page 49, Senate Bill 299 by Senator Singleton regarding the legislature. On page 5, Senate Bill 139 by Senator Gudger relating to the Alabama Board of Cosmetology and Barbering. On page 5, Senate Bill number 140 by Senator Gudger relating to the Alabama Professional Bail Bonding Board. And on page 63, Senate Bill 287 by Senator Gavan regarding the Alabama Code of Military Justice.
All right, while you're coming up, Senator Wagner, real quick, want to recognize some special guests in the gallery, the guest of the Minority Caucus. If y'all could please stand when I call your name. Dr. Constance Smith Hendricks, Civil Rights Leader Linda Lowry, Dr. Shohan Crenshaw, and Zeta Phi Beta Sorority, Inc. If y'all could all please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, move that we adopt the report from the Committee on Rules.
Mr. President,
Yeah, Senator
I'd like to
Singleton.
speak to the report for a second,
All right,
please.
care if I recognize some more guests in
Please
the gallery
do so.
before I recognize you?
Please.
Okay. Like to recognize some more special guests in the gallery. When I call your name, if you could please stand. The guest of Senator Jones, the Cherokee County Republican women. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, Senator Singleton.
Well, Mr. President, how you doing, Mr. President?
I'm doing good. How about
You had a great weekend.
Had a good weekend.
Yes,
The
thank
boys
you.
are in the county championship today at 5, so I'll be looking at my phone some to see how they're doing in a little while.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. And to the desk, I hope y'all had a great weekend also. I think we'll have a good day today. It's a beautiful day on the outside, and I want to welcome the Sisters of Zeta Phi Beta and the Republican women to come to the People's Chamber here today. This is where the sausage is made. You know, the people are here. This is the People House. And we have a calendar here today. Because we're still in sunset, we have to suspend the rules and get to this point to where we're about to introduce a few bills here in a little bit. I have some House messages and some standing committee reports and some other motions, and then we'll get into bills. I think the bill calendar, sure. I don't see but a couple of Democratic bills on here, but we're going to go with this calendar. I think we got some confirmations that are coming up. Well, we got an Amber Alert right here. The Amber Alert says that Caden Perriman, 5 years old, black male, abducted. Abductor is believed to be 13-year-old Joanna Gunn, driving a white 2011 Equinox Chevrolet. A 13-year-old driving the car. Alabama tag number 6357 BL5. Alabama 6357 B as in Bravo, L as in Love 5. Last seen near Gibbs Village in Montgomery, Alabama. Direction of the traveling is unknown at this time. If seen or if have information, call 911. Amber Alert for a young black male who's been abducted here in Montgomery. So I hope they find that baby. And that's just a baby who have abducted a baby. My God. So we're going to go down this calendar, and we have a few bills here. There's a few Democratic bills on the calendar. And with it, we got some confirmations we want to talk about today. I think it's about 10 or 12 confirmations that will come out. And we also have a bill on here for labor organization employers, the eligibility for economic development incentives conditioned upon employers refraining from certain practices related to labor organization oversight provided. This is the bill that will basically allow for free voting when organizing labor, and allow the unions and the company to set forth a election which will be overseen by the National Labor Relations Board, and with that they will be able to either vote for up or down on it. So we have been working over the weekend on an amendment on this bill, and we're gonna, look at this for a little while and kind of talk about it. But at the end of the day, this bill gives the people the right to organize labor, and to have that vote. So it doesn't prevent labor, because when it first came out, it was talking about maybe it was going to stop people from being able to organize unions in the state of Alabama. But this does not. This bill actually does the opposite of that. It doesn't stop them from organizing union. It allows them to be able to still collect the cards, the names, whatever they do that process. But at the end of the day, that it says that there must be an election. What it does take away from is the ability for the union and the company to be able to sit down and negotiate free from the election. And so that's the only thing that I see that it does. That was an amendment that we were talking about putting on that I would love to have put on here, but obviously it is not going to happen. And so there's another bill on here that deals with a company putting on a big ag center. I can tell you right now, I'm going to start my first hour on that bill when it comes up, and then the hour after that, and then if a cloture petition come, then it's going to be an hour on every bill after that, till I get clotured out. So I'm prepared to stand today, because anytime that school districts want to have an election, to be able to allow people just to be able to put a tax on to build new schools, certain organizations on the hallway are always against the ability for my schools to be able to do what they need to do, but they always want tax exempts for themselves. This is going to be the farm center bill. And I'm being consistent. I don't know what kind of amendments that they have. And it really doesn't care, because it doesn't change away the philosophy of allowing people in rural communities to have free and fair elections without them interfering when 60% of the landowners in my area are probably absentee landowners who don't care anything about my schools. And so I have to continue to work on that. So just prepare when that bill come up. Just get prepared for a long day, or else we're just going to go home. Because I'm going to stand on that principle. And if I get cloture, if that's the will of the body, then just be willing to take on what comes after that. Just get ready to cloture me the next hour, and the next hour, and the next hour, and the next hour, and the next hour. And we'll just do that until the session is over with. So, and I think that y'all know I will do that. I'm not standing here trying to bluff anybody. I'm just telling it like it is. I think this is, people want to say it's good for economic development. And I don't understand how Jefferson County see that as good as economic development when you're going to let them get away with all the tax breaks up there. But anyway, we'll talk about that when we get to it. Alabama Film Office, I think that's a great bill. It's a great bill, the film office. And I'm gonna see who this director appointment process, what y'all doing with it. Are you trying to take somebody out? Jacksonville State University Membership of Board of Trustees revised. We're gonna go through that process. And let me see what else is on this calendar that's interesting. Oh, SB 246, vaccines religious exemption from K-12 students, further provided for religious exemption for students at public institutions of higher education. So we want to take away the ability for kids who are going to be in a closed quarters, living in dormitories on campus, to be able to continue to spread deadly diseases by living in these dormitories. And so we want to take that away from the universities that make those requirements, that they do that in order to keep the general public safe, not just one or two individuals, but the general public safe when other people don't want to be vaccinated. We politicize vaccinations to the point to where it is just getting crazy. We have people that die because we politicize vaccinations. We allowed that to happen in this state, and people were dying because they didn't want to get vaccines. That is sad that we will politicize something such as that to the point to where people are going to walk around and spread communicable diseases that could wipe out a whole dormitory on college campuses. And so that bill is going to come up 246. Crimes of offense, juvenile probate release, confidential information. Related to sales taxes to provide for additional state sales taxes rate at ABC retail stores. I haven't seen that bill. I'm going to have to see what that bill does. These ABC, since ABC don't seem to want to work with nobody, I might not let ABC have what they want. You know, we're going to have to talk about that for a while. Since ABC wants to get involved in every little product out here, that might not be safe. That might not be safe. Income tax due for electing pass-through to make election extended. I think this is the auditing bill. Is it? No, that's Faulkner bills. That's not the bill. We're going to also look at Shelby County Library District board members election by Shelby County Legislative Delegation. Why isn't this a local bill? It definitely should not have statewide application. Is this something that somebody trying to go around at Shelby County, trying to get around the local delegation because you maybe have some votes in the local delegation that don't want this bill or something? That's very interesting that you got a bill over here that's really a local bill. I guess they want to make sure that they can get it passed without going through locals, since locals are not moving right now here. So I'm not gonna, how much time left on that? 3 minutes? Okay, I can talk the other 3 minutes, don't worry about it. So we'll go through the process here and we'll get down to, it's kind of time to slow this thing down. We're in like the 21st day of the legislative session, which gives us 9 more days to get some things done. I'm hoping to see when House messages come up that we can pull the gaming bill out and let it go to conference and give it an opportunity to come back up here, get an up or down vote, see where we go, because the people of the state of Alabama is hungry for it. They want gaming. They want a lottery. They want to see other gaming in the state. It's being played all the time. And so let's give the people the right to vote on that. So I want to make sure that we do that. Alabama Jobs Act requirement. I thought I had a bill on this calendar. I haven't seen my bill yet. But it's an administrative bill that I have that I'm looking for here. It's an administrative bill. 292 State Licensing Board of General Contractors minimum cost of undertaking subject to licensure requirements. County municipal employees, the whistleblower protection. I like that bill. We also have, oh, there I am on the last page over here. Legislature expenditures of funds further provided for certain employee reimbursement, authorized access to buildings and roads further provided for. Then you got a couple of sunset bills here on the back, and you have Alabama Code of Military Justice. And we'll see what they're going to do with the Alabama Code of Military Justice. And that's about it. Mr. President, with that, we can call the long roll. Motion to adopt.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The special order calendar is adopted. All right, first order of business, introduction of bills.
Senate Bill number 325 by Senator Bell and Singleton relating to firearms is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Senate Bill number 326 by Senator Melson relating to sinkhole loss insurance coverage is referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Senate Bill number 327 by Senator Elliott relating to capital improvement districts is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Senate Bill number 328 by Senator Wagner relating to community development districts is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Senate Bill number 329 by Senator Barfoot relating to campaigns is referred to the Judiciary Committee.
All right, any other introduction of bills? All right, next, House messages. Secretary, call the first House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 325 by Representative Kyle relating to the Alabama Film Office is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives have originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 147 by Representative Garrett regarding supplemental appropriations is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 431 by Representative Rim and others relating to Houston County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 427 by Representative Estes relating to Lamar County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 306 by Representative Givens, proposing an amendment to the Constitution relating to Baldwin County, is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 311 by Representative Easterbrook, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Choctaw County, is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 428 by Representative Rim relating to Henry County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. RIM, R-E-H-M. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 429 by Representative Yarbrough relating to Lawrence County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 430 by Representatives Lee and others relating to Houston County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 384 by Representative Bolton with notice and proof relating to Tuscaloosa County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 249 by Representative Garrett regarding income taxes is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 308 by Representative Collins and DuBose relating to teachers is referred to the Committee on Education Policy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Where did that go? Education policy?
Yes. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 336 by Representative Brown relating to county and municipal authorities is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 235 by Representative Lipscomb relating to the Alabama Board of Registration of Architects is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 354 by Representative Shedd relating to community development districts is referred to the Committee on Tourism and Marketing. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 345 by Representative Simpson relating to the Department of Corrections is referred to the Committee on State Government Affairs. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 123 by Representative Hill regarding the teachers' retirement system is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 296 by Representative Faulkner and others regarding the Retail Theft Crime Prevention Act is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 223 by Representative Treadaway relating to firefighters is referred to the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 305 by Representative Paramore and others regarding municipal gas districts is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 251 by Representative Robertson and others regarding public schools is referred to the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 359 by Representative Bedsole and others regarding the Alabama Department of Mental Health is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 111 by Representative DuBose regarding sex-based terminology is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 374 by Representatives Wharton and others regarding motor vehicle registration is assigned to the Committee on State Government Affairs. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 363 by Representative Faulkner and others relating to crimes and offenses is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 338 by Representative Butler and others relating to Class 4 municipalities is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 387 by Representative Garrett relating to the City of Trussville with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 311 by Representative Harbison and others relating to Coleman County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 353 by Representative Underwood relating to Colbert County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 397 by Representative Ledbetter regarding DeKalb County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 426 by Representative Lawrence relating to Wilcox County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 304 by Representative Robertson relating to Calhoun County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 398 by Representative Ledbetter relating to DeKalb County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 395 by Representative Sorrells and others relating to Houston County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 369 by Representative Harbison and others relating to Coleman County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 416 by Representative Marcus and others relating to Coffee County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 410 by Representative Chestnut relating to Perry County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 370 by Representatives Harbin and Shedd relating to Coleman County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has non-concurred in the Senate amendment to the following bill. House Bill number 152 relating to gaming activities and request a committee on conference. And the Speaker of the House has appointed as conferees on the part of the House Blackshear, Jones, and Witt. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, I'd make a motion we accede to the wishes of the House and go to conference.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Yes, sir.
All right, 21 ayes, 11 nays. Senate non-concurrence goes to conference. Three conferees, Senator Singleton, Senator Albritton, Senator Senator Gudger. So make sure y'all are paying attention.
You about to scare me, Mr. President. You about to scare me.
All right, just making sure y'all are paying attention. All right, next House message.
Good Lord.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has non-concurred in the Senate amendment to the following bill. House Bill 151, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to lotteries, and request a committee on conference. And the Speaker of the House has appointed as conferees on the part of the House Blackshear, Jones, and Witt. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion that we accede to the wishes of the House and go to conference using the previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? All right, you object? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 19 ayes, 14 nays. The Senate will go to conference. The three conferees, Senator Singleton, Senator Gudger, Senator Albritton. All right. All right, now call the next. Is that it for House messages? No. We've got these messages from the governor. Okay. All right, call the next House message.
Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 116, appointing Gary L. Smith to the University of North Alabama Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 117, appointing Simpson Russell to the University of North Alabama Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the governor. Senate confirmation number 118, appointing Ann C. Whitaker to the University of North Alabama Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the governor. Senate confirmation number 119, appointing Joel Anderson II to the University of North Alabama Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. From the President Pro Tem, Senate confirmation number 120, appointing Jimmy Harvey to the Alabama Medical Cannabis Commission is referred to the Committee on Confirmations.
All right, that concludes House messages. Now move on to committee. Secretary, call the first committee.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate confirmation number 56, appointing J. Patrick Tucker to the Alabama Environmental Management Commission receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
I'd like to make a motion that we a favorable report for J. Patrick Tucker to the Environmental Management Commission using previous role and no objection. Actually, a new role.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll, please.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
$30 ayes, 0 nays. J. Patrick Tucker's confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate confirmation number 58, appointing John Hornsby to the Alabama Trust Fund Board receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
I'd like to make a motion to confirm John Hornsby to the Alabama Trust Fund Board using the previous role and no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. John Hornsby is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate confirmation number 57, appointing Jay Jones to the Alabama Crime Victims Compensation Commission receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Mr. President, I'd like to make the motion to confirm Jay Jones to the Alabama Crime Victims Compensation Commission using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Thirty ayes, 0 nays. Jay Jones is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 17, appointing Jane Trotter Russell to the Alabama State Forestry Commission, receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
I'd like to make a motion to confirm Jane Trotter Russell to the Alabama Forestry Commission using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Jane Trotter Russell is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 27, appointing Melissa Morizette to the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
I'd like to make a motion to confirm Melissa Morissette to the Alabama ABC Board using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Melissa Morissette is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 26, appointing John Knight to the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
I'd like to make a motion to confirm John Knight to the Alabama Alcohol Beverage Control Board using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. John Knight is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 28, appointing Alan C. Spencer to the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
I'd like to make a motion to confirm Alan C. Spencer to the Alabama Alcohol Beverage Control Board using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Alan Spencer is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 23, appointing Joseph Ammons to the Alabama Department of Labor Board of Appeals, receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
All right, Senator Weaver.
I'd like to make a motion to confirm Joseph Ammons to the Department of Labor Appeals Board using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Joseph Ammons is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 25, appointing Franzina Webster to the Alabama Department of Labor Board of Appeals, receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
I'd like to make a motion to to confirm Franzina Webster to the Alabama Department of Labor Board of Appeals using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Franzina Webster is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 24, appointing Joe Doyle to the Alabama Department of Labor Board of Appeals, receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
I'd like to make a motion to confirm Joe Doyle to the Alabama Department of Labor Board of Appeals using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Joe Doyle is confirmed. All right, that concludes confirmations. Thanks, Senator Weaver. All right, Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill number 322 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
This bill has received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, House Bill number 327 receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, Senate Bill number 323 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays. 323. From the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, House Bill number 302 receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call next committee.
What is this right here? Oh. Does that need to go somewhere? Yeah, we got it. They usually give me a heads up on that. Yeah. Senate Bill number 298 from the Committee on Local Legislation receives a favorable report and is now referred to the Committee on Tourism per Rule 50A. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 262 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 322 receives a favorable report. 298. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 323 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 281 receives a favorable report. We already did that. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 272 receives a favorable report.
All right, these bills received a second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. This concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions. Any motions or resolutions?
Mr. President,
Senator Albritton.
I have a joint resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 50 by Senator Albritton, creating the State Employee and Education Employee Health Insurance Joint Interim Study Commission.
Mr. President,
Senator Albritton.
this set up interim commission for study of the insurances, comparisons through the states, and because of the time frame and such, I'd move that we suspend the rules and see if we can go ahead and get this passed.
All right.
Any roll with that objection?
All right. Do you want to? Okay. Do you want to speak to this? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
when we get to the point after you make your motion, I've asked, you can do it, ask them to read it. I want to see what it, just see what it says.
Certainly.
I'm not objecting to you doing it. I just want to know what it does.
Do you want it
I
read before?
understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
All right.
all.
Secretary, can you read the resolution, please?
That's all.
Whereas attracting and maintaining an effective workforce is vital to the welfare of this state, and whereas formulating, periodically examining, and revising as necessary the benefit packages provided for state employees, education personnel, and teachers will ensure that the benefit packages remain fair, competitive, and sustainable. Whereas the health insurance plans for state employees, education employees, and teachers developed and administered by separate boards and employees of those boards. Whereas the health insurance plan for state employees is designed by the State Employees Insurance Board to provide medical benefits for active and retired state employees and dependents in a manner that provides a reasonable relationship between the benefits provided and the cost incurred in order to provide a reasonable assurance of stability in future years of the plan. And whereas the health insurance plan for education personnel and teachers is designed by the Public Education Employees Health Insurance Board to provide medical benefits for active and retired education personnel, teachers, and dependents in a manner that provides a reasonable relationship between the benefits provided and the costs incurred in order to provide a reasonable assurance of stability in future years of the plan. And whereas a review of the health insurance plans offered to state employees, education personnel, and teachers cannot be fully completed without considering the cost savings and efficiency of scale that might be realized from the consolidation of the administrative functions of the health insurance plans. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that there is created the State Employee and Education Employee Health Insurance Joint Interim Study Commission to examine and review if the existing health insurance benefits packages are competitive with surrounding states and private industry, and if savings or efficiencies of scale could be realized by consolidating the administrative functions of the health insurance plan under a single board. A, the study commission shall be comprised of the following members: a person appointed by the Chief Executive Officer of the State Employees Insurance Board, a person appointed by the Chief Executive Officer of the Public Education Employees Health Insurance Board, the Director of the State Personnel Department, or his or her designee, the State Finance Director, or his or her designee, the State Superintendent of Education, or his or her designee, one member of a minority party of the Senate appointed by the President Pro Tem of the Senate, one member of the minority party of the House of Representatives appointed by the Speaker of the House, the chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation Committee General Fund, or his or her designee, the chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation Education Committee, or his or her designee, the chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee, or his or her designee, the chair of the House Ways and Means Education Committee, or his or her designee, the director of the Alabama Commission on the Evaluation of Services, or his or her designee, one public policy specialist from business and industry appointed by the Lieutenant Governor. The appointing authority shall coordinate their appointments to assure the commission membership is inclusive and reflects the racial, gender, geographic, urban, rural, and economic diversity of the state. C, a co-chairs of the commission. The commission shall meet as soon as practicable at a time and place set by the chair. Notice of the meetings of the commission shall be provided in a manner consistent with the rules of the legislature pertaining to interim committees. In addition to reviewing the existing health insurance plans for Alabama state employees, education personnel, and teachers, the commission shall do all of the following: compare Alabama's health insurance plans with the plans of similarly situated state employees, education personnel, and teachers in the surrounding southeastern states. Determine what constitutes competitive state employees, education personnel, and teachers' health insurance benefits, and provide recommendations for modifications. Perform an in-depth analysis of the fiscal ramifications and efficiencies of scale that might be realized by consolidating the administrative functions and duties of the State Employees Insurance Board and the Public Education Employees Health Insurance Board. Examine the ability of the state to sustain any proposed modifications to the health insurance plans. Compare projected health insurance obligations to total state general fund and education trust fund budget projections. The Senate and the Legislative Services Agency shall provide the necessary staff and support to the commission to perform its duties. The legislative members of the commission shall be entitled to their legislative compensation per diem and travel expenses for each day they attend a meeting of the commission in accordance with Section 49 of the Constitution of Alabama, 2022. Other members of the commission may be reimbursed for necessary expenses in attending meetings of the commission according to policies and procedures of their respective appointing authorities. The commission shall report its findings to the legislature along with proposed legislation not later than January 1st, 2025, at which time the commission shall stand dissolved.
Mr. President,
Senator Albritton.
with that reading, I'd move for suspension of the rules and immediate consideration. Use the previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? All right, here we go. Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a Senate joint resolution to continue the existence of the Alabama Opioid Overdose and Addiction Council established by Executive Order number 708 by Governor Kay Ivey.
All right.
I'd like to move for passage of this resolution.
All right, let me, I need to get the resolution in first. All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution, please.
Senate Joint Resolution number 51 by Senator Beasley and others, continuing in existence the Alabama Opioid Overdose and Addiction Council established by Executive Order number 708 by Governor Kay Ivey.
All right, Senator Beasley.
Mr. President, could we ask to have the resolutions read, please?
All right, Secretary, read the resolution.
Whereas substance use disorders and mental illness affects millions of individuals of all ages, races, and ethnic backgrounds, including their families, friends, coworkers, and communities. Whereas more than 25 million Americans have embraced recovery and are actively building stronger communities and better lives, families, and relationships. And whereas Governor Kay Ivey established the Alabama Opioid Overdose and Addiction Council in 2017 through Executive Order number 708 to develop a comprehensive and coordinated strategic plan to combat Alabama's opioid crisis and reduce the number of deaths and adverse consequences in this state. And whereas the council and standing committees of the council have remained committed to expanding the state's efforts to fight the opioid crisis through many strategies, including the development of tactics aimed at reducing the harmful effects, decreasing overdoses, and improving access to care for those struggling with substance use disorders. And whereas through this work and various partnerships with the greater recovery community, many lives have been saved. Now therefore be it resolved by the legislature, both houses thereof concurring, that the legislature continues in existence the Alabama Opioid Overdose and Addiction Council established by Executive Order number 708 by Governor Ivey. The council's leadership and membership shall remain, and the council shall continue meeting and studying the current opioid crisis in this state, monitoring and evaluating the implementation of the strategic action plan, and providing periodic updates and recommendations to the governor. Each non-legislative member of the council may be reimbursed for expenses relating to attending meetings, training, and fulfilling council duties. Each legislative member of the council shall be entitled to his or her regular legislative compensation, his or her per diem, and travel expenses for each day he or she attends a meeting of the task force. These payments shall be paid out of any funds appropriated to the use of the legislature by means of warrants drawn by the comptroller on the state treasury. Notwithstanding the foregoing, no member shall receive additional legislative compensation or per diem when the legislature is in session, or if a member is being paid any other payments on the same dates for attendance on their state business.
Mr. President,
All right, Senator Beasley.
I move for passage of the Senate joint resolution.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Thank you, Mr.
President,
Thanks, Senator Beasley. All right, Senator Wagner.
has some resolutions from rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolutions from rules.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 154, commending pro angler Dustin Cannell. Also, House Joint Resolution number 163, mourning the death of Robert D. Bobby Timmons. And also House Joint Resolution number 176, mourning the death of Dr. Cynthia Sellers Simon. Receive a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoptions of these resolutions.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President, I have a
Senator Wagner.
resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
That's all I got.
All right, thanks, Senator Wagner. All right, Senator Orr. Jim.
Mr. President, yes, I do. I have a resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution, please.
Senate Joint Resolution number 52 by Senator Orr, commending Barry Dwayne Matson on his retirement.
Mr. President,
Senator Orr.
before I move for immediate consideration, you all, this is Barry Matson, who ran the DA's Association. He's, for several years, his health is not good. I would like to make a motion to add all senators as co-sponsors.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
He'll be retiring.
All right, and then,
And then I'd like to move for immediate consideration, Mr. President.
all right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. Thanks, Senator Orr. Senator Hovey.
Mr. President, I have a resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 53 by Senator Hovey, celebrating the 140th anniversary of Providence Baptist Church.
All right, Senator Hovey.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'd like to move for immediate consideration of this resolution. I'd like to have all senators' names added if there's no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. Thanks, Senator Hovey. All right, Senator Wagner.
Have a resolution from rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution from rules.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 155, convening a joint session on April 18th, 2024 for the Law Enforcement Medal of Honor, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 25, acknowledging the crisis at the border and supporting efforts to secure the border, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, Senator Allen.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I have an SJR.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the SJR, please.
Senate Joint Resolution number 54 by Senator Allen and others, congratulating the University of Alabama men's basketball team and head coach Nate Oates for achieving the program's first appearance in the NCAA Division I Men's Basketball Championship Final Four.
Mr. President.
Senator Allen.
This is an unusual request, but I'm going to ask the complete SJR be read at length.
Okay.
Thank you.
Secretary, read the SJR, please.
Whereas it is with great pride and special pleasure that highest commendations and congratulations are herein conveyed to the University of Alabama men's basketball teams, coaches, and players for achieving the program's first appearance in the National Collegiate Athletics Association Division I's Men's Basketball Championship Final Four. And whereas Coach Oates came to the University of Alabama as an experienced coach with an impressive resume, Coach Oates began his coaching career as an assistant coach at his alma mater, Maranatha Baptist University, from 1997 through the year 2000. From there, he coached as an assistant coach at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater from 2000 to 2002. Coach Oates received his first head coaching position with the Romulus High School Eagles in Michigan, where he coached from 2002 through 2013. After his high school head coaching career, Coach Oates returned to the collegiate basketball coaching as an assistant coach at the University of Buffalo in 2013, which was his first NCAA Division I coaching position. And just 2 years later, Coach Oates was named the University of Buffalo's head coach in 2015, where he remained until coming to the University of Alabama in 2019. And whereas in Coach Oates' first 4 seasons as an NCAA Division I head coach, he led University of Buffalo to a 96-43 overall record in his final season with Buffalo. Coach Oates led Buffalo to a record of 27 wins and the program's third NCAA tournament appearance in 4 years. And Coach Oates holds a 214-98 overall record as a collegiate head basketball coach and a 222-52 overall record as a high school head basketball coach. And whereas as head coach of the Crimson Tide, Nate Oates, has forged UA's men's basketball into a powerhouse program that commands the respect of the college basketball world. Since Coach Oates arrived in Tuscaloosa just 5 years ago, he has led Alabama to a 117-54 overall record and a 25-12 record for the 2023-24 season. 2 Southeastern Conference regular season titles in 2021 and 2023, 2 SEC tournament championships in 2021 and 2023, 4 NCAA tournament appearances in 2021, 22, 23, and 24, and 3 Sweet 16 appearances in 21, 23, and 24. And this year, Coach Oates has led the Crimson Tide to the program's second Elite Eight appearance and the program's first Final Four appearance. Whereas in the program's first NCAA men's basketball Elite Eight appearance since 2004, the number 4 seed Alabama Crimson Tide defeated the number 6 seed Clemson Tigers by a score of 89-82 on March 30th, 2024 to become the NCAA Tournament West Region champions. And this historic win was Alabama's 8th win in the NCAA Tournament in the last 4 seasons. And whereas the Crimson Tide took on the number 1 seed and East Region champion, the University of Connecticut Huskies, in the 2024 NCAA Final Four on April 6, 2024. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that this body highly congratulates and commends the University of Alabama men's basketball teams, players, and coaches on a historic and unprecedented performance in reaching the Final Four of the NCAA tournament. And along with best wishes for continued success, we hereby dedicate this resolution to the University of Alabama men's basketball program with great admiration and respect.
Mr. President.
Senator Allen.
Yes, sir. I want to thank you and the Senate for bearing with us through that. It's a historic event for us. But I do ask that all members of this body will be included in this SJR.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
All right, and Mr. President, and I ask for immediate adoption.
All right, any objection? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Okay.
Thanks, Senator Allen.
I've got an SJR.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the SJR.
Senate Joint Resolution number 55, mourning the death and celebrating the life of Ray Stevens DeVores Sr. by Senator Allen.
Mr. President.
Senator Allen.
I would like to ask all members of the Senate be included on this SJR.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President.
Senator Allen.
I move immediate adoption, please.
All right. Any objection? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Allen.
Mr. President.
Senator Bell.
Got a SJR.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the SJR.
Senate Joint Resolution number 56 by Senators Bell and Wagner, naming a portion of Alabama State Highway Route 77 in Talladega County the Harmon Robinson Memorial Mile.
Mr. President,
Senator Bell.
I ask that all senators be added.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, I ask it be adopted.
All right, any objection? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
I found another SJR.
Welcome back. All right, Secretary, read and receive the SJR.
What? Well, I'm trying.
All right, Senator Wagner, are you good for us to move forward? Okay. All right, any other motions or resolutions from any other members? All right, Secretary, call the first bill.
On page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 291 by Senator Wagner regarding municipal officials. BR appended.
All right, Senator Wagner, welcome back.
Y'all about to wear me out, okay. Thank you, Mr. President, members. This is the Alabama Municipal Official Training Act. This bill was brought to me by the League of Municipalities, and it allows requires a training of municipal officials. And with that, Mr. President, I move the adoption of the BR.
All right. All right, would you like to use previous roll?
Previous roll.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Thirty-one ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 291 by Senator Wagner relating to municipal officials, committee amendment pending.
All right, Senator Wagner.
As I stated, this is a bill that was brought to me by the League of Municipalities, and I think it is definitely a step in the right direction where our newly elected municipal officials, city councilmen, mayors, all over this state will be required to take a 40-hour training period before they take office. So that's a brief description. It's not complicated. I think there was a committee amendment, and I think my colleague has an amendment. So, Mr. President, I'd like.
All right, Senator Wagner, we're on the committee amendment right now. Did you want to adopt that, Senator Wagner?
Let's adopt the committee amendment using the short roll call.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support your bill and what you're trying to do with it, and as you and I have discussed, and I've discussed with the league, we'd like to make it just a little bit stronger. And so what this amendment does that I'm going to offer is that it says that the training Ethics Commission, Attorney General's Office, and the Department of Examiners of Public Accounts. And so with that, I'd like to offer that amendment.
All right, Secretary read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 291 by Senator Elliott. After line 62 on page 3, insert the following new section and renumber the remaining sections accordingly.
Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, if the Rules Chairman is still smiling at me, I'd like to move adoption of the amendment using previous roll without his objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Elliott amendment is adopted. Thanks, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move passage of Senate Bill 291 as amended using short roll call.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 291 passes. Thank you, Senator Wagner. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 231 by Senator Orr and others regarding labor organizations. BR pending.
All right, Senator Orr.
Mr. President, move adoption of the BR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 231 by Senator Orr and others regarding labor organizations. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Orr.
President, I'd move to table the committee amendment.
All right, all those in
Using
favor say
previous
aye.
roll.
Any opposed? The committee amendment is tabled.
All right, I've got another amendment that
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 231 by Senator Orr. Replace line 28 on page 1 with the following. Replace line 70 on page 3 with the following.
All right, Senator Orr.
Good. All right. Members, the amendment comes at the recommendation of several industries that have organized companies there with unions, and they were concerned about various language and wanted to make sure it didn't apply to them, and that's what the amendments do. I think everyone knows about this bill. I'll be glad to explain it. If you'd like me to explain it, Senator, I'll be glad to. Or
Senator, I would, and
Okay.
and if you would, while you explaining, if you would tell us what that amendment did that you just tabled, The one before this?
The one that I tabled had a date in it, and it's incorporated in this amendment that I just put on it. And basically, it says if you had a union already in your shop or in your company or business and made sure that this didn't apply to your business that already was organized. And some attorneys from several companies thought that would be, they just needed that assurance that it wasn't going to trigger anything, so agreed to it.
What is it that they were worried about triggering?
I don't know.
okay,
I never
okay.
could figure it out, but lawyers being lawyers, we went round and round, and I said, fine, if that's what you want to do.
I got you.
The bill's pretty simple. It holds paramount the right of workers to a secret ballot or private ballot. So they can vote whether to organize or not organize in private. And just like we do in our election today, if you voted, or elections at church for the deacon or the elder or whomever, or the civic club for the president and things like that. So our tradition of having a secret ballot. And what I find is, or, in doing research, was that the card check system where employees can sign cards, and if you get 30%, then you get in the zone of potential union vote by the company can hold it, or you get into 50%. Now there needs to be a vote, and then of course they got a 70% threshold. But if you get enough cards to get up to those thresholds where a vote is triggered, this bill would say, if you've received state incentives, and this is after January 1st of 2025, so we're 2027, and the company came here, they got state incentives in 2027. There's an organization effort. They got enough cards to trigger a vote. The company would forfeit its state incentives if it did not have a private ballot vote on the union organization. It doesn't preclude the organization, doesn't preclude the union. And to me, Senator, it would get the employees to be able to make a decision without influence from the employer, because it could come from the employer saying, don't do that, don't vote for the union, and trying to, supervisors trying to push a non-union vote, and the organizers for the union. It'd keep them at bay somewhat. They can distribute literature, they can do all the campaigning they want, but the pressure of a public card check type vote can sometimes be very difficult for employees, and this would remove that difficulty in the election process just by having a secret ballot vote. And if it votes up, then here comes the negotiators from the union to organize. If they vote down, then it doesn't happen at that time. Of course, they can come back under the NLRA, those labor laws. Most all that is federal for sure, and this just affects state incentives.
I'm kind of just puzzled about, it kind of, well, I'm not going to say it that way. I'm just kind of puzzled why it was discovered that it was a necessity to address that issue now. Well, and what does it mean by you if they get public incentives? And I heard that part right there. That if they don't get public incentives, then this bill don't apply to them, or what?
Right. If they don't, well, the remedy is if you get state incentives, state or local incentives, and you don't have a private vote, you would stand to lose those incentives.
So are we saying that companies that don't get incentives, then they can not have
anything to lose.
They can not have a private vote.
They could still have a private vote.
I mean, but they're not governed under this law. Why? And you see what I'm getting at? Why is it necessary to put in there if they receive government funds?
Because that's
why did that have to be the trigger, though?
As you know, so much of this law is federal, in nature. And as a policy, when we give incentives to a company, that's the trigger to encourage a private vote among the employees.
So right now, what is the situation? Are they required to have a private vote now? What are they required to do now under that circumstances?
Now,
under that circumstance?
It just as the world is today.
Yeah, if in other words, if this bill, because the bill is here with you, there's a Senate bill, right?
The world.
It's a Senate bill, right?
The world The world today is that if you have if you get the cards, enough 30%, the company can recognize, or 50%, they got to have a vote. And this just says, let the employees vote and let them vote privately. And that's it, more or less.
Do you, in the business folks is in favor of this? Mm-hmm. For real?
The ones I talked to, now you had some that are already organized, they want to make sure that it didn't upset their relationship that they already have with their unions, and that's the reason for the amendments.
Do I know any of these, you don't have to call them at the mic, do I know any of these business folks that's in favor of this?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got to talk to you after this so I can go talk to them.
Okay.
But I can't believe that some of these folks in favor
Well,
of something
the
like
state of Tennessee has passed a very similar bill, and the state of Georgia just passed one a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, all right. What else I was going to? Anything else I need to know about this bill?
No, it's just simple, and I think the takeaway is it does not prevent an organization effort. Absolutely not. All it does is require a private vote if there's an organizational effort, that we want to vote for a union up or down. It's got to be by secret ballot, or if you got state incentives, you could stand to lose them if you don't do it that way.
Okay, all right. Well, I
think there's a lot of misinformation out there.
I've been getting, you hit the nail on the head. I've been getting some other information too. That
they would be deprived of voting, and no, it's the secret ballot, and you got to have a vote.
Well, these kind of issues are kind of like voting issues, period. You've been a lawyer, know that I look at it under strict scrutiny. So you know why I would be standing here. People don't understand that, might not, but you do, and I do. We understand that when I say that. So I'm concerned of what they say. When they say the devil's in the what? Details. Yeah, I think it's a devil somewhere, and not by you. Let me clear this up. You may not even know the devil in the details, but anytime I see, if business is saying that they want to make this hard for folk to, I ain't never seen that in my life. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's a first impression on me, having been on both sides. I've been in the union person, on the union side when I poured steel and iron, and then when I was manager of human resource, I was on the company man on the other side. So I done seen it both ways, and that's why you hear me saying what I'm saying.
And that's the reason I like this bill, because it keeps the coercion from the company side or the union side, keeps it down to a minimum where people just make up their minds, or they can be like a House member voting for speaker or something where they double pledge or triple pledge. Oh, I vote for you. Yeah, I'll vote for you. But they know there's going to be a private ballot. They get to vote for whomever they want, but they can make a lot of promises along the way.
Well, let me say this. Because I look at this with strict scrutiny, and I haven't been comfortable enough yet with, like you said, with all them different kind of things flying around, is that it's and about the devil in the detail, that I'm glad you explained that to me. It's most likely that I probably am not going to vote for it because I don't understand it enough to, the devil's in the detail. But I don't have any I don't, I'm not planning on standing up and talking or nothing. I just really wanted to know, because you are right. I did not understand what the bill does, and I understand where you're coming from. So I'll just say that I'm just still concerned about the devil part in the details. And
Gotta watch that devil. I see him every day. Every time we come down here on 65,
it's only certain areas like this, people's right to come together and things of this nature, like voting. Just that I'm always concerned with
Well, you know what the sign says? Go to church, or the devil gonna get you.
That's right. That's right. And I'm gonna tell you something. I since you said that, open up a door. When you said it like that, let me tell you something I did. I'm finna scare everybody in here, but they're gonna be all right. See, I about 12 years ago, I asked the Lord to have a relationship with Him at a different realm. Like, say, if you're right here with your relationship with Him. Well, I asked Him for a relationship here, and He granted me that. And when He granted me that 12 years ago, a little more than 12 years ago, I asked Him for one thing, and that is the power of discernment, and the discernment to be able to see the devil. So if the devil was in this room, I could see him. I could really see him. Now, the thing, and the reason is because because I want to be able to be prepared for him if I was subject of him, that I would be prepared, because I know I see him and I know he coming. The thing I also discovered is this, though. Then if you see the devil and you do that a little bit, he gone. That's how powerful he is. He gone. He ain't sitting around on the wall somewhere where you could just look at him. I mean, he be gone. And what he tries to do is to look through he tried to find a portal. I call it, different words I use, portal, to go in a very narrow portal so that he can get to people. And sometimes, how portals open and close, and he tries to wait right for that moment. A good example of a moment is just like, take you and someone else, you get into a debate, and then you get into a real serious debate. Then all of a sudden you get emotional about it. And if you're like what my mom told me, she said, when you get in those kind of situations, she said, just stop. She said, count to 10 backwards first before you open your mouth. Count to 10. And she said, you won't say what you were thinking about saying when you started the 10, not that way, and so that's what he tries to do. He tries to find that moment right there that the person didn't count to 10 and try to come in. And you'll see sometimes, that's why you see people do things out of character, because he's found that little moment, just that little moment to go in there. So I that's why I asked for that, to be able to do that. And he granted that to me, and I'm very appreciative of that. But no, you just kind of said something that was interesting and opened up that little door when you said that I thought about that, because I had been thinking about that. Because I remember once at my house, you have people who are Jehovah's Witnesses, they come by, and a group of them came by. Someone answered the door, and I went out there and talked to him for a minute. And when he started explaining and laying out what the Bible said in relationship to that, you be walking down the street and not realizing that person walking right by you is the devil. You don't realize it. They just walking with you. And you're not that you gonna say anything to them, but that's the devil walking down there with you. And so I began to kind of look at it from a little different light, and just be mentally aware that he's walking right by me from time to time, and I have to kind of be conscious of that. So, but no, thank you for answering those questions for me, Senator. Sure. I appreciate it. Right. And I'm going to yield back to you.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll be okay on the amendment, Mr. President, using the previous roll. And then on the amendment, okay.
Thanks. Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
Be acknowledged.
You're acknowledged.
Thank you. Oh, you were just trying to adopt your amendment? Your
Yes, I
motion.
was just trying to do the amendment.
Oh, I thought
I figured there wouldn't.
final
That's
pass.
kind of.
Oh,
No, that was just the amendment.
I know the gentleman was from Pike County was asking that we talk a few minutes until he got a better understanding of what the amendment does before he moved forward. So I just. Yeah, you can, sir. All right. I just didn't want to go past before you had an opportunity to ask your questions about it.
Mr. President, may I be recognized?
Recognized.
Okay. I was just, like you, that day we had the unions, the workers come up there. Had people come, and I was, trying to figure it out. But on this here, is this exception? Because I've got unions at home.
We all do.
And some of them are required to be there because of the federal contract rules that they have. But, is this exception here? Because I'm just trying to pick it up and read it. A collective bargaining agreement with labor organizations to which secret ballot election has already occurred. So if they did the you'll have to inform me on the voluntary card. Is that right?
Yeah, the card check.
The card check.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
How does what happen?
What is the voluntary card check?
Okay, so-
I mean, because I'm confused because it sounded like the other day when they were here that even through that, it's still voluntary because they called after it was over
Right,
and explained it. And what they do is they give them a card, and then they're not required to turn it back in.
That's
But
correct.
they can turn it back in.
But
and so,
therein lies the coercion a lot of times. Imagine being on the workplace 5 days a week, put your card in, come on,
Right.
you're not going to be with us and da-da-da-da. All that pressure comes to build, and it's in a very public nature. Now, once you get so many cards, 50%, there's a requirement that there's a vote, or the company can just say, okay, we're going to enter into negotiations with a union to represent these employees. This bill just says, okay, before you do that, you have to have the company, if they got state incentives, if they didn't get state incentives and it doesn't apply,
right.
or if they got state incentives and they don't really care, they're willing to just give them up. It says you just got to have a private secret ballot vote.
Okay. And I don't know a lot about unions. I'm small business and, I don't have enough employees to warrant anybody even looking at that. But I guess here's what I want to ask, because unions are organized by the employees, correct?
Yeah, with outside help, yeah.
Okay. But it's not the employer organizing it.
I wouldn't think so.
But we're going to penalize the employer if the employees organize. Is that correct?
No, we're going to penalize the employer if there's not a secret ballot vote.
Right.
So the employees
But
get
let's
to
say they
determine the vote, up or down. 50% plus one. And the NLRB comes in and organize or has that vote. So the employer's not there counting votes and doing all that. The folks from DC would come in or have the vote, tally the vote, and
Right. Okay. And so what this does here, collective bargaining unit, where the employer, as of October 24.
yeah, you talking about the amendment?
Yeah.
This makes sure if you're already organized that this bill doesn't apply to you.
No matter how you organize.
Yeah, anybody has a collective bargaining unit where with the employer, they're already organized before that date, then this doesn't apply to you.
Okay. So everybody that's a union today, no matter how they collectively bargain.
Yeah, it's all, and that's the reason, as I said to the other senator, in my opinion, the bill was clear, but lawyers and companies that have union, they were had their lawyerly concerns, fine, just add it and move on.
Right. And I guess I've talked to a few people that are a few unions since that came out of committee. I was not, still not educated on unions. I've got a lot to learn, but, there's unions that are active. and some that are economic and, engines in our community. And, if they were to apply for an expansion of, to say they wanted to add a division or expand services, and then they applied for, to commerce for, things through the Jobs Act.
If they're already organized, then.
Right, but that bill the other day would have penalized them though, right? I mean, as it stood.
If there's not a private vote.
Right.
For a new organization effort.
Right. Okay. Well, I just wanted to get clarity on this because that was one of the things that I was trying to figure out, is making sure, that we weren't going to hurt the unions that were existing.
No,
because, that's already something that they can't go back and change.
Well, so much of it is federal law already, and
Right.
you can't, we can control the terms of our state incentives. And so that's what we're doing, saying if you get state incentives and there is an organizational effort by a union, just have a secret ballot vote.
Right.
And that's it.
Gotcha.
And you don't lose them because you had a secret ballot vote. So there's no jeopardy as long as it's private vote.
Yep. Thank you for explaining. I appreciate it. You want to talk?
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton, you're recognized.
Senator, I want to thank you for the work that you put in on this bill, and especially for sitting with me and working over even into the weekend. You and I went through this bill. Unfortunately, we came out with nothing, but at the end of the day, I really do appreciate your willingness to be open and to understand the problems that happens on both sides of this issue. Because it's not always the union that does the pressuring and not always the company that does the pressuring. I think you get it from both sides, that's happening. Everybody's jockeying for the worker. And as you say, the worker's in the middle, with that card, confused, don't know whether or not I should be loyal to my employer, or do I try to make sure that I get protection over here from this group?
And you know how public votes are, word gets out. Who's with us, who's not with us, and
right.
Like I said, I'd probably be like one of those House members. Yeah, I'm going to vote for you for Speaker. Yeah, I'm going to vote for you for Speaker. Triple commit, double commit, whatever it is.
And so what we were working on at one point was talking about in the same situation of the bill, the core of the bill would stay there, but we were talking about an amendment that possibly could have said to once the election is set, NLRB comes in, then the union had to stop jockeying, and so would the employer have to stop jockeying and let it just be a free and fair election.
The only caveat I had to that is the federal law and how elections are conducted with regard to I'm going to call it propaganda on both sides,
yes.
the informational materials on both sides. I didn't want to get our state law afoul of that.
Yeah, and I'm saying,
so
but in essence of what we're talking about, that's how we were trying to work it out.
You'd love to have kind of a freeze where, okay,
yes,
no more, just let it be. And come vote, here's your ballot, and go vote.
And I think when I put it out there was some that was amenable, and then there was those who weren't. Okay, and so and we're willing to work through that. And so with that, I am not, as I look at the bill and finally reading through the bill, because the first skeptic was that it was trying to stop unions and from organizing in the state.
Can't do that.
Right.
Under federal law.
And so we wanted to make sure that people still had that opportunity. And I think that where I've been hearing from some unions is that they don't want to give up that ability to have that negotiation with the company without the vote. And just say that we come to an agreement and we come up and we come to terms and there is no vote and we decide to come with union.
Right.
And so, and I think that they feel that this bill, some of them feel that your bill would take that part of it away from them and require that.
Require the vote.
Yes. And so I'm always for people having the right to vote. Don't get me wrong. I'm always for having people have the right to vote. And I think that, and possibly what I realized, and that when I talked to a good friend of mine with unions, is possibly 90% of the unions that get organized happen the way that you're talking now with the election, you know, in spite and despite the goons and whoever on both sides doing what they do, you know, because I reflect back to the Amazon piece. The way it was told to me, didn't see it myself, that because a lot of Amazon employees come in, they check in on their phone. They clock in on their phone. So the minute that they clock in, there was a anti-union vote note was right there in their face. And so it kind of was able to get that, to defeat people over the period of time, and Amazon won. But I think that, you know, that was a good resolution that we was trying to come up with. So again, I just wanted to come here and applaud you for being willing to see both sides of this, and not just, you know, I want the people out there who are listening that may be with union, that this is not something that you were trying to shove down our throat at all.
You know, if employers, I mean, we'll just shuck it on down. If employers, in most occasions, now maybe there would be some exceptions, if they treated their employees right, you know, with the salaries, with safety, and other related workforce environment, workplace environment, things like that, probably wouldn't have angry employees.
Right.
And what recourse do angry employees have? Not a lot, but to vote and to organize and come together and have a unified front to the employer.
And I agree. Good health insurance, making sure, like you said, safety, and that somebody care about them coming to work and making that product every day. Because if a person comes and give you everything that they got at that product and stand there for them 10, 12 hours, because a lot of these plants, that work is not easy, man. Mm-hmm. Labor is consistent, and you got to be made at a fast pace, and we want 1 million pieces made by the end of the year, and it takes so many being made per day and so many made per shift, and the company got to keep pushing it. Well, because I can remember my uncle working at one of the places, car manufacturer place, where they just weren't that protection, right? His sister dies, and he wanted to take off that Saturday to go to her funeral, goes to the funeral, get back money, he ain't got no job. Just the protection just weren't there. You know what I'm saying? And so and we in the state of Alabama has allowed all these temp companies to come in that work people just as hard, work you right next to someone who's making $26 an hour and you making $13 an hour. They're doing the job, and you know, and they're getting no benefits or anything. And they even came up with a term in this state called permatemp. You could permanently be a temp for as long as you want to, but you'll never be able to make full time, and you can keep your job. That was your security if you made that ranking of temp work, a permatemp. And that's sad that we spend all this money on workforce and workforce training. We train our folks to go to work and then put them in those plants, and then they ended up, you know, treating Alabamians that way. We should be pissed off about that our citizens get treated that way inside of this for the sake of folks. And there's a lot of profits being made there, and we talk about people not wanting to work, but people just don't want to go to work for that. I don't want to be working right beside somebody making $26 an hour. I'm making half of what they're making, driving the same distance they're driving to work every day, having the same expenses, and they're carrying home 26 and I'm only carrying 13 because I carry the title of a temp worker. You know, and I remember one of the Jobs Act, I put an amendment on, it was probably back in the early, around 08, somewhere like that. Right at the time when Canfield first came on in Commerce, we had a Jobs Act that came up, and I think I put an amendment on the bill that said that for those companies got that got incentives had to have at least 80% of their employees to be full-time, and gave them a 20% margin to have temp workers, right? And I think we passed it, but that went on out the door. Nobody really paid that attention as if that was law. Because you don't have no police that goes behind these laws a lot of times that we pass. There's nobody to police it. But anyway, I'm going to go and let you adopt that motion.
Mr. President, let's
Senator Orr.
adopt
Long roll, if you will.
on the amendment. The amendments might like the amendment.
Oh, the amendment was,
Is
okay,
by-
I got you.
So, Mr. President, I'd move that we adopt the amendment using the previous roll. Then I'm going to ask for the long roll on the bill passage.
Is there an objection to using the previous roll on the amendment? Clerk, please call the short roll. Thanks.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
All right, 31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Orr amendment's adopted.
Mr. President, this time I'd move third reading on SB 231 using the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton.
No.
Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-three ayes, 5 nays. The Senator, Senate Bill 231 passes. Thanks, Senator Orr. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 13 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 167 by Senator Coleman and others regarding the Alabama Jobs Act, BIR pending.
All right. Before we go to you, let me recognize some special guests in the gallery. The guest of Senator Wagner. When I call your name, if you could please stand. The Birmingham Sunset Rotary Club and members of Parliament from Kazakhstan. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Ms. President, for the recognition. Senate Bill 167, in relation to the Jobs Act, what it does is it calls for a clawback clause or a clawback opportunity in the event a business that has received public dollars has been, I'm trying to make sure that I use the correct language, and I'm on the sub, we get a chance to recapture those funds if they've engaged in human trafficking or violations of the Fair Labor Standards Act. And I know that there is a friendly amendment that is coming that Senator Gavan has as well. And so with that, I would ask for adoption of the sub first.
BR first.
BRR first. Like I've been here 20-some years. I guess I don't know the process today. So move passage of the BIR. And for a procedure, I was going to ask, could I do it using the previous roll and add myself as a yes?
Yes. How many? How many? All right, let's use the long roll. Let's get a new roll, just because there's. All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 13 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 167 by Senator Coleman and others regarding the Alabama Jobs Act. Committee substitute pending.
All right, Senator Coleman.
Yes, move adoption of the sub using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitute's adopted. Senator Coleman.
Yes, I do believe the gentleman has a friendly amendment. We had some discussion in committee about what were subsidies, what was a related company, and that is a friendly amendment.
All right, Senator Gavan.
Mr. President, thank you. I have an amendment.
All right, Secretary Breeden received the amendment.
Amendment to the substitute for Senate Bill 167 by Senator Gavan. Replace line 29 on page 2 with the following. Recaptured if the incentivized company or related company engaged in human trafficking. Replace line 67 on page 3 with the following. Project agreement or should the incentivized company or relocated company engage in.
All right, Senator Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is something that the senator and I have discussed, and I think that alleviates our mutual concerns on this, where we were trying to go with it. So if there's no questions, I would move adoption of the amendment using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Gavan amendment's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Coleman.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, move final passage as amendment using the previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Oh, Senator Dorr.
I just want to thank the senator for bringing
gonna
this
thank
bill.
you.
A very good bill. I think it'll go a long way. And same principle about using the incentives as a leverage, but very worthwhile. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. When we finished, I was going to do the same thing. I wanted to thank the gentleman and also Senator Reed and the minority leader for all of the work that you all offered me on this piece of legislation. Thank you so much. That's bipartisan, in effect, when we can get good legislation passed. So thank you.
All right, got a motion to approve final passage using previous roll. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
All right, 29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 167 passes. Thanks, Senator Coleman.
Thank you.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 294 by Senator Smitherman regarding public schools. BIR pending.
All right, Senator
Here I am.
Smitherman Singleton.
Mr. President, I asked for a passage of the BIR and unanimous consent to use previous roll. We got a good roll.
We do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 294 by Senator Smitherman regarding public schools.
Thank you very much. Mr. President and members, this bill would authorize a public school or a public charter school to employ or accept as a volunteer a campus chaplain to provide services, provided the campus chaplain undergoes a criminal history background check and finishes a certified, accredited chaplain program. Any questions from anybody? If not, then I'll move for final passage and ask unanimous consent to use previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 294 passes. Thanks, Senator Smitherman.
Could I be recognized?
You're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to say this to the body. I don't know, a lot of folks have different, feelings about things, but I hope we can get to the point where we can actually pass a bill to get prayer back in school. I really, really want to do that. And I'll tell you an approach, I'm just going to throw it at you for a minute, is that one of them that's been tried and I think been tested by the courts to be valid, and that's the opening ceremony that Congress does. Where they have service recognized and whatnot, and it's passed mustered and scrutinized in our courts. So that's just an approach we as a body could look at possibly taking. But I just wanted to say that yes, I hope one day soon that we can get prayer back in our schools. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, Senator Smitherman.
Thank you.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 36 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 248 by Senator Weaver regarding the Corrections Department. BIR pending.
Senator Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a motion for the BIR.
All right, would you like to use previous roll?
Previous roll, no objection, please.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 36 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 248 by Senator Weaver regarding the Corrections Department.
Senator Weaver.
So this bill is a bill that we have been working on for the past 2 years, and basically it gives canine handlers in corrections arrest powers, and it'd be beneficial for a lot of reasons. A lot of times these canine officers assist local, state, and federal agencies with public safety matters, and it would just truly beneficial, and it would just help them to be able to have these powers. And so if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, and if not, like to request final passage, use the previous roll, no objection.
All right, Senator Singleton.
You're saying giving the K-9 officers?
K-9 officers, and it's the ones that have been to the police academy who are APOS certified. So when they are out helping a local agency, a lot of times if they're out in a rural area, they're asked to help. They'll be the first one on the scene, and currently they don't have these powers. So it would help them to be able to do it when they're there at the scene, potentially by themselves sometime.
So usually if there's an escape or something, we call in the dogs, and they will bring in the dogs from the state. And you're saying that if they catch someone now with their dog, they can't arrest them.
Right, and the ones
unless
that are
they're APOS certified.
Well, even if they're APOS certified, this would only apply to the ones that are APOS certified.
But right now they can't arrest.
That's correct.
Wow, I thought there was officers with arrest power.
So it would certainly help them to have that power, especially.
So these are correction officers.
Yes.
Per se.
So like in my area, like
Gotcha.
I have a prison there in my area, and a lot of times the local people will call the people from the prison to come help them with the K-9. So that would just help them to have these powers.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Previous role, no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 248 passes. Thanks, Senator Weaver. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 15 of the calendar, House Bill number 71 by Representative Klaus relating to the RSA, BR pending.
Senator Chastain.
Mr. President, I'd like to adopt the BR using the previous role without objections.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 15 of the calendar, House Bill number 71 by Representative Klaus relating to retirement.
Senator Chastain.
Mr. President, under current law, the Tier 1 firefighters, law enforcement officers, and corrections officers receive 1 year of additional service credit for every 5 years. It's known as hazardous duty credit. What this bill would do is it would add the emergency service personnel to the statute granting hazardous duty credit. I see my colleague, I think, might have a question across the way. No question? No questions. If there are no questions, I move for final passage using the previous role without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 71 passes. Thanks, Senator Chastain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
Page 30 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 246 by Senators Orr and Chastain regarding vaccines, BR pending.
All right, Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move adoption of the BR using previous role.
Mr. President, long roll, please.
Long roll. All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions.
Just that vaccine.
Mr. Shelnut.
This one?
Mr. Singleton.
No.
We vote yes on the union.
Mr. Smitherman.
I voted no on
No.
the
Mr. Stewart.
We made a call long roll.
Mr. Stutz.
Okay,
Mr. Wagner.
It wasn't previous roll long.
Ms. Weaver.
Yeah, because
Mr. Williams.
That's right, 1 for 5 no's against.
26 ayes, 5 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 246 by Senator Orr relating to vaccines.
Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple bill. Let me tell you the process right now. If you want to exempt your child based on religious grounds from the vaccines, you have to go to the local health department and explain, you're not supposed to, but get an exemption form from the health department. You take the exemption form to the school and say, I'm exempt, or here's my exemption from the vaccination requirement. This bill would remove that health department step, and the reason for that is over the past several years I've had people complain about, and not just in my area, it comes from various areas in the state, where sometimes it takes quite a bit of time waiting in the waiting room to get the government official to give you the exemption, but also some more aggressive individuals in the health department interrogating individuals about their religious beliefs. And so what is your religious objection, Ms. Jones, for your child not to receive receive a vaccine? Or why do you want this exemption? And quizzing them on those religious beliefs. And is it because of aborted fetal tissue, perhaps in some vaccines, or what? And getting it, is it because you think your body's the temple of God or something like that? So all of those things take the government out of that and that interrogation potential. I'm not saying it happens all the time, and just require in writing that this go to the school for their records, that the parent requests or wants their child exempted on religious grounds. You think, is Alabama out of the norm on this? Are we breaking new ground? Are we getting kind of crazy here? I've got the Tennessee law just says the parent or guardian submits a signed statement that the vaccinations conflict with the family's religious tenets or practices. That's all they do. North Carolina, same thing. Parent or guardian provides a written statement of the bona fide religious beliefs in opposition to the immunization requirements of the school, and end of story. So that's more or less the path we're following. In Georgia, they do make you get a notary. There's an affidavit requirement. In Texas, also an affidavit. Florida, Arkansas also recognize religious exemptions. So again, we're not going rogue here. There are other states that have already plowed this ground, and the research that I got LRS to do came back that it seems to be working well in those states. So at this time, I'd yield if there are any questions.
All right. Senator Smithman.
Senator, I just got one question, and I mean, I'm not putting you on the spot, but I am, because I need a solid answer on this.
Spoken like a true lawyer.
Yeah, I need a solid one on this, because I've seen happen with my own eyes what I'm getting ready to ask, and I think that this getting ready to cause some problems. It's simply this: what does a parent do who wants their child vaccinated and get their child vaccinated, and now they got to be at the school knowingly? I know it's people you may not even know, but knowingly going to have to sit in this class and may have to sit next to someone who is not vaccinated. We got COVID going on. So this ain't some hypothetical thing I'm talking about. We've gone through COVID. And in this room alone, if one person has got COVID, everybody that they walked around has to either get tested or be subject to catching COVID. And of course, that then passes on to their family and then whoever they come in contact with. Now, so how are we going to let somebody come into these schools? I didn't say pick to do the test, but what process is in this bill? And we got to put a process before we leave that says that, and this may not be the process, but it says that if that's going to be the case, then these kids need to be the ones who don't want to be around kids who subject that they be in this classroom and being taught. And then we have set up two, even with the teachers, I ain't talking about no more units. Just divide the classes up, a rule saying you go left or right. You don't want to be, that's fine. Do what you just said. But these people have been. They go over here. Okay, how we gonna handle that? If we can't handle that, we don't need the bill. Because it's nice making them folk feel fine who don't want to do what you're trying to do with, but it ain't right to the people who don't want to catch these diseases neither. See, we worried about these folks, this the words I used growing up, we worried about them folks who yang, who complaining that they don't want to go through this. But we ain't worried about these folks who getting sick and who dying from that, whatever. That's kind of problem on a lot of these kind of emotional issues, that we worry about these folks who complain the most, and we don't worry about the folks who going to be harmed the most. So in this, I need to know how we going to protect those people. I need to know that. That answer, if it's a good answer, it would have put me in my seat.
Okay. Well, the good doctor came by and said something what I was
the doc. I should have had. Now let me say this before you get started. I ain't cutting you off. Doc, you should have told me that out there. You and I had a long conversation out there. We wasn't talking about this, but didn't we have a long conversation a few minutes ago? You should have been telling me all about this stuff, the doc stuff. We were talking about something else.
I'll let the doctor come answer. You can hear it from him, but it was the same thing I was going to say.
I believe in folks who is an expert, and you the doc. I ain't no doc now. I'm the lawyer, but I ain't no doc. So you come on and tell us, how is that going to protect it? I couldn't have given a better answer. I do, because you going to tell me the legalese, but I want to know what that part. May I yield to him? Because I'm not in a filibuster. Should I make an announcement? I am not filibustering. I want to know some answers. That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, that's fine. You're recognized for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. What was the question? You said you just wanted answers. I want to know the question.
I don't mind re-asking the question. The question was, so I'm going to give a little parable example. This is the school. We're going to pass this bill saying none of us have to get to anything. In other words, we don't have to take vaccines. Okay, we're going to sign saying we don't have to take vaccines. All right, now I'm going to say you the opposite because you the doc. I don't know what you really feel, but I'm going to give you the doc side of this. All right, you believe in vaccines because you the doc. I don't believe in no vaccines. So I don't want to have to take it, and I don't want to go through the hassle that we're going through now. I just want to. I guess he told me, the senator told me, but I'm gonna use something, so I may not be right. All I want to do is send a little note and say, I ain't got to take the vaccine. That's it. Okay. Now we in this room. How are the people who are protected, who believe in the vaccine you're saying, how are they going to be protected when they're forced to be in this same room with people who don't believe in vaccine and walking around full of COVID juice?
Now I understand the question.
Okay.
So if you believe the vaccine works, and you're protected, right?
Yeah.
So what difference does it make to you whether I get it or not if you're already protected?
All right, now see, you're using that smartness as a doc, so not the expertise. And so since we on that level, let me take it up.
If the vaccine protects me, I don't care whether you have it or not.
See, I'm gonna come over to the doc side now. See, you came over to the law side, so I'm gonna come to the doc side. The doc side.
Oh, you wanted me to be the one that was vaccinated. Okay, if I'm vaccinated, I don't care whether you get it or not.
This is what I'm finna tell you. Okay, I'm gonna take what you just said and give you an example. I had a coach who has took every one of the vaccines that you supposed to get, the last level. Okay, and he has had COVID twice. So the fact I should care, because if he's taken every one of them and he's had COVID twice, after taking them, then I should be just as concerned at the fact that I took the COVID. Now, having gotten past that, let's get back to my question. So now we know I'm subject to still get it if I took a vaccine. So So now my question, I'm gonna reiterate my question again. How am I gonna be protected if I got to be in this room with somebody who got cobra juices running out their head? You know, when you sweat, your pores just cobra just running.
Yeah.
You know, and now I'm forced to be in there because we gonna pass a bill saying they ain't got to take vaccines if they don't want to, and they can be in there with us. One thing is not to have to take vaccines, but it's another thing that I'm forced to have to be there with them. So I think we might have some amendment on here saying if you don't want to take the vaccine, then one of three things: you got to stay at home and have virtual school, or you got to have home school, or the school has got to have an isolated place, the room that says this room for folks that have vaccinations, this room for folks who didn't. And it's not mandatory, it's permissive. We're not forcing you not to go into the room with the people. See what I mean? But for the people who don't want their child to go in there, they should have just, and I'm gonna yield to you, they should have just as much right, freedom, and protection as we sitting up here now getting ready to give all these other folks who don't want to do it that right. This is lopsided. It is no right that we give them that right and we don't protect these people over here. They got just as much right as these folks think they got just as much right over here. The rights is not any less because we only are in here pushing the fact of folks shouldn't sign it. So I want an amendment saying what I just said is that that will protect the people who don't want to be around people who don't want to take it, but they take the vaccine. Now, so that's what I need. Now tell me why, you tell me why, I'm not saying you should, but if you think I don't need that, then feel free to share that with me. Why?
Yeah, I'll answer that question. I think you don't need that.
Why?
Because you give the right to the people to either take it or not take it. And if you think it's effective, you can take it. And you just said maybe it wasn't effective. So the parents should have the right to choose whether their child takes a vaccine, whether it's effective, whether it's not effective. It shouldn't be mandated. And if you say the vaccine we're not just talking about COVID, but
I just gave that as an example.
Right.
And I'm going to surprise you. I agree.
Listen, my children were vaccinated. I've had multiple vaccines. I'm not against vaccines.
Oh, I know you're not.
But I'm for parents having the freedom to make those decisions for their children. And you admitted that some of these vaccines are not very effective. And so if you don't think it's effective and it's okay to choose not to require them to have it.
Yeah, but you know what? What you just said right there. Listen at this. I'm gonna surprise you. I get what you just said right there. My statement and my response is not to counter what you just said, and so I'm not going to counter you. What I'm saying is this. Let me see if I can find it. I want to see if I can find it. You got a nickel, dime, a quarter. You don't want a penny. This is what I'm saying. This 15 minutes of parking. Well, on this side of the coin is what you just talked about. And you're right. You see that big pretty head right there? I'm talking about this side of the coin. This side of the coin does not infringe on this side of the coin. These people should have the right, if they children. Any way they want to raise their children is fine. But I should, at the same time, should have the right on this side. And this conflicts over here with my right over here because this bill don't address me over here. It just let them do what they want to do, and I'm subject to it. No, I ain't gonna repeat everything I just said to you. I'm subject to it under those circumstances. This bill should say that these folk can do whatever they want to do. But at the same time, it says that it should say that if you're going to allow that in our schools, then the school or the board or us in the state have a responsibility to
to make sure that these students on this side of the coin are not forced to be with these kids who don't want to take the vaccine in the same environment. Not forced. I didn't say they can't be, but a force. And we forcing them. Yes, we are. And affect it all up into the schools. That ain't right whatsoever. To make these kids have to get these diseases over here because these gonna come in with them. They don't want to take no vaccines, and yet we want to say that let them roam free with the disease around the folks who don't want it. There ain't nothing right about that.
Well, do you think it's whatever the disease you're talking about? Do you think the vaccine's protective?
Well, hey, I think
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
and if you're protected, you shouldn't matter to you what I do.
Yeah, but for the 1% or 2% or 5%, 10%, whatever it is that it does not protect, they got just as much right as all these folks you want to bring in there with, not you, but want to bring in there that's got diseases and stuff. That's what I'm talking about. The disease folk want freedom to spread the disease. No. That's what we saying. Yeah, they can spread it, but not in school and all them places where kids are forced, forced to go to school. We ain't talking about like we gonna have a softball game. You can come if you want to or not come. These kids ain't got no. They don't have a choice. So. The little can of worms just got opened up.
Yeah, you want me to put
I heard from a far cry. They said the people in the Choose Act got a choice.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say this: the kids in the 206 failing schools, they don't have a choice. They ain't got no money. They got a school that's failing. We gonna give $400 million over him, and we won't get him a dime.
But you understand this bill is allowing the parents the freedom for religious reasons to object to whatever vaccine. You understand this is the parents' rights. We're not talking about public health policy. We're not talking about how effective the vaccine is or not effective. We're talking about the parents' rights to make a choice of whether or not their child takes a particular vaccine.
Yes, and I don't have any problem with that side of the coin. That's what I keep saying. You're right, that side of the coin, I have no problem with that, okay? But I want these parents to have a parent's choice whether they want their kids around folk that got these diseases or not, because they don't want to be vaccinated.
Yeah.
They got just as much right to have a parent's choice as we worried about these over here having a parent's choice.
Right.
So we need an amendment. We need to get it passed. If the body don't want to pass the amendment, we don't need to pass the bill. Because we need to protect these folks over here on this side of the coin too.
What are you protecting them from?
From these folks got diseases and they compulsorily got to be together. It's just like us in here. This is compulsory. If one of us don't come down here, all they got to do is hit the gavel 3 times and call a Leo. They will come get us and bring us down here. This is compulsory.
I'm wondering if I made him.
That's what I'm saying about this school. All you got to hit the gavel 3 times. Boom, boom, boom.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm wondering if I made a mistake in allowing this discussion when I agreed to that.
I thought I came up here to answer a question, but
you did a good job of it, and you did a good enough job that I didn't disagree with you. I didn't disagree with you. See, that's what probably got everybody. I ain't disagreeing with what you saying over here. I'm just saying equal protection. You know, I'm a constitutional law professor too. Equal protection, saying they got to be treated equal over here too. And so if we worry about them not, being required for religious reasons not to take it, and that's fine. But if they're gonna come to school, then the folks at school have to be protected too. We protecting them right over here, but we trying to protect their health over here.
Yeah, and but back to my point of the question I thought I was coming up here to answer about the immunity is if you believe the vaccine works, then you're protected. And whether I take it or not, or whether my children take it or not, should be just a parental choice. If you choose for your children to be vaccinated and say, by George, they're protected, they've been vaccinated, then what my children do doesn't matter. Because my children are the ones that aren't protected if I chose for them not to take it. So, like I said, the reason I'm going to vote for the bill is it's a parental right. They have a right to make that choice based on their freedom, that we're not going to do that.
And I respect that what you were saying about the parental right, for the choice. But just remember about this coin. These folk got parental rights too. That they don't have to be. Their kids shouldn't be.
They chose to be vaccinated. They chose to come to school.
No. Stop that second one. No, they didn't. The first one, yes, did. Hey, you can get a reference. Hey, when you get a chance, pull compulsory education law for me, please. No, it ain't no choice. They got to go. We passed in here that they don't have a choice. These over here don't have a choice to their kid to or not to be around somebody like that. They miss 10 days, they have flunked. They stay out of 10 days they want to over here. Worried about over here, they will be flunked. So no, they don't have a choice. That's what I'm. Now we almost riding down in the same car. We almost there. We're going down the same road now. That's my point up here. We got to put in this bill that these folks here have just as much choice as we giving these people over here. And that's all that I'm saying.
Yeah, they do. They don't have a choice. Choice is vaccinated or not vaccinated.
The choice,
and that's the choice, and they do have the same amount. They choose to take it or not to take it.
Yeah, but the choice is that they gotta choose to take it, not take it, and they gotta mix everybody up together who got the disease and who ain't got it. That's what I'm telling you, and that ain't right to make these folks who protecting from it or trying to protect from it to be thrown over here where this is a bowl full of disease, and they got to get in there and try to swim out of there to get home at 3 o'clock in the evening. They jump in there at 8 in the morning when they go to school, and they got to swim until 3 o'clock to get outside to get on the bus. See what I'm saying? So we got to have in this bill something that will protect these people over here. I'm not saying I got the know all, you know what I mean. I'm not saying I got the perfect solution. But I see my lawyer over there crunk up sitting down. I see these lawyer minds and him moving. I need y'all brilliant minds to tell us what can we do to put over here to protect this side of the coin from this side who has the diseases. I mean, I'm taking COVID. That's why I said that. I know it's something. Everything ain't caught by everybody over there. I know that, Doc. And I'm not trying to paint that picture. If somebody come and coughing with a cold, that means everybody finna catch a cold or something. And they're doing what you were saying. I'm not saying that, but I am saying that we have been shown that we are subject to those kind of health risks and problems, and we've had people to die who get COVID, young, old, and everything. So I'm just saying from that perspective, I need some solution as to how we can do that. Anybody can tell.
Well, it's the choice of whether you take it or you don't take it. So that's
yeah.
You want your bill?
Anytime you're ready.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, that was a good discussion.
All right. So what? In conclusion to the discussion, I'm talking to both of y'all now. I was just talking to you, but he the sponsor on that. Now, what can you do to help me on this side of the coin? Because you hear the problem, so ain't no sense me keep repeating it. You know how in court the judge said. You heard what he said? He was like the judge. He said, "Okay, I've heard that." No, he said we are repeating ourselves now. You know how they say it in court. So that's what he basically said. He said, we begin to repeat ourselves. So instead of repeating ourselves, tell me what can we do for those people over here under that scenario. And let me say this. I realize that the good lawyer right there, he reminded me of what procedures that we have already. And so, but let me say that at the same time, this is a golden opportunity for these folks to get some.
Mr. President, I'm going to yield my time back to the bill sponsor. I was just walking by and got.
All right. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Yes,
I didn't
thank
hear
you.
that. What'd he say?
He's going to yield his time back to the bill sponsor. He just was walking by and got asked, ask a question. So.
Poor doctors.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll do this in terms of the bill sponsors. What can we do, Senator Orr? What can we do to address?
I think our other doctor has a recommendation.
They finna put them.
Did you ever see the movie Bubble Boy? Well,
I don't get a chance to look at many movies, because you know how it is when you coaching. You know what I mean? See, I don't get a chance to look at a lot of TV. By the time I get home from working and doing that, I'm so wore out. I'm like the ever-ready bunny. I just run on down like that.
They actually had a boy that lived in a bubble, and I think we're going to just provide it for all the non-vaccinated kids to live in a bubble while they're in school. Non-exposure, and we'll just let them do it that way, I believe. I think it'd be a good alternative.
Are we going to make sure they have, music and books and good food? They can order from Chick-fil-A and all that.
I think it'd be a great idea. No, I don't know. I'm kind of like Senator Stutz in a very unique situation here that we agree. I mean, if you're you're unvaccinated, you're the one that should be worried about going to school, not the vaccinated, according to your theory. And if you're vaccinated, I mean,
But think about it now. You're right about what you said, so I won't say anything different from that. But what happens to them other people? We need to do something about that, okay? We need to do something about that. I like that allegiance I see in the medical community. You and him. I like that allegiance in terms of the medical community.
It's just a second opinion.
It's a good one. I respect y'all's opinion now. I want to make sure you understand that. I do. And I think you know that. There's been several things in here that I've followed to leave from you, because I respect your opinion. I do, on the serious side.
I never got vaccinated, and...
You ain't never been vaccinated?
Just my choice. And I show up every day.
Do you take the medicine, though? Like pills or something like that?
No,
You don't take nothing like that? What about vitamin C's and D's and E's? You take a bunch of that stuff?
Anyway.
Huh?
I take that anyway.
That's why you don't have to worry about it. You got your body all strong up and everything. Well, I'm gonna say this then. Let me just say this. I am concerned about those people. That's a genuine concern that I really do have. But at this time, I'm gonna yield back to you, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President, I'm gonna yield back.
I thank my doctor colleagues for all their medical support.
Yeah.
All right. Senator Orr?
I'd yield to the senator.
Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to continue the discussion that Senator Smitherman had. When during COVID, there were a number of us that wore masks. I wonder why you wore a mask. If you were not afraid of being exposed to other people, why would you wear a mask? Why do we have children to mask up? Everybody's immune system is not the same. Simply because you took the COVID shot, it saved lives. I mean, I can remember the gruesome scenes that we saw of these refrigerated trucks with dead bodies and mass graves and everything. And I mean, we were all afraid. Even with the shot, I caught COVID twice. The last time was down here. And I was quarantined in the hotel when we were here for special session. Didn't want to come and expose, although I guess I could have, and for some of you it would have been okay to come and expose you. But along the lines of discussion that Senator Smitherman started, yes, parents have that right, and it's so strange that on one side of the coin, we talk about, well, parents have that right. Everybody should have that right. But on other bills, like a woman's right, Women don't have any rights. But the same senators that get up and espouse about the rights that people should have and everybody should have that rights, women are not considered as people, not considered as people with rights. I don't even know if we even consider us as humans, even though we gave birth to you. Now, I still say, and as I've often said, your rights stop. As parents may have the right to say, I don't want my child vaccinated. The other parent says, I don't want my child going to school with that child because they are not vaccinated and exposed. This is definitely going to impact college sports because this summer, well, it was during session since we had started, I spoke with Sickle Cell, the statewide organization, and the director was saying, she said, you know, we test all of the college athletes. Small organization that serves the entire state. And I was surprised because there are things that come out after the athlete gets there and starts playing, and they want to make sure that that child doesn't have the sickle cell trait and he gets out there and gets sick. That's a form of testing or what have you, or vaccination or whatever. Of course, there's not really a cure, but the point is that, like the military, you don't have a question. You go in the military, those of you who served in the military, you get vaccinated because they don't want you killing off everybody else before they send you out to war. I mean, when did we lose common sense? To me, this is a common sense issue in case we forgot what COVID was about. And it's still just around the corner, morphing into something else even worse. So, Senator Orr, may I ask, tell me why you're bringing this bill and why you feel, I guess you feel strongly about it.
Yeah.
Help me to understand.
Yeah. So like I said at the outset, it's a simple bill. Right now, if you have religious objections to your children being vaccinated to attend school, you go to the health department, and the problem arises there where you can get government officials start asking you, well, why do you believe that way? What is exactly your religious belief? What denomination are you? And start inquiring or interrogating you about your religious beliefs. And I think that's a very, very slippery, dangerous slope. It doesn't happen all the time, but I've had people from around the state says that it does happen or has happened to them.
Okay, so
this removes that
I'm asking
element.
the question and delving into personal religious or conscious beliefs.
Correct. And so this, and the law's written today that you just go to the health department and you get an exemption reform. If you have religious objection, you get an exemption form and take it to your school. In other words, it's not discretionary, shouldn't be, it's not supposed to be discretionary on the part of the government official. And so this removes that element and says that much like the state of North Carolina, Tennessee, and other states, that the parent signs a written declaration that they have religious objections, and they give that to the school folks for their files.
Let me ask a question. Let's
so
put
you
a pin
just
right there. Let me
bypass
ask you a
the
question.
health department.
So religious objection, a religious objection meaning that you have no immunization at all, not just what you're required to have in school, based on a religious objection. It can't be pick and choose.
I can't speak for the parents and how they do it, but yes, and now our statutes is...
We need to have that somewhere in the bill, though. I'm just saying.
Hang on. So other states have broader areas, and I'll read a few examples, like Colorado has a personal belief that's opposed to vaccines. We don't have that. North Dakota has religious, philosophical, and moral beliefs. And so in other words, and I could read more states, but in other words, I'm not expanding the scope. It's still religious objections. I'm not adding other categories to fall under. it stays religion. We're just bypassing the
Can I say this?
government
It's all subjective.
step.
All of those reasons are subjective. And it's like, do we have a choice? I don't want fluoride water. I want the regular, I want to get service from the water department. They put certain chemicals in that water. I don't want chemicals in my water. I mean, that's what this equates to. We are in a society when it's what is for the good of all. You're going to always have those people, and those are the people that live up in the hills all by themselves, isolated from everybody else. They call them hermits. But when you live in a society around people and you attend public institutions that we do things for the good of all, some people may say, well, I don't want police protection. I don't want to pay taxes. I don't want my taxes to go to the police department. We understand that's a good of all. And as a governmental entity passing laws that will spread out on everybody, that can impact everybody, I don't agree that we should pass a law that we know and it's already been proven that there are certain things that we do for the good of all. Regardless of what other people may have a personal objections, because those are subjective views that you have. That's subjective view. Those are individual personal things, but your personal feelings about a thing should not outweigh the good of all, the protection, the safety of everybody. It's like, okay, I got a good barrel of apples here. This one has been infected. What do? Do you set it aside? No. In this case, this bill said you throw it in the barrel with the good ones. That's what this bill does. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Orr.
Senator.
All right, Senator Singleton.
Senator, thank you. I kind of see where you're trying to go here, but what bothers me is that last week, I think we had a bill that took the health officer out of making decisions. You know, when there comes a state of emergency here, we're now again ready to take the health department out of a decision when it comes down to vaccine, when these are the most likely people to understand what is happening in. Let me just give you a case in point. Florida, Broward County, Florida. Measles breakout. DeSantis, basically, to the chagrin of the Surgeon General decided that he was going to allow parents to be able to say whether or not these kids should have a measles shot or not. Right now, we have one of the biggest measles problems, again, that broke out for Broward County, Florida, simply because parental choice. And with that, the health department could not catch up with it. And we still have that problem today in terms of measles breakout again, simply coming from Broward County, Florida, because of this parental choice. Right now, you got vaccinations is at its all-time low with kids in terms of being able to get vaccinated. COVID politicized it. Everybody now want to take it to another level and want to run somewhere else with it. That's a dangerous, slippery slope that we're sliding down. I understand that this bill, at the end of the day, may not do a whole lot, and you say it's simple. But it could be like Broward County here in Alabama, that if we are looking for someone to make a decision and it's up to parental rights, and you have something communicable disease such as a measles, mumps, chicken pox, or something of that nature, it don't have to necessarily be COVID. It could be something else. It could be meningitis. It could be the flu. It could be a flu that with a strand that is deadly to us, and kids coming to school coughing, and everybody is catching it. We're putting it in the hands of people who are not, this is your child, you should have the right to say about your child, but are we medically knowledge to have that decision that we want to be able to take. I think we're taking everything out of the hand of the health department here. This is just another slap towards the health officer in this state. Again, the last week bill, they kind of took it out of his hand, give it to the governor, and then in conjunction, they have to come back together again when the health officer is the doctor. And so, and I think this bill, what you have here now is we had already taken care of K-12. This bill here goes to four-year institutions. These are grown children here. And so at the age of consent, it's what, 18 in this state now? You can be 18 and go to war.
Yeah.
You go to 18 and be to war, because when we talk about the government being able to make a decision in our lives, you just can't go to, if the nation was at war right now, you just can't go in there and say, I'm a conscientious objector and I'm a Muslim and the government gonna ask you all those questions. How long you been practicing? When you been doing it? Right now, if you go to the military, those things will be asked of you just to go to war, whether or not you don't want to go to war or not. You know, and this could be just as, I know we ain't shooting no guns, but the disease is killing people still. It could be a war zone in a dormitory. You're sleeping in a dormitory, you're in these areas to where it's close quartered, and when you don't want to get the professional help or let someone be able to sign off on it, that the health department is saying that, yes, you don't have to have this vaccine because someone may ask a question. And I text the health department here, and of course, it is their answer. And they say, no, we don't usually go through all of those questioning. We usually sign a slip and let them go on.
Not supposed to, but
what
like
I would,
some places I hear
let me just say
differently.
What I would feel comfortable with is that not take it away from them. And if there was an amendment here to say that the health department could not question or go into depth about the why and be able to decide it, you know, versus trying to take it from the health department and then just giving it to parental guidance. Again, that is a case in point in Florida where the parents made decisions about measles, and measles is a breakout across the United States now. One of those that we never hardly hear about it because COVID took over everything. You know, just like with COVID, everybody asked where the flu go to, you know, because nobody heard of the flu anymore. But you don't hear about a lot of other things when other communicable diseases are out there. Just like when you had AIDS that was big, you didn't hear about gonorrhea, syphilis, and those other things that much, even though they were still there and they were still contracted and they were killing people, and people were basically still getting affected for those diseases also, but everybody had all of their attention on AIDS. And so all I'm saying is I don't know if I'm comfortable with taking it away from the health department.
They're not supposed to be doing anything today, you know, and that's the point of taking them out and just going straight to the school. They're supposed to just give you a form, like I said earlier, and like you just said. But again, in some places, it's not happening like that.
Well, there are probably more places that does it than those that are not.
I don't know, but I would hope.
Because I've never just really heard of that happening. And we're talking about consenting adults now who 18, 17, with those that are maybe 17 or not, but those are consenting adults between 18 and 22 is your average age in college. This bill lends to the four-year institution because we've already taken care of K-12, am I correct?
I don't follow you.
Didn't we do K-12 during the COVID?
No, that's the reason we have this.
So you were going to do K-12 all the way?
We had higher ed and K-12.
We had higher ed and K-12.
I think.
Okay.
With maybe just higher ed with the passport.
I thought it was.
I can't remember.
K-12. Okay. But at the end of the day.
And that's the point. I didn't expand the definition. Like I read off these other states, and I can keep reading. You know, conscience, personal belief, philosophical, moral. I didn't widen the categories of exemption, that I can just show up and say, in Alabama, it's supposed to be either a medical condition or a sincerely held religious belief. And we didn't expand like Texas, Louisiana, North Dakota, Colorado, and other states. We kept it in line with what we have today, and just removing what I call a bureaucratic hurdle to handle.
Again, that scares me when we keep trying to take that bureaucratic hands out when there could be communicable diseases that are out there that we saw kill a lot of Alabamians in this state, that killed a lot of people. The Florida case right next door to us to the south, when parental rights was what the Surgeon General referred to, people are still catching measles because of that, because those are parental rights versus allowing instead of the Surgeon General doing his job and making sure that he got it under control, but he left it to parents to be able to make that choice. And when you do that, I think you start to politicize it. This bill politicizes it to say to parents, hey, throw up your hand, baby, you ain't got to do it because the legislature told us we ain't got to do it. Now I got to tell little Bobby, you ain't got to go down there, man. Don't you worry about it if you don't want to take it, because our legislature told you you don't have to do it. That's become the politicization of this, when we do it this way and trying to say to folks, this is not parental right, this is the legislature telling folks that they don't have to do this, really. That's what it actually ends up being. In as much as you want to say that parents still have the right to go and do it, but we've really already empowered them to be able to say that no. That's what we're doing, empowering them to just go and say, yeah, we can do that. We can do that. And that's what scares me when we start talking about health issues and communicable diseases, or whether or not somebody can die from it. That's what scares me with these type bills. This here may be the harmless bill you may bring about this, but it's still going down that slippery slope. You know, and I think it's a slippery slope that we really and truly don't want to open these doors to. I wish there was another way we could try to fix it, if we just tried to fix it to the point to where say that to the health department that you can't ask these questions about XYZ religious,
You're not supposed to now.
Well, I mean, I'm
sorry, I'm not trying to be cute.
They're not supposed to, but just like we're putting this in legislation, why can't we make that a legislative act to make sure that they don't? And that way, then you can make something punitive, or you can, someone report it then we already have a legislative act that says that they can't. So are they still going to have to go to the health department to get the form?
Say again.
Are they still going to have to go to the health department and get the form?
No, they would sign a declaration like these other states that you go straight to the school that are read out. You just go straight to the school with a declaration. That
so where are they going to get the declaration? Who will hold the declaration?
Who will hold it? The school will have it.
The school will have it.
School
will have it. Yep. So go to the school, sign a declaration, and it's left there at the school. We moving on.
Yep. Rather than go to the health department, get the declaration, and go to the school.
Florida, man, measles, breakout, parental decisions. It happens. I'm sure your studies probably didn't tell you that, but it happens. It happens. And so that's what I don't want us to get caught in situations like that. And those things can happen. They can happen because people make those decisions not to, and we run into that buzzsaw, and there we are.
Yeah, well, I guess to go back to the earlier discussion about those that receive the vaccine would be protected, and then those that don't.
Well, a lot of times it takes that vaccine.
Under current law.
Sometimes it takes that vaccine a while to get into your immunity system. If you're there, that's why some people caught COVID twice.
I think you get the measles pretty early, the MMR pretty early.
I understand that. That's just the measles. I'm just talking about other stuff. It may be get into your it may take a while to get your immunity system to build up to that, and therefore you're then, you can contract People caught COVID after taking the vaccine. In as much as you may have felt that you were protected, sometimes you let your guards down because you have done it, and yet and still you may catch it. So it could be detrimental. And people who already had those pre-existing conditions were the ones who were really in trouble in this nation, in our country, that we saw that died. And so, but I see what you're doing, and like you say, it's a simple bill, but with maybe a lot of unintended consequences, those tentacles that could be out there. Those things, all the things that you say that are happening, I could say and argue on this side that they may not be happening at the level to where it warrants this bill, and the fact that it could cause a breakout by only allowing parental consent when we're talking about being in close quarters. I'm not going to keep beating this dead horse here, but at the end of the day, while I may understand where you're trying to go, the health department...
You ain't going.
I'm just not going that way with you. All right. I don't want to catch that ride, okay? I'll catch you on your way back.
Mr. President, I move third reading with the long roll.
Long roll, please.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 24 ayes, 5 nays. Senate Bill 246 passes. Thanks, Senator Orr. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 28 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 235 by Senator Barfoot relating to crimes and offenses. BR pending.
Senator Barfoot.
Mr. President, move for adoption of the BR using long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot.
Aye.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
All right, 29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 28 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 235 by Senator Barfoot relating to crimes and offenses.
Thank you.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see my colleague across the way. I'll be glad to explain it briefly if I need to. This is a bill that deals with juveniles and the ability to release their information. A couple years ago, there was a bill that protected that information. This makes sure that the DAs have some say-so and the courts have some say-so. Unless there's questions, Mr. President, I'd ask for a move for final passage using previous rule, unless my colleague has an objection.
Oh, you had a question?
DAs, and I remember the bill that's not in all instances, right? Only to DAs in the courts.
Say that again.
I'm saying the juvenile information is still protected from the public.
It is. So current law is that there's two ways that a juvenile can be treated as an adult.
Correct.
One is a juvenile who is 16 or 17 years old is charged with an offense, and he or she goes in front of a juvenile judge, and that juvenile judge makes a determination that that child should be treated as an adult and transferred up. This doesn't touch any of that.
Gotcha.
A couple of years ago, the second portion of that is there's what's called an automatic transfer. If a 16 or 17-year-old commits certain offenses, then those can be charged and sent to adult court with bypassing juvenile. A couple of years ago, we passed a bill. It was a bill that I sponsored. I said, well, I think that there should be some discretion there as to whether that 16 or 17-year-old, you don't want the name information released to the public until or unless that juvenile pursuant to an automatic transfer is maybe convicted, right? There was actually some safeguards in the original language of that bill that said in the interest of public safety, a court could release their information prior to a conviction, for instance. But there was an incident down in Mobile County where there was a 16 or 17-year-old who had been charged with something pursuant to an automatic transfer. They were in adult court, and the court would not release or didn't release that name, and there was some discussion about, well, because of Alabama law, we can't release that name. This bill does a couple things, but first and foremost, it allows the court to have a hearing or mandates the court to have a hearing pre-conviction if there is an assessment that that name or identifying information of that juvenile should be released. So it allows some discretion at the court level pursuant to the judge as to whether or not that information should be released.
Good shot.
If no objections, Mr. President, I'd move for final passage using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Thirty ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 235 passes. Thanks, Senator Barfoot. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 230 by Senator Albritton regarding geologic storage. BIR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
Move for passage of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none. Oh, you objected? All right, you want the long roll, Senator Roberts? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton.
Aye.
Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays.
All right, 28 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 230 by Senator Albritton relating to geologic storage, committee amendment pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
At this point, I'd move to lay upon the table the committee amendment.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Committee amendment is tabled. Senator Albritton.
Thank you. I have another amendment, but I'll bring that up in just a moment, if I may. Unlike Senator Orr's bill, which was a simple matter, this can be a little bit complicated. This has gone through a lot of discussions. It's been discussed nationwide, actually, and frankly, Alabama's on the cutting edge of this as to how we're doing this. This has to deal with storage of carbon dioxide in the ground. We capture carbon dioxide, and this allows us to take and place that in cavities already existing in the ground. This has gone through a lot of scrutiny from landowners, property enthusiasts, if you will, from the Oil and Gas Board. I think every attorney in the Southeast has had a look at this, and that's why we have an amendment to come up. Now, with that, for you to know, the amendment is just over 2 pages. It's 2 pages and about 4 lines additional, dealing with changes in the original bill as we have. This amendment has been agreed to and scrutinized and was of late, as of yesterday, final approved by all parties that I'm aware of. So with that, if I might present the amendment.
Read and received it. Read and received it.
All right, Secretary Reed received the amendment. Sorry about that, Senator Albritton.
Senate Bill 230 by Senator Albritton.
All right, Senator Albritton.
Thank you. Now, we can read the amendment if you'd like. We can go through this in detail if you like, but it can be complicated. Just be aware that this is a matter dealing with those core pore spaces, they're called, which are nothing but vacant voids within the earth where oil has been taken from it or other resources have been taken, or they've just been empty. And this is allowing us to now come in with CO2 that has been captured and placing it under the earth and sealing it off. All kinds of monitorings are necessary, all kinds of controls are there that will be involved, and it will allow the surface owner to be the owner of those voids and spaces. Now, with that, I invite questions.
Question. Is there a particular area in our state to where this is concentrated in?
Yes.
And where is that located?
That's in South Alabama.
South Alabama.
Where, frankly, it follows the pattern of where oil is captured. It has very, very little, if any,
crude oil.
Correct, crude oil. Very little to do with coal reserves, and other matters such as that. Therefore, most of this is in the south part of Alabama.
Okay, so with it there, so what you're trying to do is to take these crevices and these caves that's there, and you're saying with carbon dioxide.
Correct. The carbon dioxide is captured in industrial production. It is then pressurized and turned into liquid, and it is then taken and inserted into these cavities that are already existing, sealed off with means of testing and measuring and maintaining.
So, does this have any effect on the current water system since the water tables there are so high?
No, the water table, this is far below the earth. This water table is, in most wells in our area, are somewhere around 100 to 125 feet. If you get into large wells, you'll go 600 feet or something like that. With these, we're talking about 2 miles.
Okay.
11,000 to 14,000 feet under the ground.
Okay, and so who gonna do the capping? Will the landowner, the petroleum company, or does the state have, ADM have that, are ADM responsible for capping?
This place is the Oil and Gas Board, which regulates the oil and gas industry, which drills most of these wells, caps them and regulates and tests them. They will have the responsibility of doing the same with these wells. So we have a means and a fund set up under this bill where it would be regulated and be tested by that same authority that's doing this same system.
So is that the testing goes on in perpetuity?
Yes, it does. And there's funds set up to do that. In fact, we have lots of history in this with oil companies that have gone off and left unfinished the sealing and such, and the state comes in, finds that, and funds are there to recap and do those things that are necessary. It's the same thing with this.
Okay.
Now, if I might, I'd point out one thing, though, is that what this is CO2.
Okay.
It's carbon dioxide.
Right.
Which is necessary for plant life anyway.
Right.
So it's not poisonous. It is not dangerous in and of itself. It's a natural occurring and necessary product. So whether it escapes or not would be less intrusive than if an oil pipeline burst. It would have much less effect and endangerment there. But we have the controls and the monitors in place so that when or if that should occur, we would have the means to get to that and correct it.
Do you know how often they test those CO2 levels at those test wells?
We don't know. We don't do those now because we don't have those. It's not legal to do that now. That's why we're passing this legislation.
Okay. So we will be doing it once we pass this legislation.
Correct.
So we'll be testing them like we do any other.
The oil and gas wells that have been emptied and are capped now and maintained, we go and check those periodically also. And it'll be the same thing with the CO2.
So if there are 2 miles under the earth, is there something that we drop to a certain level to be able to test it, or does the level rises up to a point to where we can test it?
I don't know. I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah.
All right. That I'll leave to the scientists.
Them experts out there who make a living off doing this.
Yeah, but I think they do have means that's staged down that monitors that they come and check on those periodically.
So this is nothing on a physical note to the general fund.
No.
At all. So I know the Oil and Gas Board has plenty of money. I've seen them numbers that they got.
Yes, sir.
They got deep pockets.
They are prepared to take care of the matters that they are confronted with as possible liability. And they've proven that in history where things have gone wrong, yes.
So this board hires scientists and others to be able to do all of the work that's necessary around this particular
That is correct.
industry.
That is correct.
Okay, I'm just here trying to learn. I see it's very complicated because I've done with a nonprofit organization that I used to work with. We used to do brownfield cleanups. You may have had some gas leaks here, there, some underwater storage tanks and stuff, which mean nothing like this kind of thing here. But there was always, monitoring. It's just like if you do a landfill, you got to monitor the gas that comes off the landfill to make sure that it's not seeping into your water system and things of that nature. So you have to make sure all of that is going on in terms of your test wells that you put out there, and make sure that you're monitoring, make sure you're not getting contamination, in and around. So that's why I was just curious as to, but when you said it was 2 miles, below the surface of the earth, then you're geologically outside the scope of my little pea brain. Little Bobby don't understand that.
Yes.
Yeah, right? We got to go and little Bobby gonna have to go to Wikipedia somewhere and learn about this process and how it actually works and capping off these wells.
Now, one thing this does do is, let's take a circumstance where a surface owner has under contract or sold his mineral rights, and oil has been found, and they've gone on and they've extracted the oil. They've done all extraction completely, okay? And all surface owners received all of his royalties. There's nothing there. They've sealed it off properly, and it's gone. Well, that hole is there. That oil came from a hole underground.
Right.
That hole belongs not to the oil company. What they owned was the oil.
I got you.
Okay? The hole exists there. Now, that ownership of that hole
is the landowner?
Is the landowner, the surface owner. Okay?
Wow.
So that surface owner now, who has extracted all the oil and has been paid the royalty on that, now has an opportunity that someone who wants to take and use that cavity and put another product, CO2, back into that space to hold it securely.
You can make money off that?
Precisely. So he's being able to make $2 off that one hole.
He double dipping.
There you go.
It's almost like what reminds me of that, the 85 Farm Bill allowed catfish owners, that's when they first started dropping catfish in the water. But at that time, the government was paying row crop soybean guys XYZ amount of money per month not to do row cropping. They took the same land, dropped it underwater, put catfish on it, used the money they were getting for not row cropping, and still buying, doing more. That's a sweet deal, man.
It's called entrepreneurism.
That's what you call it? It's called double dipping, dude. Dipping at the same pot. Some of us around here can't double dip.
Yes, sir.
But some of these other cats can. But thank you for bringing this bill. Thank you for keeping our environment safe. Thank you for, allowing us to understand what it is. I think, 99% of us in this body would just pass this bill and keep on going because we don't know what the heck you're talking about. So, but at the end of the day, I do understand some environmental stuff. So it is quite interesting to be here, standing here talking with you. Because it is both industrial and is also safety.
Correct.
So while we do need, the city CO2 to come up, but we don't need it excessively, like what could possibly come out of those mines.
Yep.
And so I think that the way we're doing it is probably best. Seep it. Lock them off, let somebody else make a little money off of it the second time around, because now he owns that cavity that goes down 2 miles deep.
And the other thing about this is most all industries, CO2 is used or produced.
Right.
And when it's produced, under federal regulation now, you have to capture that. Well, when you capture it, what do you do with it?
What you do with it?
Okay, well, how is the best and most inexpensive way and safest way to maintain it?
Shoot it on the ground.
And that's where we come through with this concept of being able to use that.
All right, thank you. I won't prolong you. We'll go make your adoption.
Mr. President, I'd move for adoption of the amendment using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The Senator Albritton amendments adopted. Senator Albritton.
Thank you. We're now on the bill, and I'd entertain any questions or comments that we may need. If not, I'd move for third reading, final approval for, what is it? I forgot. SB 230, using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Senate Bill 230 passes. Thanks, Senator Albritton.
Thank you.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Gavan and others regarding public education employees. BR pending.
Senator Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I would move the BIR using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 278 by Senator Gavan relating to education. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Gavan.
So at this time, I would like to, I'll explain the amendment briefly. So the junior college system or two-year system did not want to be included in this. And so this is a sort of a cleanup to take them out. Also, the four-year institutions wanted to be clear that they had their own system. So there was a line put in here to clarify that. So with not any questions, I would move adoption of the.
Would you give a little bit more explanation for the base of it? I understand they don't want to be in. Explain to me what they don't want to be in.
They use, I don't want to be too cute, but I think Senator Elliott would say they're special.
Okay. All right. Tell me how special they are.
I personally, I get that it was never intended, and for those, just for background, what we're talking about here, this is the, some people are calling it the OJI bill, but I call it the Teachers Workers Comp bill.
Right.
Okay, a lot of people are surprised to learn that our teachers and other support staff do not have workers' compensation.
Exactly.
Our state employees do, but our educators don't. And so this bill is to allow a system for them to have that on par with the state employees. And so it was never intended for the four-year institutions, but it was intended for the two-year system. And they just came to me and said that they didn't want to be a part of it. Whatever they had, they were happy with, and didn't want it. So I was like, well, okay, you don't want it, you don't want it. So that's why the amendment was brought forward.
Gotcha. Okay. You move for adoption of the amendment.
Okay. So this time we move for adoption of the amendment using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The committee amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Gavan.
I do have an amendment.
All right. Secretary read and receive the amendment.
Thank you, sir.
Amendment to Senate Bill 278 by Senator Gavan. Replace line 143 on page 6 with the following. Replace line 491 on page 18 with the following.
All right, Senator Gavan.
So thank you, Mr. President. So what this does is that two things. One, the second one is just a little cleanup because the board was defined, and so we were just taking out local board of education and simply replacing it with the board, just a little cleanup language. The first one is a compromise between the school boards and the teachers, and that's just to clarify what the notice time period would be to let the school know, yes, hey, I've had an injury. Of course, this doesn't count if they actually have actual notice, then the 5 days wouldn't matter. Before it had been 24 hours, which is not enough. I mean, if somebody's hurt, they may still be in the hospital, may not be able to get word back. And, they thought 10 days was too long. The compromise was on 5 days. So if there's no objection, I would move adoption of the amendment using previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The Senator Gavan amendment is adopted. All right, Senator Gavan.
So at this time, if the senator has any questions, I would move for final passage using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Senate Bill 278 passes. Thank you, Senator Gavan.
Thank you, members.
All right. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 309 by Senator Livingston relating to sales taxes. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I'd move the BIR using previous roll if no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 309 by Senator Livingston relating to sales taxes.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, in the real world, our package stores out there, private-owned package stores, pay whatever the local rate is on sales tax. Maybe 9%, maybe 10, could be 8 in some instances, or 9 1/4. Whatever the municipality is they're located in. The ABC stores that are in that locality pay 6% tax on that same product. This bill simply moves them, and they have agreed to this, Director Stewart has agreed to this, moves them to the local rate. So that provides some extra money for the counties and the municipalities, and whatever, if it goes to the general fund or to the education fund for them. That's simple as it is, so.
Yes.
All right, Senator Singleton.
I keep hearing you say Director Stewart. I wonder, did his board vote on this? And did they agree? That's a 3-member board. Director Stewart is not the board. And that's who set policy over there is the board. And I understand, and I'm always hearing what Director Stewart said he won't, and he's new. And I wonder what his board had to say about this, because what you're now doing is taking the price of alcohol up to the average consumer who was getting it a little bit cheaper at the ABC store. Now is getting the same price, basically what you're getting at the after hour store that's up 15%. And so I don't necessarily like this, and I think I've discussed this with you on the sidebar. And because I don't know where this is going, whether it's headed towards privatization or whether it's headed towards somewhere else when we try to make everything equal. You got 580 some odd C stores that are out there that basically are private stores. And you got what, less 130 some odd, 140 some odd ABC stores.
I think 140 something.
140 some odd stores. And so the balance has always been that, what I think that kept them competitive is that people say, I would rather go to the ABC store than to go over here because I am paying less. And that's what happens. That's what's been keeping the doors open of a lot of our ABC stores, is because people felt that I would only go to those other private stores a lot only after hours, after the ABC store closed. If our ABC stores was 24 hours, then that would be a real competition. But our ABC stores are at a certain period of time, and when we're paying taxes at one level here, now everybody gonna be paying the 9 cent or 10 cent tax.
Well, they already have the advantage, as you pointed out in the conversation we had earlier. They already have the advantage of what's 15%.
Yeah, but that's not 15% here on another what?
So now it's
4 cents on the taxes.
It's 12. So
it makes a difference. You know what I'm saying? It makes a difference. Because now a person can say, well, then why run over to the ABC store? Then I can just go on over here to the C store. Then it's almost like when I was talking RTDs, they was talking about people, the grocery stores cannibalizing them, at a certain level that's going to bring down their market sales. So what if now you're bringing it up and now they are buying it from somewhere else, they bring down your market sale. Even though you're still supplying and they're buying it from you, you're making money though. It's the same way it would have been with the RTDs.
You had to bring that three-letter word up.
Got to bring it up. Got to bring it up. I don't think, I think that we need to deal with it. It's the 800-pound gorilla in the room that need to be.
It's not them, it's the franchise language and the.
I understand that, and we can get around all that. We just need to get big boys and girls sitting around the table and talk about it. That's why we have a public hearing on tomorrow, and we're going to let big boys and girls talk about it.
I think the big boys have talked about it one more time.
Yeah, they'll come to a point. Everybody, until we start to move in the bill. Until we start moving the bill is really what's going to cause, because right now everybody sit back and say, well, we don't have to make that negotiation because we got the votes to kill it. We got the votes to do this. Until we as legislators say we're going to move it to the next level, I guarantee you, we move that bill out of committee tomorrow and put it in his hands and say, don't you move it no more until they get ready to talk to us. But they know it's in position to pass. I bet you folks start to come together. Y'all got to understand the power of what we have. We let the folks on the hallway dictate to us, and we're the ones who have the vote. We got the vote. And so now we want to be able to say that here we are, we're going to ease up and bring the price of alcohol up another 4% on the tax.
Depends on the locality, yes, sir.
Yeah, because 90% of the localities are between 9 and 10 cents now across the state of Alabama. So you're either going to be coming up another 4 or 5%. That's where they are now. Well, they're at 6 now, up to 3 or 4%. Okay, so that's going to raise the price of alcohol in the store. And so I might decide that I don't need to go to the ABC store no more. I'm going to go over here to the C store because I'm getting it at the same price now. And now they're going to start losing sales. I just don't think this is a good bill for me, the consumer who drinks alcohol, who go to the liquor store. I ain't ashamed to say it.
But you said little Bobby shouldn't be doing those things last week, or those drugs.
As long as I keep little Bobby out the store. Big Bobby, go to the store. And I don't want to pay no more at the liquor store than what I'm already paying. It's a bad bill, man. It's a bad bill. And you and Curtis, you and Mr. Stewart over there, the new director, y'all hopped up on this bill, man. I bet you his board didn't vote on this new policy.
I don't know that.
I bet you they didn't. I bet you I can call one of the board members right now and ask them on the phone, did y'all vote to agree on a bill that will raise the taxes in the liquor store? I bet you they'll tell me no. And see, and I think that that's the problem over there, is that people want to do things because they feel like they got a little power, and they don't have the power to do that outside of their board. He's not the board. He's not the board. And he's running it like he's been over 100 years. And I love the gentleman. He's a good guy. But he's running it like he's been over 100 years. He ain't been there but 2 days. And I bet you his board didn't vote on this. I bet you money. Because the last board meeting they just had a couple of days ago, it didn't come up in the board meeting. Because I listened to some of it. It didn't come up at all. Now, if they did it at some previous board meetings, I would know. But for him to arbitrarily get with you, the legislator, to say that I agree with it and I'm okay with it, I think that that's wrong. That's a bad precedent to be setting. I think his board needs to let him know that they are the board and he is not the general over there. Just because he was appointed by the governor, he does not get to just arbitrarily come over here and say what he wants and what he don't want without going through his board. Because that is a major piece right there. I think it's setting itself up for privatization. I think he is. He don't understand it yet. See, that's a rookie mistake right there. That's a rookie mistake. But I like you. And I'm not going to prolong this a whole lot. Now you're going to have me paying a little bit more money at the liquor store.
I think the senator behind you has a couple of comments.
I'm sure he does.
just a quick conversation with you. I might answer a question or two there. If he does, then we'll have another conversation.
Okay, we'll do that. All right. You ready? You got something you want to say on this right here?
Yeah.
Okay, he wanted to talk to you.
I want to talk to you.
And he wanted to talk to me. Right.
Now, what this bill proposing to do? I've been listening to y'all, but I kind of got confused on that.
So Senator, in an existing ABC store today here in Montgomery, they pay a 6% sales tax. A private package store across the street will pay whatever the local sales tax is.
Okay.
Maybe 9%, maybe 8%, maybe 10%, depending on the locality. This just equalizes that. So whatever the sales tax rate is in Montgomery, the ABC store pays the same thing as a package store across the street, or Huntsville, Alabama, either one. So
are we?
That just equalizes it. So.
All right. Now, I have one question. The next step. What about the prices of the actual alcohol?
That doesn't change. Change the actual price of alcohol.
But
you head out the door.
But what's gonna stop them from coming in here talking about we want to be like them and charge them exorbitant prices? You know what I mean? I mean, like you go to the state, you go to the state store, you can get a pint or something for like $21. You go to one of these stores, it costs you $32. Same pint.
That's because they're having to compete with them.
Who got to compete with them?
The private package stores are having to compete with ABC. That's why they're a little higher.
Yeah, but I'm making a point. Well, you said compete. No, I'm just saying what's going to stop ABC from jacking the prices up like that?
Well, they have a formula they go by already in place, and I don't remember the formula, Senator. So I'm sorry. They already have a formula in place that they use.
Well, let me say this. That what I just asked you, and I know I'm at odds with some people in here. You know, even some of my people, I'm at a little odds with. But you know, I'm not for taking those products from the ABC store and then throwing it out here to the world. I'm not for that. I don't want to. You know, we depend on the ABC store too much for revenue, for our budgets and what they contribute. You know,
should add to it. So
yeah, but my only thing is this right in here. I'm just concerned. Where this money going? General fund budget or education general fund?
Whatever the county of Montgomery and city of Montgomery, wherever it goes to currently, is like any other sales tax.
I mean, but won't we get more in sales tax too?
No, so they're collecting the full state rate already.
Well, why are we charging more for the old people to get more money? Why are we doing it?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Why would we pass something that's going to increase it, but the money going to somebody else?
Just equalizing it, Senator. Just making a level playing field.
A level playing field with who?
With the guy that's out there that's an independent businessman.
We about it did one of the moves to shut down ABC because there's 2 or 3 bills rolling around out there. I call them attack the ABC store bills.
Actually, I'd say it's one to try to help them keep open. If they're meeting, somebody's got the advantage on you. You know, if you take that disadvantage away from them.
So why would we take it away from the ABC store? That's our store, the state store. These other stores, the other folks' stores. Why would the state take from their own sales?
Taken from the other folks that want to privatize. We're trying to put the tool in the toolbox. Put a tool in the toolbox so that the privatization can't come forward. That's what it is.
So what now? What you say about the toolbox?
Put a tool in the toolbox so privatization can't come forward. They say that ABC doesn't pay their share of sales tax. Well, the private store does, so why we won't take it over here? It just takes that tool away from it.
What you want now? Let me ask this. Okay, well, excuse me.
This is what I want to know is that right here in this jurisdiction where we are now, the city of Montgomery tax is 10%. Pike Road is 9 cents. Montgomery County may be 9 cents. So if wherever the store is sitting, if that's what you say the tax would reflect.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Y'all gonna get something unconstitutional here in a minute. All in the same county.
Individual communities
In a state store that the state owned is now going to do different taxes across the board. I'm sorry, Mr. Costa.
No,
go ahead on back. I just want to let you see the differences in that.
They're operating as a private business, you know, as a business in the community.
The ABC store.
Yeah.
I understand, but I'm just want you to see that how that going to look. Right now, they're all 6 across the board.
I see what you're saying.
They're all 6 across the board now.
I see what you're saying.
So the stores in Montgomery probably gonna end up going out of business because everybody gonna run out the Pike Road. Because they're gonna go where it's cheaper.
They're still going to be cheaper at the ABC store because they got that.
I'm talking about where they don't have to pay as much tax then. Let's say that then. Okay? Because right now people run out there to the Walmart because they don't want to pay them extra 2 pennies. And stores will begin to go out of business over in Montgomery.
Yeah.
And you're gonna run over here. So the state gonna run some stores. You see what I'm saying? Gotta understand now. You got 3 different tax structures in one county, and the states of Alabama will be charging the 3 different tax structure levels in this one county. And if I can buy my liquor over here at Pike Road, that's where I'm gonna go because I don't have to pay as much taxes as I pay right here in the city of Montgomery.
I understand what you're saying. I think I can have a conversation with you that makes that.
You know, he brings out a good point about that, and that's called equal protection. And let me say this. The entities that the problem that's going to come in is not going to be, for instance, Pike Road, that the city of Pike Road has I'm gonna pick this out. They have a 3% sales tax. They charge every one of their businesses that's in there because those businesses were incorporated in that city or that franchise or whatever's in that city. The difference is we're the state, and our community for our geographical zone is the whole state. And if the whole state is there, that's what he was saying. We as a state cannot do that. We can't, I know what you were saying locally, but the problem is going to be is that when it doesn't apply to everybody equally, that's where you're going to start getting these lawsuits, you know, because you can't treat one state store different from another. It got to be uniformative. And so if what you're trying to get done, in my opinion, to do it, you can do it, but you got to say that the state stores in Alabama are raising down to 7, 8, 9, whatever you want to say. It's got to be that, but it's got to be for every state store. That's all I'm saying. That, you know what I mean? And I say it that to say this. We had a similar situation back in 96 or 98, where we had the same conversation about wine, just wine. Except we were relating it from import wines to wines that are made and manufactured here in Alabama. So what they said was, we gonna charge X amount of tax Alabama wine, but any wine that come in out the state, we gonna charge this particular tax. And those people took that all the way to the Alabama Supreme Court. And the Alabama Supreme Court declared that tax that was on that wine at that higher level outside coming in was unconstitutional. So that's under that same framework, it's what I'm making reference to this right here.
I'm gonna carry it over.
Oh, okay. You want me to yield back to you?
Would you?
Oh, okay.
Mr. President, I move we carry this bill over.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, Senate Bill 309 is carried over. All right, Secretary, call next bill on the calendar.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 233 by Representative Sorrells and others regarding motor vehicles. BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Kitchens.
I'd move for the BIR using the previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 233 by Representative Sorrells and others regarding motor vehicles.
All right, Senator Kitchens.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill right here deals with the titling of off-road vehicles, really to help if in cases that a vehicle may be stolen, to help the Sheriff's Department track those vehicles. We do have a committee amendment on there, so I would move for the adoption of the committee amendment that just exempts vehicles that are used on airport properties and certain agriculture vehicles. Move for the adoption of the committee amendment using previous role without objection.
Yeah, hold on, let me get the screen right here. Do y'all have the committee amendment? All right, I got a motion to adopt the committee amendment using previous role. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Kitchens.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we have an amendment, a floor amendment.
Mr. President, can I be recognized?
You're recognized.
I have an amendment, friendly amendment. I spoke to the House sponsor.
All right, Secretary Reed received the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill 233 by Senator Carnley. After line 137 on page 5, insert the following new subdivision and renumber the remaining subdivisions accordingly. Replace lines 317 through 318 on page 12 with the following.
Mr. President.
Senator Carnley.
What this does is just kind of gets a little more detail on who a vehicle, off-road vehicle dealer is, and there's no objection. Would like to pass a committee amendment using previous role. No objection.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Carnley, amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Kitchens.
Without any other questions, I'd move for final passage using previous role without objection.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
$28 ayes, 1 nay. House Bill 233 passes. Thank you, Senator Kitchens. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 187 by Representative Faulkner regarding income tax. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Hovey.
I move for the BIR using the previous role if there's no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, no nays.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 187 by Representative Faulkner regarding income tax.
Mr. President.
Senator Hovey.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill sponsored by me and Representative Faulkner, but in coordination with the Department of Revenue. This really just aligns a pass-through entity of a S Corp in the state of Alabama. It aligns their declaration for their tax classification to coincide with their filing date. And if my colleague across the way has no questions, we'll move for final passage.
So this is for S Corporation?
Well, they're pass-through entities.
For the pass-through?
Yes.
I got you.
All right, any objection to using previous role? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 187 passes. Thanks, Senator Hovey. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 89 by Representative Mooney regarding Shelby County. BR pending.
Senator Roberts.
Mr. President, I'd like to use the BR using previous roll without objection, please.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
All right, 29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 89 by Representative Mooney regarding Shelby County.
All right, Senator Roberts.
Mr. President, thank you very much. This proposed amendment to the existing law was drafted by the original author of this law, and the reason for it is this bill was put in place in 1988. But since that time, we've not had an election, and there was an election scheduled. So it's the will to come back and make this like every other library board, that they will be appointed by the elected officials. And that's what we're trying to do in Shelby County.
All right. Do you want to speak to this?
This affects 2 libraries in Shelby County only. Only 2 libraries. The North Shelby County Library District.
I just want to clear up something. We don't do that in Jefferson County. Not to no library board. No, we do not. We don't. No board in Jefferson County is appointed like that. Not statewide bills. Yeah, it's statewide bill. You gonna be messing with us. We don't do that in Jefferson County.
No, this is a local bill, but the information I have says all public library boards statewide are selected by county or city elected officials or the legislative delegation in which the libraries operate. This bill amends the current law to allow for North Shelby County Library, which is 2 library boards, to be selected in the same manner as every other library in the state by elected officials representing the library district. That's it.
I think that I think we need to do a little research to see if that only applies to what you just said, or whether it's going to apply to city libraries as well.
No, but listen
to the
This is North Shelby County Library districts only.
No. Now, let me say this. I know what your intent is, okay? But what you said when you read that out of that bill,
yes, that's not out of the bill. This is the talking points on the bill, sir.
Oh, they gave you some hot talking points then, because they said your talking points said this is the manner that the libraries are selected, and
library board members.
Yeah, but it doesn't designate that it's library board members in county only, or in whatever. That's what's got to be done. I'm not trying to change what you're doing.
Yes,
but that opens the door that makes cities to have to adapt to that, and it puts us in the vein of the interpretation of the courts to decide whether that pertains to cities or just counties only, because it doesn't say specifically and narrowly that it just says counties only. If that's the way counties been doing it, and it's county
you and I both know who drafted this bill. This was done in 1988 regular session, and it talks about, this is relating to Shelby County to amend the North Shelby County Library Board. The affairs and business of the district shall be managed by the library board consisting of 5 members. But since 1988, there's not been an election. There were methods for appointing absent board member, and so they've just been self-perpetuating since 1988. So the desire of the community, we've had public hearings, we've had all types of stuff, was these 2 North Shelby County libraries will now be appointed by the delegation who represent those libraries. That's it.
I see what your intent.
Yes, sir.
And I have no problem with your intent. But it sounds like that bill, opens up to more.
No, sir, it does not. The members of the library board shall be elected by the members of the Shelby County delegation, legislative delegation, who represent that, with documents filed with the judge of probate of Shelby County. This is Shelby County specific, impacting only 2 libraries. These are the ones, we both know who got this done. Their taxes on businesses are large. Every time I close a piece of property down there, library board districts are prorated, and you go from there. And a lot of times, as you know, being an attorney, how closings can happen, they may be some arrears in place here. And sometimes those are larger because each resident pays to get these 2 libraries located in their district. So these were 2 libraries that were put in place for the benefit of the residents in that local area, is what it was.
How many pages is that bill?
4.
I'm with you on what you're trying to do. I just want to make sure that this does not. And let me go back to over here where we were reading, if you don't mind. I just want to look at that little part right there. Not the I'm with you on the Shelby County. I just don't want.
Yeah, it's 2 libraries in North Shelby.
Okay.
That would be the one located on Highway 119, and the other would be in Mount Laurel. It's a local bill that now the Jefferson County the Shelby County attorney, for them whom you know well, who served in this body, got this done so we could build these 2 libraries to support that part of the county, because Shelby County was not in a position to put libraries in that area. All right, so with that, Mr. President, I'd like to move that we pass this final passage using previous roll without objection.
You need to come back for any reason.
Oh, excuse me, unless.
No, yeah, it's good.
We're good.
All right, any
Would
objection?
you like to renew that motion? Thank you.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 89 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah. Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 292 by Senator Elliott regarding the State Licensing Board for General Contractors. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Elliott.
Move to adopt the BIR using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Williams.
(29 ayes, 0 nays). The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 292 by Senator Elliott regarding the State Licensing Board for General Contractors.
Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill deals with the Alabama Board for General Contractors, and it takes the threshold to requiring a general contractor's license from $50,000 worth of work to $100,000 worth of work. It also gets specific with these labor brokers that sometimes go out and find labor for general contractors to use, and it says that that labor broker doesn't have to be a general contractor. There's been some confusion. The general contractors have asked me to bring this bill, and since we have a board that's trying to reduce the number of folks that's licensed, and I'm all in favor of that.
Oh, you know I'm finna. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
All right, Senator.
You know I'm finna ask you about that, since you're trying to focus on, will the general contractors be a part of your first tier?
This, no, sir, they were not. They were not in phase 1 or phase 2.
So they're exempt because they're doing all right. Because that's your profession.
They're doing very well. That is my profession. That is my profession.
You don't want them to fall up under the big book. They don't fall in the Big Bertha.
They're not in that bill, no, sir.
So why are you taking it from $50,000 to $100,000 in terms of general contractor? Because see, I see that taking some of these small contractors out. Sometimes these guys just can't get a $100,000 contract, and they want to be a GC on it, and that's where minority contractors may not be able to get there sometimes. Okay, explain to me, help me understand that.
So they could still apply to be a general contractor. They just don't have to be in order to do up to $100,000 worth of work. So they can still apply. There's just frankly, it costs a lot to maintain that license. There's a lot of fees and insurance requirements and other things associated with it. So for smaller businesses, it makes sense to not have, it would make more sense to not get that license if you don't need it, but you sure can. So if you're doing work that's under that $100,000, you don't have to have that license if this passes.
So you're saying you don't have to have that license, but a lot of times I may want my resume to reflect that I've been a GC.
Go get it.
I want my resume to reflect that I've been a GC, because that's a lot of time with minority contractors is we don't get GC work because we always been doing subbing, or we don't have that resume to say that I've been a GC on this particular. I know 50,000 may not get you no $1 million job, however, but it does show that you have the leadership in being a GC.
Senator, you can go get a license and not do any work. No dollars.
I understand that.
So all this is saying is you're not required to get that license if you're doing work less than $100,000. You're able to go get it. You can, you may, if you want to. This keeps folks from having to get that license to do that $100,000 in sub work.
I understand. I hear you. And so if they're under $100,000, if it's just a contract, they don't have to say that they're a GC, they're not a sub, it's just a contract.
That's correct. And what you might see sometimes, and I can see this in the industry, and I'm kind of putting a scenario out there, but you may have a home builder that does construction work, understands what they're doing, but they're doing work on a commercial project, which usually means, hey, I got to go get a GC license. Well, if it's some small light commercial work, in order to do that type of work, they'd have to jump through all these hoops to get these commercial license just because it's a commercial property. But they wouldn't have to in this instance unless it exceeded $100,000.
So that will allow them to do it same thing on a commercial project also, as well as.
Let's take a small office remodel or something like that, some small building or something like that that's not up to that $100,000 level. Well, if you're a small time home builder or something like that, you can go do work on that commercial property that's likely not all that complex and doesn't reach this $100,000 threshold.
So now cities and counties can't require you be a GC to do that then, under this bill?
No, well, the requirement to be a general contractor, they could put in an RFP, maybe. I guess I could see that contractually they may be able to require it, but they couldn't require it under the GC statute.
Okay, under GC statute. Okay, all right. It makes sense.
Thanks.
This time.
There's always tomorrow.
Oh, no, it's always in the next minute here.
Yeah, but this is the last one I got to deal with.
I can't give you that much latitude tomorrow, Junior. I got to stay on top of you right now.
Mr. President, move for final passage of SB 92 using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Straw written. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 292 passes. Thank you, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 11 of the calendar, House Bill number 121 by Representative Carnes and others regarding county and municipal employees.
I hear you,
Mr. President,
Roberts.
I'd like to move our previous roll without objection, please.
Hold up, what you doing here? Hold up, wait a minute, it's too fast. Wait a minute, Dan. You be coming up them.
This is a bill that's very favorable. You can have your partner in crime over there if you want come up. He's aware of this. But he's also my partner in crime many, many times. And it's a whistleblower bill, Senator.
Okay.
So without objection, I'd like to move the BR, sir.
I'm sorry, I ain't no rat, so I can't vote for this, man. I don't rat on folks. I can't vote for this bill. I'm not a rat. I ain't no snitch,
rat, I didn't say rat.
I ain't no snitch, man. I ain't snitching, man. Snitches get stitches.
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
All right, we got a motion to adopt the BIR using a previous roll. Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Straw written. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 11 of the calendar, House Bill number 121 by Representative Carnes and others regarding county and municipal employees.
Mr. President, HB 121 states that employees of municipalities, counties, employees of other local political subdivision boards, commissions, councils, etc., may not transfer, demote, suspend, or fire in retaliation for reported unlawful acts, regulation, or rule. Current state law covers state employees, and this legislation simply extends the same whistleblower protection afforded state employees to municipal, county, as I said. And with that, Mr. President, unless my colleague has a question, I'd like to move final passage.
Using previous roll?
Without objection,
All right,
sir.
any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 121 passes.
Mr. President, the only thing I wanted to know with my colleague, wanted to review this bill one more time and change it to, what do you call it, the stitches bill?
Yeah, the snitches get stitches.
Snitches get stitches bill. I don't know,
Right.
are you making that motion? I didn't know what you wanted.
Get hit down, get beat down here
All
to
right.
the white meat.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, if you'd like, you can go talk to former Representative Rose. She can explain that to you. All right.
Thank
That's what
you.
I'm saying. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Thank you.
On page 52 of the calendar,
Now.
Senate Bill number 164 by Senator Price and others regarding animals. BR pending.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator Price.
President. I'd like to ask for the BIR with the previous rolls without any projection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 164 by Senator Price regarding animals. Committee substitute pending.
All right, Senator Price.
Mr. President, first I'd like to pass the committee substitute with the previous roll without any
Would you explain the committee substitute?
Yes, sir. What this bill does, and thank you for asking, what this bill does is a bovine protection bill as far as we have a lot of producers throughout the state that are in the purebred business, and they have activities as far as on their farms. And a lot of times they don't know who is coming because it's maybe advertised through publications and that kind of thing. So this is a tool that has been used in numerous states, like the state of Tennessee. It's kind of similar to the equine bill that you guys passed many years ago, and it gives them the liability protection that they need. And so that's what this substitute does. We made a few changes to for a couple of people that like to change a word or two, but that's what happened. But it takes care of the liability to help those producers across our state that are having those events.
Mr. Chairman. So they're having these shows or what have you on their property.
Yeah, Senator,
And when
what
the people
happens?
come to town and you're going to have guests coming onto your property.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
you're just trying to make sure that you are protected as those guests come on your property.
That is correct, sir.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
I got you. I'm fine.
Any other questions?
No.
Without any other question, Mr. President, pass for the committee
All right.
previous roll.
Okay. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitute's adopted. All right, Senator Price.
If there's not any other questions, I move for final passage with using previous roll without any objections.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 164 passes. Thanks, Senator Price.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, call next bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 229 by Senator Kelly and others regarding Jacksonville State University. BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator, you're recognized.
move adoption of the BIR by previous rule, no objections.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 229 by Senator Kelly and others regarding Jacksonville State University. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Kelly.
Clarification, do we need to move adoption of the?
We're on the committee amendment. If y'all want to adopt that, we
Move adoption of the committee amendment, Mr. President.
All right, Senator.
Mr. President, could you explain the amendment?
Yes, sir. What it does is allows for the addition of 2 extra board members, and it does classify that 2 of 4 board members will be outside of the state. 2 inside, 2 outside of the at-large members. And the bill with that adoption would create a total of 13 board members instead of 11 to expand the diversity that we've got.
I got you. Okay. That was the only question.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, move for adoption of the committee amendment, sir.
Using previous roll?
Yes, sir.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. All right.
Mr. President, move adoption of the bill for the final reading with previous roll without objection.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 229 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah. Thanks, Sir Kelly. Our Secretary, call next bill.
Page 55 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 286 by Senator Gudger regarding the Alabama Film Office. BR pending.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're here on SB 286. I'd like to bring that up and make a motion to move the BIR.
All right.
Using previous.
I'll speak to the BIR?
Yes.
You're recognized.
Well, tell me about this film office.
Okay. We have
and I'm going to tell you what my questions about going to be, and then you can kind of roll into them if you can.
Okay.
About the film office, what relationship do they have to providing, i.e. grants, relationship to small companies making film? Do they have a board that's over them? And what is their purpose and function?
Good questions on both of them. So currently we have a film office that is under the Department of Commerce, and we have the person that's running that is part-time, and we have put in the budget every year since 2009, I believe, $20 million. Of that, they do, I'm not going to say if they do give out grants, but they give incentives for people that come here to make films, movies, TV series in the state of Alabama. What that covers is a wide variety of things, of renting locations to do film here, being able to have whatever expenses to be able to produce that movie here. And because what that does is bring that industry, the film industry, jobs, economic development, anything you can possibly think of for us to get a return on our investment. What we're trying to do now, and what this bill does here, is that it creates, for the first time ever, in that film office, we're expanding it to called an entertainment office. Okay, the reason being, there's 2 other aspects to this that people have come to the state of Alabama to want to like to get incentives, and that is number 1, music, recordings for TV series, movies, whatever it might be. And then number 3 is videos. And the video gaming and anything in that industry is huge. And so from that, we're missing out on those opportunities. So now we're taking it from a film office to an entertainment office that will do music, videos, and film, and bringing people into the state of Alabama to do that. What you're seeing now is that we run out of our $20 million incentive, and it goes, maybe comes here for a couple days or a couple weeks if they got one of the incentives. And then it goes back to Georgia where they can get a lot bigger incentives. And so our goal in this is to create an office with a full-time person that's a director with staff so that we can put money into it so we can get more. Now, this isn't having to do with the funding. This is just setting up the office is what this bill does.
How would people get an opportunity to work in this? Do they have the good old boy system where they know Joe wants a job, so they get Joe one in the department, and there's no opportunities for people who are not in the good old boy system to get a chance to work in this expanded department? How would that go about?
Are you talking about in the Department of Commerce or getting the money for the incentives?
And in the film department, if I heard you right, you're saying that they're going to expand that department and bring into entertainment and everything. How are people going to be able to, from the outside, have a chance to really get a job, not just where they can apply? That's, that's everybody in the world can apply, but they can throw it in the file
13 and nobody get a chance to really get that job. So are they under the personnel board, civil service board, the state board, or are they just under their own board and they pick somebody and put there? Do you know?
No, yeah, so you've got the Secretary, Ellen McNair, that's over the Department of Commerce. Then we're going to pick a director, and who picks that or appoints that particular person is Ellen McNair, all right, which is today's the Secretary of Commerce. But then from that, we're asking all communities that has expertise in this field, of all three of those fields, to submit applications into the Department of Commerce so that she can pick the best educated one, and then from that, also the pay structure of their education behind it. And so I don't think there is any reason why this is not open to everyone in the state of Alabama.
What is the general makeup of that Department of Commerce, in terms of diversity? You got an idea? Can somebody tell us?
I do not know that. I'll try to find that out, but I do not know the answer to that question, sir.
Can reference answer that question? It's a hard question, but I'm trying to determine that information. Did somebody send it to you?
No, I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to text my, my son just called me, and that's the reason.
Well, no, you take that.
Yeah.
I'll talk as long as you want to. You got to talk to him now.
I'll just text him.
I thought I'd let you know that. I just started talking to you, so I'm through talking to him.
You got it.
I know how critical that is. That's all I want to tell you. You know, I know exactly how critical that is. The other thing is that back in the day, we had a robust effort to expand filmmaking. And actually, Representative Earl Hilliard Jr. Championed that here in the legislature when he was in the House. And see, we have a sidewalk film festival in Birmingham. So you have all of those small folks that make films, and you get a chance to see it. How they gonna get some of this money? I mean, because back then they were getting some of this money when he first set up whatever he set up. That they were getting money. All these small film companies. I mean, in the state. I ain't just talking about them taking all that $20 million running over to Georgia, just like you just said, getting folks from all over there, and then they come over here and get the money and go on back over there with with a little trailer on the back full of money. I mean, we got people in the state who trying their best to get off their feet making films. How they gonna get the money? What's the process? I mean, I know I'm asking you a lot of questions, but I think they need to be providing that information to us. I mean, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's a State Department, we're state legislators, and they're not telling us that. They're not even sending me one of them little sheets. The little sheets you get from people, just like the sheet we got about these kids in the summertime. That 500,000 kids are not going to have a meal this summer, next summer, or no other summer.
The EBT?
Yeah. I mean, they at least give us that information. I got it on my desk. But the film folks ain't sent me nothing. They don't even have to come talk to me. I don't need all that attention. I just need some information. And they haven't given me any information. So
I don't have a bullet sheet either. It's just I'm smiling at you for that reason anyway. So I'm getting confirmation on one of your questions. So on the making of the films for the Sidewalk Festival, they can get money and apply through the applications to get money through the films that they're producing. As far as the festival itself, the Sidewalk Film Festival, that festival can't get money through here, but the making of the films of everybody that's in Alabama, bringing those to the film festival can get. Now the film festival, that would be under tourism, where this would be under Department of Commerce. Okay. But they're able to get applications through the tourism grants that we do.
And tourism does a good job. I want to just say that to them on the mic. Yeah. They do a good job of trying to make sure that all those kind of things in the state are supported by their department. So I give them their flowers. But I'm concerned about over here because, a little apartment, part-time person, we throwing $20 million over there. Now we've been expanding. Everything we have $40 million over there. Then,
if it produces jobs and brings return on investment back, we're good for that, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if it producing jobs for our whole state.
The whole state.
Whole.
I got you.
Whole.
I understand where you are. I got
whole state.
Whole state.
And I'm concerned because I haven't heard much out that department since I've been in the legislature about opportunity to get jobs. I mean, you know, when Mr. Canfield was in there, you know, I knew him because he's from Jefferson County. You know, at least he was up in our county before he came here.
Right.
But the crowd we got in there now, I don't know nothing about them, and I don't know what they doing in there. It seems they take like the Department of Public Accounts. Ms. Rilla's doing an outstanding job.
Right.
And she's doing an outstanding job with being inclusive. I mean, I see it. You know, that's what I'm saying. You see. But I can't see nothing out this department. So how you think I can get that information?
I think we can get that information pretty quick to you. Secretary Ella McNair is somebody that I know very well, very good friends. We've been working together since 2006 when I was on city council, all the way till now. When Governor Ivey appointed her in that position, she's wanting to come to the State House. I would love for her to maybe not only come to your office, but come and meet the caucus on both sides of the aisle so that she can introduce herself to everybody that doesn't know her, because we need a direct relationship with the Department of Commerce, correct? And as we go forward, then we have that direct phone number that we can call up and pick up the phone call and answer some of those questions that you just asked me, because I have not been asked those questions before, and I don't know, but we will find out. And again, this particular bill only does really the
Time's
thing.
expired on the BR.
Okay.
What was your motion? Using previous role?
Using previous role without
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 55 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 286 by Senator Gudger regarding the Alabama Film Office.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
I'll have more conversation, or I'll be more than happy to make final motion using previous role without objection, either one.
Yeah.
All right, Senator Smitherman.
I need I do need for them to see if they can provide that information, though.
I can do that.
You know, because and also the other question I want to ask this. I want to ask the question of that department is that out of all these super projects they've been going around the world getting, how many of those are in Jefferson County? I am not asking you, but I would like to know that. Because I ain't been invited to no ribbon cutting for nobody. And if it is, you know, it may be somewhere I don't even know. I mean, I can't understand that.
Right.
That some departments will do that. They'll notify all of us if something is happening within that district or that county or like that. But I haven't gotten out, the whole time I've been in the legislature, I haven't gotten any kind of notice from this department here. And they go around the world bringing in business.
I think
I mean, for the state, everywhere in the world. But I haven't been privy to that pre-information. And so I just like to know, let's just pick this out. That's what I said, maybe in the last 10 years, I'm gonna give them a little break. I'm gonna say 10 years, what have they brought to Jefferson County? And then in the last 5 years.
I'm not sure if it's broke down to Jefferson County right now, but if it's not, it will be, and to get that. And then I'm getting this information now that we all got on our desk today since we've been out here, saying there's a report on all of our desks right now showing the new and expanding report delivered to all of our offices today shows us a lot of some of the incentives and where that money went and how it was returned on investment there. And so we will have some information, but not all that you're asking for. But I'll make sure that by the end of you get out of here on Thursday, we'll make sure we have that to you.
So there's a breakdown of their employees.
We'll get that for you.
You know, and then about the areas of whether they've brought the businesses to.
We can do that. And then also, I know for a fact from the outside looking in, there's a majority of females as far as the diversity and everything. I'm not sure as far as that, but we'll get that for you.
Okay.
And this particular bill, again, creates a director for that office that would be able to help with everything you're saying, because there was a part-time person there for the last 15 years approximately. And now if we pass this and the House passes, we'll have a full-time director so that we're able to go forward and be able to have somebody that can call you to say, do this ribbon cutting and come out to let the legislators know what's going on.
Does it talk about what the salary of the new director is going to be?
The salary of director is going to be competitive underneath the Secretary of Commerce that would be set by that person, but then also signed off on by the governor to make it competitive. We don't want to be too low on it. We don't want to be too high. We need to be somewhere where our state is competitive.
Do we know what range we're talking about from the low to the high? I mean, we may not know what this person's going to make, but do we know what
I would imagine
the
looking
range?
at the other departments or cabinet member people, and then from that, around that range, or a little bit less, because obviously it wouldn't be as large as the Secretary of Commerce. Okay?
We got some good folks.
You got it. I got my homework to do. I'll bring it to you then, okay?
Okay,
You
all
okay
right.
with me moving forward?
I'll yield back to him.
Mr. President, I'd like to make the final motion using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 286 passes. Thanks, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate you.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 40 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 260 by Senator Chambliss regarding tax lien auctions and sales. BR pendings.
Mr. President.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, this bill is a bill by the Alabama Association of Tax Assessors. There's a lot of cleanup language in their section of the code, and make some changes as well. First of all, we have a committee amendment, I'm sorry. And we'd need to do the BIR before that, but let me explain the committee amendment just so you understand where we're headed. The committee amendment, it's talking about a tax lien. Somebody is not paid their taxes, somebody buys a tax lien, that kind of thing. The way the bill was worded, they could be held accountable for something that happened on that property. They're not even there, that kind of thing.
Who you talking about? The people who own it?
No, the person who bought the tax lien.
Okay.
They could be liable. So the First Amendment just clarifies that they're not liable for something that happened on the property. They had nothing to do with it. So
what happened? Let me ask you this: are you saying at what point do they allow? At what point does liability does not attach? At what point in that, when you said they bought it, are we saying that the liability before they bought it? Are we saying the liability after they bought it, but they have not received a tax deed yet? Or are we saying the liability after they've received from the state a tax deed? Which one of those?
So the holder of the certificate would not be liable for code violations that happened before they obtained the tax lien certificate. Unless they themselves violated it, then they're still responsible for that.
So are we saying that I buy a piece of property from this senator and it's a code violation on the wiring? Now, I hear that you are saying that I won't be liable for the code violation, but does that mean that since I bought the house from him, it's a code violation, I'm not liable for code violation because it was there?
Right.
Does that mean I can then just start living in the house that's got a code violation? I don't have to do nothing to fix it or nothing?
No,
What that mean?
It's not held criminally or civilly liable.
Well, I want to stay in the house.
Well,
what I got to do
you're
then?
the lawyer, you're asking me all these questions that you know the answer to. I know you do.
Say know the answer to. A couple of them I did know the answer to.
So I think the gist of it is they still have to get in compliance, but they just couldn't be sued for something that happened before they were involved.
All right, I'm on board with that part.
Okay.
Because that's the way we did brownfield legislation.
That's right.
So I'm familiar with what you're saying. What's the next point?
Well, do we need to go ahead and do the BIR?
Oh, yeah, you can go and do that.
Okay,
Yeah,
then
go
we'll
on.
get into all the details of the
Yeah,
bill.
go right on.
Mr. President, with that, I'll move the BIR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Straw written. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays, so the BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 40 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 260 by Senator Chambliss regarding tax lien auctions and sales. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the committee amendment using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Straw written. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays, the committee amendment's adopted.
Now, what did it do?
All right, now we're on the bill. That was just the amendment we just talked about.
Okay.
Yeah. So the bill does a lot of things. It's kind of a rewrite from those who deal with this every day. So the first thing that it does is it restricts the hours of the tax lien sale to 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Why?
Because, we do some of this stuff online and all that kind of stuff. Somebody could do it in the middle of the night and nobody ever even know it.
Oh, I got you.
So they could set it up where it could, okay, you be ready at 2 a.m. and that.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
So it would prohibit that kind of thing.
Okay.
Okay. The next thing. Right now, there are 3 separate fees that are associated with these tax liens. This bill would consolidate those 3 separate fees. You have to pay it 3 different times, and they're all $20, $25, that kind of thing. So it would consolidate it into one fee, but that consolidated amount is the same amount that it currently is.
Okay.
It's a convenience thing.
Okay.
If an in-person auction ends in a tie, can't determine the winner, they would draw lots to determine who that winner is. If the online auction ends in a tie, they would resolve that by a random number generator. So right now, there's no provision in the law. This adds provisions to the law in case of a tie. The next thing, it's all existing law. Okay, if the tax lien holder fails to exercise the first right to purchase the tax lien, so I've got a tax lien certificate, and so that means I have first rights, but I don't exercise my first right, then they're going to add that amount to the purchase price of the subsequent tax lien or sale. So
in other words, you buy for $100, you got a tax lien, whatever it is that you bought it.
That doesn't just evaporate; it carries.
So I come back in some kind of way to get it. I got to pay $200. I got to pay your $100, and then I got to pay for it too, right or wrong?
No, I don't think it doubles it, but you would take that original amount and then add whatever's accrued since then, add it to it.
Okay.
That old that old amount just doesn't go away. It carries forward. The next thing is transfer of the tax lien certificate shall vest in the transferee all the rights and title of the previous holder. And again, same thing. The previous holder didn't.
I got you.
It carries forward. Same principle. And then the next item, the amount paid from the transfer shall be distributed to the previous holder of the tax lien certificate, along with a notice of cancellation of the previous tax lien certificate. So when you get this transfer, the previous holder still has some rights there. It's within 30 days.
What's the advantage of this bill, in your opinion?
overall, the advantages is we have our revenue commissioners statewide who deal with this on a daily basis. And they've seen a problem here, a problem there, a problem here, a problem there. So they all got together and said, okay, why don't we fix these problems? So they say, well, I have this problem. And then they, not me because I don't deal with it every day, they did all this debate and say, well, we could do this, we could do this, well, let's do it this way. And then they kind of all come to an agreement and then move forward. And then that's where this came from.
Okay.
Is all of those kind of debating those issues from their everyday.
Do you think this is a good bill?
I do.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna yield back to you then.
Thank you, sir. With that, I would move final passage of SB 260 using the previous roll.
Any objections? No objections? Secretary, call the roll.
Previous roll.
Previous roll. Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams. $29 ayes, no nays. Bill passed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Okay, call
Senator.
the next bill. Page 20 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 219 by Senator Shelnut and others regarding the Alabama Farm Center. BR pending. Senator Shelnut.
I believe we've already passed the BR. Okay. So we should be on the bill. And we have my vision's getting bad late. I need to expand it, make it bigger. I believe we're on the committee amendments. Do we have some committee amendments pending?
Committee members, yes. Go ahead.
All right. Move to adopt the committee amendments.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the committee amendment.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. I really appreciate you bringing this bill back up. If y'all got dinner planned, you can go to dinner. It's 7 now, 8, 9. I got 2 amendments, 10. I can talk on both of those. Yep, about midnight. And the committee amendment.
Be glad to. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
As currently drafted, SB 219 permits any individual to incorporate the Farm Center. This clarifies that an individual associated with the Farm Center project would incorporate the entity, not just any individual. And also, as currently drafted, SB 219 risks being construed as a local law because of the limited applicability to the county with the largest population. The intention of the bill is to create a statewide farm center for the use and enjoyment of citizens across the state. But the center has to be located somewhere. Hallmark Farms, which I hope you've had a chance to visit, is in Jefferson County and will be the location for the farm center. But it is not necessary to put this in the statute. And then also, as currently drafted, SB 219 lacks a severability clause. And this is a security measure to protect the remainder of the act in the unlikely circumstance that a portion of the be declared unconstitutional.
Thank you. I'm not even, the severability clause is one of the issues that I have with here, because I think if you got to put a severability clause in something that you think that will be unconstitutional, you already know it's unconstitutional. You already know. That's why the court, why you throw this in here. So let's get back before I even get to the unconstitutionality of this, in terms of that. So we have some smart lawyers. They wrote it up and they hooked this thing up. And so let me ask you this question. How much will this center cost, and how much are you all going to put the state on the hook for? I know this bill doesn't talk about any money, but you're going to come back for some money. It wouldn't be the organization that you're sponsoring it for. It wouldn't be, that's too much like right if they didn't ask for some money. What, about 100 million? 150 million?
You asking me?
I'm asking, yes.
Well, I'm not coming asking for any money, but I mean, I know Jefferson County is very fired up about this project and is willing to put some money into it, but I'm not sure.
You know, what's interesting about that to me is that Jefferson County want this project so bad that they don't even see all the pitfalls in it that really takes away a lot of power from Jefferson County. And I just don't understand how they're willing to give up all of their taxes. They're willing to give up, the ability to be able to make decisions inside of that zone. It could be I know y'all already know where it's going to be, but it could be in a residential zone, and Jefferson County wouldn't care at this time. They just so happy to get this. I understand that people from the county commission been calling that we support this. This is economic development, this, economic development, that. This is a bad bill. This is really a bad precedent to be setting, a bad bill, and then you're going to come back and ask the state of Alabama probably to spend maybe $100 million to probably help try to build it in the name that it is a public facility. And we basically know what organization that is out there behind this. It's the same people that if I decided today that I wanted to pass a local tax to get my schools, they will have big no signs on their property trying to defeat me for having schools. But yet and still, they want all the tax breaks. They want everything that is a giveaway. Because I have an amendment here that I'm going to offer in a few minutes that's going to take away some of that stuff, that they're going to have to pay some taxes. We'll get that done. They make sure that it has to be set on a 500-acre parcel of land. You have appointment authorities here, and those appointment authorities is that one member appointed by the county commission in the county in which the Alabama Farm Center will be located, who will be a farmer and a resident of the county. Now, one member appointed by the county commission of the county in which the Alabama Farm Center will be located, who shall be a farmer and a resident of that county. How many farmers they got on the county commission? So they're already saying that who they're going to be. I know Commissioner Tyson, she ain't no farmer. Commissioner Scale ain't no farmer, so that means that nobody black gonna get that. Nobody black will get it. So that tell me that you wrote that to make sure that nobody black will be able to get that. And who shall be a farmer? What's the farm? What farmer is on the Jefferson County Commission? Stevens. So that's written for him, right? That's one mistake right there with me. That's written for Mr. Stevens. All right. All right, written for him, Stevens. Okay. You see little stuff like that. And I don't understand why Jefferson County folk didn't catch that. That's slick, And then 2 members appointed by the Alabama Farm Federation who shall each be a farmer. So why would the Alabama Farm Federation need it if this is a public entity that's being created by the state and the county? Why would they need to be one? Why would they need to be get 2 appointments? That's another red flag. Okay? Now, the other appointment. 1 appointment shall reside in the county north of or in Pickens County. It's counted by 80% white. Probably won't be nobody black on that either. Tuscaloosa, Bibb, Shelby, Coosa, Tallapoosa, Chambers, Green, Hale, I bet it won't be Bobby Singer, Perry, Chilton, Elmo, Macon, or Lee County. Or Lee County, not and Lee County, but or Lee County. So they'll probably rule out Macon and go to Lee. The appointed authorities shall coordinate their appointments to assure that the membership of the board, this is supposed to be for me, hear that little weak language right here, be inclusive and reflects the racial, gender, geographic, urban, rural, and economic diversity of this state. Let's put that in there. Maybe we get Bobby to go along with it. Red flag. Each member shall serve a term of 5 years, except the initial member shall serve the terms of the following. The member appointed by the governor shall serve a 1-year term. Governor get 1 year. Member appointed by the Commissioner of Agriculture and Industry shall serve 2 years. The member appointed by the county commission in the county in which the Alabama Farm Center will be located will get 3 years. One member appointed by the Alabama Farmers Association Federation shall serve a term of 4 years, and other members appointed by the Farmers Federation should be 5. Now they get to get a 4 and a 5 year appointment. The governor don't get to get but 1 year appointment. Good God Almighty, they got more power than the governor in appointments. More power than the county commission to whom the county is sitting in. They only get a 3-year appointment. 4 more red flags. Wow. The board should elect the chair, who should be the farmer, should be a farmer. Preference, if I said it had to be black, y'all would have said that we can't do preferences like that, okay? And a secretary from among its membership. Any vacancy on the board shall be filled by appointing authority who appointed by the vacating member. Any member, let me go back to that. Any vacancy on the board shall be filled by the appointing authority who appointed the vacating member, all right? Any member may be removed for cause upon a majority vote by all the other members. No member may have an interest directly or indirectly in any contract for work, materials, or service or profits therefore to be performed under the authority conferred by this act if the member directly or indirectly has more than 10% interest in any business, firm, corporation, or profits thereof furnishing or providing work, materials, or services. That might disqualify the farmer. The board may appoint an advisory council consisting of not more than 10 members to advise the board. Advisory council members shall serve 2-year terms and may be appointed to additional terms by the board. Now, does that minority language go with that board also? Excuse me, sir. Does that the minority language, does that race, gender language go with that advisory board also? It doesn't make it reflective of it. Just asking.
What page are you on, Senator?
I'm on page 5. The advisory board.
I'm sure it does.
Are you sure?
I'm sure it would be no problem too.
I don't think it does.
But as far as your appointments, you were talking about the governor having a 1 year. They're just staggered. They're all going to serve 5 years, but her first appointment served 1 year in the beginning. So they staggered them so that they all won't be coming off at the same time.
Yeah, but you would want to at least get a governor her first 1 5 year. How come the Farmer Federation can't take theirs for 1 year when they first start? That's just all I'm saying. That make the governor look like she weak. She get the least of the years of a person. You know? To plan for construction and development of the Alabama Farm Center on property owned by the corporation, construction and development may include without limitation of any of the following: building to hold offices for use and to house and accommodate public facilities in the government entities, streets, boulevard, walks, parkways, parks, other places of recreation, monuments, statues. Now, I wonder whether they're going to fall under the monuments and statute rule. Now, y'all better watch what you're building up there, because I said Senator from Tuscaloosa, and get on y'all. And other structures are beautifying the Alabama Farm Center. Community houses, meeting houses, auditorium, arenas, convention halls, sports facilities, stadiums, hotels, or other facilities for the use of the transient guests housing facility, multifamily housing, dormitory housing, food courts, etc., music halls, any other buildings. I want to get down to this taxing part over here. Here it is: to make and enter into a contract and to execute all instruments necessary or convenient to lease or purchase own real or personal property to be used for the furtherance of the purpose of which the center is created. To plan for programs, exhibits, and centers, da-da-da-da. Where's my taxing part? I had it written out here. See, this is the problem that I have with this bill, is that Jefferson County and the state of Alabama is just willing to give away everything for this particular center. Now, I had a little bill that was on the workforce that I thought was pushing a little bit far, giving away things, and people sit down and they worked on that bill and they worked on that bill. The counties and the cities tried to make sure that there was no eminent domain problems that was going on, and they're making sure all these things was happening. But in this bill, everybody seemed to want to let this little old bill go by. But this is going to be, how much this center going to cost? About $300 million? Excuse me, sir? How much this center going to cost? You ignoring me? Now, I know I'm going to take a couple more hours now.
Sorry, Senator. I do not know the final cost of what, that the board, until the board gets established and takes over control and makes those decisions, I don't think we know what will cost in the end. But I know you'll be very proud of it. I'm sure you'll come visit it. And I look
Probably
forward to
not.
having you up to Jefferson
Probably
County.
not.
Yeah, I'll have you up there for some events, and we'll have a good time.
Probably not.
Can I ask you something, though, since it's a farm center? I got to know, what do you eat for lunch? Because I'm amazed at, how much energy you have, and you come up here and talk.
I really didn't. I had some chicken and some collard greens and some black-eyed peas.
That sounds pretty good.
And some cornbread.
I got to start
from Miss
having
Martha's place.
I got to start having lunch with you on Tuesday, because you just have so much energy. You're amazing.
You should.
I should.
You should. We put that Democratic juice in our food. Your sister might not be able to take it. We put that Democratic super juice in our food. So I understand that you may even have another amendment that you want to put on this bill, right?
Been working with Senator Coleman Madison. I believe she does have an acceptable amendment, agreed upon amendment that we've been working with.
Y'all agree with one on her?
Yes, sir. It just says that the corporation will be subject to a 2-year audit every 2 years.
Okay, that's good. At least y'all want some. I mean, audit, and then you ain't got no taxes. You don't be paying no taxes on that.
They're going to be paying taxes. The county can choose to, rebate them back if they want to.
Yeah, you
ain't
ain't paying no taxes. The county commission of the county in which the Alabama Farm Center will be located at the time of the formation of the corporation may opt out of the requirements to rebate sale taxes collected by the private entity. Joint venture partner or public or private partnership. The corporation may enter into a revenue sharing agreement with the county commission of the county in which the center will be located. See, that's where some of that unconstitutional stuff may come, because counties can be doing a whole lot of revenue sharing with private entities. So that's where that unconstitutional stuff might fall in line right there. Right down that line right there. I think that's where they know that may happen, all right? Well, I'll stop that. The corporation may enter into a revenue sharing agreement with the county commission of the county in which the center will be located and the municipality therein to share any tax revenue generated by the corporation outside of the operational area outlined in the corporation articles of incorporation. The corporation is exempt from paying all state, county, and local ad valorem taxes Are these non-educational taxes? So what happened to the schools in that area? Were they receiving any money out of that? Because they get a little money out the ad valorem taxes.
The nearest municipality is Warrior, and they're fine with not collecting the taxes, and the county, like I said, is fine with it. They're all agreeable because they know what a wonderful project it will be and what the revenue that it will bring in that will make up for the lost.
So the corporation exempt from paying all state, county, and local ad valorem taxes. The corporation is exempt from paying any other taxes levied by a county, municipality, or other political subdivision of this state, including but not limited to license and excise taxes imposed relating to the privilege of engaging in any activities that the corporation may engage in. My God. The Agricultural Exhibition Center Corporation shall be deemed an economic development organization, and the Alabama Farm Center shall be deemed a site for purpose of Article 19, Chapter 18, Title 40 of the Code of Alabama, and shall act upon immediately. So, Warrior's okay with giving them all their taxes away. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, they are very agreeable because they know what a wonderful project this will be for the area and what it'll bring to the area. Not only to the area, not only to their city, to the county, but also to the state. This is a statewide farm center that's going to be great for the state. I look forward to having you up there. Eat some collard greens, some black eyed peas.
And you know, this is the other trick right here where you don't have to have a lot of minority participation in it, right? Let's look at how it's going to be built. Design bill. We're doing that right now with the prison. Under the design bill, you can just name your contractor. You don't have to put out no bid for him. You just name them who you want. Bring them in there and let them build it. Design bill, operate. My God. Design bill, own, operate. Design bill, own, operate, and maintain. Design bill, finance, operate, maintain. Or other similar arrangements or agreements pursuant to which the design, right-of-way acquisition, relocation of structures or utilities, construction, financing, ownership, management, maintenance, and operation, or any combination thereof of the project is accomplished by or behalf of the corporation. So on the design bill, they don't have to go out and do no major bidding on a contract. You just get to choose who you want. So they're not only going to design the bill, they're going to design the bill on the finance, so they're going to choose the financing corporation they want to. They're going to choose, they're going to go out and choose who they want to manage it and maintenance, and they're going to have all this already stacked up. This bill is already set up for somebody. They already know who they're going to go on and do this with. It's already designed for somebody, because if it wasn't, you wouldn't write it in this bill this way. It's already designed for some company. Somebody already know that they're ready to go. They're sitting on go, waiting on this bill to be passed, so they can, the design bill construction company, the finance company, the people who are gonna do all of the maintenance, the operation of it, they're all ready to go. Y'all already named them. You may have not, but the people who putting this together has already identified their folks.
Those are just all the different options they
No, we're looking at, don't put options in here like this, baby. I've been around here long enough to know that the fix is already in. The fix is already in. A black contractor would never have an opportunity, or a woman, maybe a female contractor may never have an opportunity to be able to get into this loop. This is not just design. It looks good on paper that, yeah, these are just the many ways that we can do it. But the many ways that you can exclude people too. It's the many ways that it could be totally exclusive of people. And I don't understand why Jefferson County, one of the largest counties in the state, allowed this to be going on. They that happy to get something up there? This tickle their fancy that much? That they willing to just give away everything? Because they're going to be hotels going to be built on the facility, right? 500 acres.
I hope so. If it gets to be that good of a project.
Would the county get any lodging taxes off that? Since there ain't no taxes on this property, would the county get lodging taxes?
They could give them back. They don't have to get them.
County probably won't get no lodging tax off, and so what the county's, what do they get just to say they got the shining beacon sitting on the hill?
Well, they must have made a good decision that they think this is going to be good for the county and good for the state. So
I think they made a bad decision in understanding that. But it's all written in. Everybody who's going to make their money going to make their money because the fix is already in this bill. I could never get in this bill if I was a contractor. Never.
I don't see anything in the bill that restricts you from getting in there.
It's fixed. Design, build, operate, design, build, own, operate, design, build, own, operate, and maintain, design, build, finance, operate, and maintain. They got it all laid out.
Those are all the options.
All of that, those are not just options. All of those are non-bid. You don't have to bid any of that out. And everybody, by that time, they already know who that's going to be. I guarantee you. If their hearts of heart were right, they'll tell you exactly who it's going to be. They can tell you. It won't be you. It's laid out. This bill got the fix in it already, baby. It's already cooked up. They already know who it's going to be. So do you know who it is? Who going to be the big company?
I have no idea.
It's in your district. All this going on in your district and you don't know? You hadn't been at the table?
Well, the board is not established yet to make those decisions.
Oh, whoever wrote this legislation already established that.
I do not know that.
The group that's behind this legislation already know who that's going to be.
I don't know how they could know that since the board.
Because they're the group. They're the mafia group.
Well, it's the board that's going to make those decisions.
The kingpins. The board that they put together is just going to be a figurehead. They're just going to be a figurehead. And they're going to be basically told what to do by the group who put it together. All of that is going to be set out. Everybody already know who it's going to be. They might have well wrote their name in. Just like that county commissioner. What other farmers on the county commission? They already know who that's going to be. You see what I'm saying?
That's just the county commission choosing some farmers.
No, it's the county commission himself.
It's not one of them going to be. They just get to make the appointment. And it should be a farmer.
At the end? Okay. Okay. And so all I'm saying to you is, man, it didn't say that it is appointment. It said a county commissioner who shall. It don't say the county commissioner have the appointing authority. It says he who shall be a farmer. All right?
It says one member appointed by the county commission of the county in which the Alabama Farm Center will be located who shall be a farmer or resident of that county. It doesn't say it's going to be a county.
It's going to be that county commission. Who that county commission is. You know who he is.
No, it's not going to be the county commissioner on the board.
All right. The conduct, the management, the maintenance of the properties held by the corporation or the activities, operation of enterprise that they are conducted in corporation. Insurance of the property of the corporation. Well, we know we're going to insure it. We already know we're going to insure it. That's another fix. We know we're going to insure it. I bet you they insure it. I bet you won't nobody else get that policy. Bet you that. Restriction of the exercise of the powers of the corporation to dispose or limit or regulate to all or any other parties or properties of the corporation. The use of this disposition of any monies of the corporation, including taxes payable to the corporation under any of the acts of the legislature, the use and disposition of any monies of the corporation, including taxes payable to the corporation under any act, the legislature, or revenues derived or to be derived from the activities, operation, or enterprises of the properties of the corporation, including any part or parts thereof constructed or acquired in any parts, extensions, replacements, or improvements thereafter constructed or acquired. Boy, y'all doing a lot up there. You're doing a lot. And you say this is your district?
Senate District 17, North Jefferson County.
You getting a palace up there, baby. And can't nobody bother you. I was reading on page 13 at that time. I'm skipping across. I'm finding some of the stuff that I noticed in this bill that's just crazy to me. You know, this bill exempts the corporation and its property from all municipal ordinance rules, including zoning ordinance, unless the corporation consents to the application or ordinance of the rule. Listen at that. The bill will exempt the corporation, set up, boom, and its property from all municipal ordinances and rules, including zoning ordinances, unless the corporation consents. Not the county, but the corporation give the consent to the application of ordinance or rule. I mean, that just the county just have given away all of their powers based on their rules that have been set up already. Not that the county vote to set aside those rules, but the corporation gets to vote to set aside. Not the county. The county is the legislative body. That's one of those pieces that may be unconstitutional also. The county is the legislative body of the county. They get to set the rule. The county commission does, and now they appoint zoning ordinance to carry out those. Corporation trumps all of that. Not at the county or the zoning ordinance will, but at the corporation will shall they be able to bypass these ordinances and what have you. That's strong language, man. That's a lot of power. That's a lot of power. This bill gives the Agriculture Exhibition Center Corporation certain powers. The bill will permit them the selling of property and appropriate public funds to the corporation. It also permits the acceptance of pledge of revenues or grants of money from any person or governmental entity. Maybe that's why we need to do that audit, because they're going to be getting money pledged and money coming in from everywhere. We need to know where that money is going to come from. I'm glad when that amendment come on, at least you'll be able to get an audit. We'll know where that money coming from, where it's going, who got it, whole 9 yards. The bill permits the corporation to allow the consumption of alcohol on any day of the week of the center premises when alcohol is bought from licensees of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board. So at least they're still going to buy liquor from ABC. Yep. You know, that's a good point. They can, if this board has all that power and can overdo the legislature, they might well go and set them a casino up there. Shoot some craps. But this organization said they ain't for gaming, but they hold and they held their convention in Las Vegas just this summer. This same organization that's behind this swear that they ain't for gaming. That's a big policy of theirs, but they held their convention in Las Vegas. So if you're so against gaming, why you go to Las Vegas? Who don't go to Las Vegas to gamble? Not to gamble. You went to see the hills, the Himalayas? The Hoover Dam. Just to go to the Hoover Dam? Well, I'll be damned. I'm sorry, the Hoover Dam. I'm sorry. I apologize, Mr. President. I apologize. I apologize. It was the Hoover Dam. Well, I'll be Hoover Dam, okay? But they go out there. And the explanation they gave me was that, you know, sometimes when people sell so much insurance and we might want to send prize winners out, you had 49 other states that you could have chose to send them to. But you sent them to Las Vegas, but you have your policy that you're against gambling. If I want the gambling bill, they're all in the hallways against the gambling bill. But they folks out in Las Vegas just this summer. Boy, boy, boy. Oh, what a tangle web we weave. The bill provides that the Alabama Farm Center is an economic development organization for the purpose of growing Alabama Act. That way they want to come back and get some money from the state. The bill provides that the provisions of this act are severable if any part of this act is declared invalid or unconstitutional. That declaration should not affect the part which remains. I remember us putting that severability clause inside of the immigration bill. That means that they knew part of it was going to be unconstitutional. So we just don't want it to be outlawed in the entire bill, and we'll still function under those parts that are going to be found constitutional. The revenue sharing part of it may be found unconstitutional with the county doing revenue sharing with a private company, another entity. The fact that the county is giving up all of their tax base, which is even education tax. I can see the Department of Education suing to make sure that they get their education taxes out of it. You know, we should at least want to carve out non-educational dollars, taxes. At least even in the workforce piece, it was all about non-educational tax dollars when they were going to give it away. It was non-education tax dollars that was carved out so education can still get their money. But they didn't want to do it in this bill. So I think that, you know, we'll be here for a little while because this is a bad bill here. And I want to apologize to the desk. I know people getting hungry, but we're going to work on this a little while because this is, they should have put this bill up at the front of the calendar if you wanted to. The county commission of the county in which the Alabama Farm Center is located at the time of the formation may opt out of the requirements to rebate tax sales collected by a private entity, joint venture partner, and public-private partnership. And I think that even in this bill, even when you're doing, I want to go back to the construction side of it, because even though contractors won't even have to pay taxes as they are doing the construction piece. So they'll walk away with tax-free dollars. Let me make sure that that is correct before I accuse anybody of that in this language in this bill. Also, The institute and well, they should, okay, here the corporations can institute and defend legal proceeding in any court of competent jurisdiction and proper venue, provided, however, that the corporation may not be sued in any trial court other than the courts of the county of the corporation, provided further that the officers, directors, agents, employees of the corporation may not be sued for their actions on behalf of the corporation except for the actions that are unreasonable or known by the individual to be unlawful and or performed with reckless disregard for lawfulness of such action. So now I just can't sue anyone else. I'm not talking about a frivolous lawsuit, but I can't name you in the lawsuit outside of just naming the corporation. So I can't name individuals, directors, officers, or anybody else in this lawsuit if somebody did something wrong to me. Maybe it did go back and say, or if the individual would be unlawful or perform with reckless disregard for the lawfulness of which their action is. The plan of the construction and development of the Alabama Farm Center of the property owned by the corporation, and the construction and development may include without limitation any of the following: buildings to be hold office and use, house, okay, I read that once. All right. Let's go here. To acquire property, both real and personal, and rights and interests of the property by gift, releases, but to accept, receive gifts, bequests, devices, to have and to use corporate seal and altar seal at its pleasure, to appoint officers, agents, employees, attorneys, and fix their compensation, to hire professionals and to enter into contracts for their service, design, and supervising. Would this fall under the ethics rules? Would these board members fall under ethics? Because it sounds like they're doing stuff here that they could do that may not fall under ethics. Maybe we need to put an amendment on that they all fall under ethics. Mr. Sponsor, would the board fall under the ethics rules? Since it's a public entity, since y'all saying it's a public entity.
I'm not sure, but I can get you the answer to that question.
Okay,
I'll get the answer.
because I'm seeing that they have the power to accept gifts, bequests, and the whole, to have and use a corporate seal and alter the seal at its pleasure, to promote officers, appoint officers, agents, employees, and attorneys, and to fix their compensation. All right. I just want to know if they're going to fall under the ethics laws. And you know, really, this may end up being something great, right? That's what you want me to know, right? It may end up being something great here in the state.
That's my hope. I hope, 5, 10 years from now, we're going to be all proud of this. And you're going to be glad that, we did this, and it'll be a shining light for the state of Alabama.
And the state would have paid for it. State would have paid for it.
There's going to be a lot of private investment,
Yeah.
And the county of Jefferson County.
That's where it's going to come from. Jefferson
how
in
much
the state
gives, you're in charge of that. So
it's going to be Jefferson in the state. That's where it's going to come from.
It's going to be a lot of businesses too, private businesses.
You're going to come back here and get about $150 million from the state. Little cool $150 million.
Are you offering $150 million?
Oh, no. I'm going to be voting against it if it comes up. I can tell you that now. Zero, because, while we keep funding all of these, they just suck off the steak like leeches, but then they don't want to give back. You know, they want to be out here against everybody who want to run a tax for schools, or they want to hurt little small rural communities because they want to build new schools. But then you talk about you want a workforce and you want folks to go to work. You want to help me get kids educated. And then you turn around and put all your big no signs up against us. And then you come back here, then you want money for wire fence. You want money for feed bins. You want to make sure they don't have to be taxed for fencing. You want to make sure they don't be taxing, for roads that run into their farms. You want to make sure there ain't taxes on buying a pair of pliers. They don't want to pay no taxes on nothing. But yet and still, they don't want people who want to build their communities up to have anything. That's my real problem while I'm standing here, people. I want you to know that. It ain't about your farm center per se.
I got an answer to your question about the board members being subject to the ethics laws, and they would be.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Where does it say that in this bill? Because if you don't say it in the bill, they ain't subject.
Just as members of a board of a public entity, they would be.
Okay. Just by public law?
Yeah.
I got you. That let me know they listening somewhere, because they texting you.
I sent them a text.
That's okay. They ain't texting me, I bet you that. And, and as I was saying, I have this problem because, I sit here a couple of years ago and maybe a year before last, during COVID, they wanted to get taxes off feed bins. Well, they just sitting out there in the house, they ain't bothering nobody, and we just paying an unnecessary tax on it, an ad valorem tax. We can pick it up and move it if we want to. We're stationary here, stationary there. But yet and still, that's money that would go to a school. This money in here, these ad valorem taxes, they're about to exempt themselves from here. Portion of that money will go to a school to educate children. I know none of their kids might not be in public schools. They don't care nothing about that. So they probably a requirement if you work at that organization, your kids can't be in public school. There might be a little requirement that they got.
But currently this property, they're not getting anything from this property currently. I mean, it's owned by the county. So they're not getting any benefits as far as the school.
I understand, but when they do get there, see, it changes from the county to this corporation then. Are they taxable? Because why they put it in the bill. They're not like, if it was the county wouldn't have to put this language in the bill. Okay? Other than that, they would be a taxable entity. All right? So that's why they got this language in the bill. So you're going to tell me otherwise if the county owned it, that's why? No, I understand that. But when somebody private come in and take over, when all these private hotels hit it, when those private businesses and those investments that you're talking about, when they hit it, the schools should be getting money from it.
But this will still be a public entity. And
But
so
school,
we want to save them.
So is the hotel going to be a public entity?
If it's on this property, that.
So see what I'm saying? Yeah. So how you get to carve out something like that? If the hotel go over there, if Marriott or Hotel or Motel 6 go over there, they become a public entity at that time. So can I just come and lay up in there like I walk in the State House for free? Because it's a public entity? Because state paid money paying for it?
I'm sure they'd allow you to come up there.
No, they will not. I'm probably will be the one they're going to be watching coming on there. Ladies and gentlemen, Bobby Singer has entered the property. He has entered the property. Watch him. He's trying to find something. I'm not against farmers. I till my soil. I grow my food. But I'm not a farmer. Maybe I need to incorporate like farmers and get all them breaks. Y'all be getting one cow died and get $80,000 for one cow. U.S. Department, USDA If USDA did a real audit, boy, there'd be a lot of y'all, a lot of folks go to jail. They get money if it's too hot. They get money if it get too cold. They get money if it rain. They get money if it don't rain. I ain't mad. I'm not mad. Because I know I go down to Jack House and get some of that good deal meat Jack had. We eat. I go to my buddy Jack House and eat. Session will bring me some collard greens or something like that. You know, that's not a violation of the ethics if he bring it to me, so it's okay. You know. So. No, oh no, oh no, no. You can go on back over there and sit on down. See, these kind of entities set up precedents. You know, if the county gonna do this themselves and they were asking for this is fine. You know, this is an organization that's hiding behind the counties. You know, and who gonna really own this? That's what I keep asking the question, who gonna really own this? If it failed tomorrow, who would it revert back to? Who would it go back to? The county? I mean, if the board fails tomorrow and they got to be dissolved, if this property is left up there, who would it revert back to? Who would it go to? Does it go back to the county?
I mean, if the corporation fails, I'm not sure. We need to get some lawyers up here and ask.
Because you always got to have a way for it to have a reversionary clause. It's going to go back to somebody because it wasn't created. It's going on county property now. So if the county is going to give this over as a lease.
They're not going to give it over. They're going to sell it.
They're going to sell it to them. So now the corporation owns it. So the corporation failed. Who owns it then?
Yeah, whoever, the bank that gave them the loan.
I mean, no. It's paid off. It's paid off. The corporation goes away, dies off.
Well, if it's paid off, it shouldn't go under. It's got some assets.
No, but it have access. But I'm saying, but if it fails, they just, you know, they ain't, nobody coming up there no more. No more tourism, nothing. Nobody want to see that. Everybody sees a fraud. Nobody want to go up there. They go on. Hotel closed. Little amusement park closed.
We're going to be positive it's not going to close.
Well, I'm just trying to get into a scenario. Who does it revert back to? Who would own it then? Alpha?
I mean, if they didn't own, if they,
the Farm Federation?
The board would still own it if it had no debt.
The Farm Federation?
The board.
The board?
Corporation.
They get to sell off all the asset and everything like that, dissolve it, whole 9 yards.
I guess all that legal stuff from corporation.
Yeah, I see. Okay, I just want to know if it had to revert back to somebody who owns it, and I guess that's who will own it. Is so Jefferson County going to sell them this property?
That is my understanding. Yes.
How much? You know?
I do not know.
In your district, you don't know yet?
I don't know how much they're selling it for. No, I mean the board's still going to make that decision.
Okay.
I mean, I know the county wants to sell it to this.
So where they getting their initial money to buy?
Where did the county get that?
Well, no, where this board going to get his initial money from to purchase?
I'm sure they're going to raise it from private businesses.
Raise it from private business?
I'm sure Alpha is going to put some money in there.
Okay. And they'll own more than 10% of it probably.
The public corporation will own it, not Alpha.
Well, you just said Alpha would buy. I did.
No, I said they would probably donate some money, just like other private businesses.
Oh, they're chipping in like everybody else.
Yeah, I heard you're chipping in, you know.
And then they're going to turn around and sell them the insurance.
That's up to the board. You're assuming a lot.
I'm just reading the bill.
I didn't see in the bill where it said Alpha's.
If you own the insurance company, you gonna let somebody else, and you behind it, you gonna let somebody else come in there? You gonna let State Farm insure it?
I'd call Josh Carnley and get him to.
You give Josh a shot.
Yeah, I give Josh first.
Get a little man a shot.
Yeah.
Now that's what I would be proud of that. And if I could assure that, I'll let the bill go right now.
I don't know if he'd want to go down that road.
Huh?
That might be an ethics violation there.
I don't why is it a health violation? Look, they got a bill in here. Who they gonna choose people anyway? Ain't gonna be no bid. Why not choose Josh Conley? It ain't gonna be no bid. It's gonna be bill design, bill finance, bid this, bill that. There ain't gonna be no bid on nothing. They ain't gonna bid it out, so why not Josh?
I'm sure the board's going to look for the best insurance out there at the best price.
Which gonna be Alpha.
Could be. Are you doing a promotion for Alpha? Have you got Alpha insurance? Is that-
Oh, heck no. No. See, in my county, Alpha insurers, right? I'm gonna be honest with you. Now, I have some insurers who would tell me that Alpha will have this Christmas party, have one for white folk over here, and then they have one over here for black folk. Did it for years, and I think they still do it. If they still, even if they still have the black folk part or not, I don't know. And then they're against everything I'm for, so why would I want to feed my money to a corporation like that that's against everything I'm for? I'm for schools being built in my community. They're not. I'm for gaming. They're not. All the things that I'm for, they're against, so why would I give them money to fight me? Makes no sense to me, knowingly. I might be doing my money to somebody else also that may be doing the same thing, but at least, I see their hands. So why would I do that? Give to a corporation that turn around and fight everything that I'm for? It makes no sense. If I want to build a school tomorrow, put on ad valorem tax, they will be out there with their signs saying no. I want that school. So why would I insure with them? That makes no sense. State Farm has never done that to me. Geico has never done that to me. Not knowingly. So that's all I'm saying. It's just, it makes no sense. I tell people in my county that. I ain't trying to knock their business, but at the end of the day, it's just the truth. Just the truth. If I said Medicaid expansion, they said no. I asked that question in banking and insurance the other day. No. All the things I'm for, they're against. It's simple math to me. And so, I'm going to offer an amendment here in a few minutes. How much more time I got in my hour? 4 minutes. Oh, maybe I have to let you adopt yours so then mine will fit. That's what has to happen, I think. I think that's what I have to do. Yeah. Got to let yours adopt first. I'm going to let you go and adopt your amendments so mine can fit. And I want you to call a long roll. Get these folks out their office, make them come back down here and vote for Alpha.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, I move for adoption of the committee amendments, this time using the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
$25 ayes, 3 nays, 2 abstentions. Committee amendments adopted. Senator Shellnut.
I believe my colleague has an amendment he would like to offer. I'm not sure what it is at this point, but I'd like to hear what it is, sir.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton. All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 219 by Senator Singleton. Replace lines 47 through 48 on page 2 with the following. From municipal ordinances and to deem the Agriculture Exhibition Center. Replace lines 409 through 416 on page 15 with the following. Section 7, any county or municipal sales and use tax. Replace lines 423 on page 16 with the following. The county commission of the county in which the. Replace lines 428 on page 16 with the following. The corporation may enter into revenue sharing. Remove lines 434 through 440 on page 16.
What is it? No, I was saying that's.
All right, Senator Singleton.
Thank you. I voted down anyway.
Explain your amendment.
Yes, basically what this is addressing that is the center and the whole taxing process and what they are doing in this bill, all the things that I've been talking about here, all the things that you want to do, I want to undo them.
Well, hearing that, Senator, I can't support this amendment.
I understand you go. I already know you ain't gonna support it. It's just a tool for me to talk another hour. I'm gonna start my hour on my amendment. Thank you. No, I think you got a good one. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna start my hour on my amendment. Okay, thank you very much. You wanna go sit down? I like it when you stand up.
I enjoy,
Not with you. You're ignoring me. You want, you been ignoring.
I was never ignoring you.
All right.
Just past my bedtime, I was getting a little late.
Really?
I'm old.
You ain't old as me.
Yeah, I go to bed early, though.
So do I. Now, but anyway, this bill, I still say this, Senator, this is not a good bill for the state of Alabama. We start sitting these president, who's the next corporation we're going to do this for? There are certain people coming around here and they get away with these things and they get to do it and to continue to do it in perpetuity. Some of these folks are not already paying insurance premium taxes, not paying other taxes already, been exempt for years and years and years from doing things in this state, and yet and still we continue to give them the benefits, in the name of farmers. The corporation itself is benefiting way more than what farmers get to benefit and get to be able to play on the public market and be able to show your profits for your people. And at the end of the day, your membership is against all the other things that a lot of these people on these hallways are for. And so if we're going to continue to go down this line, I cannot stand by and watch corporations like this who's against everything else that other folk want, and then allow them to just walk away and get what they want. So I understand that they're almighty and powerful. I understand that they give out big campaign contributions, but at the end of the day, they're just going to beat me in my district because I'm going to be there running. And so I'm open to, and I must admit, they've come to me and tried to talk to me and explain to me, what this is about and what they've been doing with it. I can't take that away from them. They tried. They tried to talk to me, tried to send over an amendment that you were gonna offer, and for us. But at the end of the day, it's more principle for me than it is even about this particular bill. But at the end of the day, this is a bad bill. This is a bad precedent for us to be setting, for us to be able to levy educational taxes, for us to be able to give away taxes, give the authority for this particular body to be able to disobey zoning ordinances simply because they are the corporation. You don't want to give the governor but 1 year of appointment. Farm Federation get 4 and 5 years on their people. When you start looking at this, I don't understand why Jefferson County and their attorneys can't see that this is a bad bill for Jefferson County and what they're giving away. And I think we've been used to paraphrase throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And so we can continue to give that away. Allow the people of the state of Alabama to pay for it, because I can guarantee you that it will come up here this time that this would not be the last time that we will see this, because inasmuch as this is the corporation and getting it set up, they're going to come back and ask the state, just because they're saying that this is a public entity and the state of Alabama should want to pay it. I don't think the state ought to pay the money. If Jefferson County want to go into the debt with them, just let them and Jefferson County handle it. Let the private corporation and Jefferson County handle it. The state of Alabama should not be a part of it. We're not benefiting anything from it. We're not getting anything from out of this. There was no return of any tax dollars or anything coming back to the state to be able to help our coffers. Let's just let Jefferson County and who's going to benefit the most out of it, and also the Farmers Federation. Let them partner up together and go on and do what it is that they want to do. I understand it. Do it. It's not going to hurt my feelings if y'all do, but I don't think the state of Alabama should have to be on the hook for no $100 million in the next 2 or 3 years that we got to find a way to do it. Where are they going to get it from? The general fund? General fund can't afford to do this. The general fund cannot afford right now to be able to fund this corporation. They can't. They can't do that. So they need to get out and just fund their own corporation. Come up with your own money. Do your own thing. I don't see none of this happening nowhere else besides a few organizations in the state of Alabama can come up here and they operate the state coffer in the private business just as if they are statewide organizations and they're private businesses. They operate the state coffer because they spend more money, more of the state money than public entities do. And so I got a problem with that. I have a problem with that, and so I got schools that are out here suffering when they're going to take money from these schools. I got communities out here that need development, and they're going to take money from communities. Hotels will be able to link over there. Contractors will be able to go over there and do work and not do it. They don't even have to bid on it. They don't even have to bid on the finance committee. They don't even have to bid on the financial institution. They won't even have to bid on who's going to build the place. They don't have to bid on who's going to maintain it. This is absurd. I've never seen a piece of legislation that just give away everything like this as this piece of legislation here does. All in the name of an ag center. All in the name of bringing people in to do what? What are they going to do over there? They're going to sell some greens and peas and okra and corn? Some hogs? They're going to sell a few donkeys and little jackasses. They're going to sell a few of those. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk about you. You my friend. Yep. I be Hoover Dam. But you know, this is just the thing that I despise that we do around here, that certain organizations can come in here and just get away with bloody murder. Hospitals are closing down. Rural hospitals are closing down on a daily basis. We can't even get rural hospitals the kind of breaks that we give these folks right here. Schools can't even get, they got less taxing power. They got more taxing power than schools. You know, they say, we don't want to be doing no tax. They collect insurance taxes and pay no insurance premium taxes back to the state. You're already getting away with everything. Then you come in here and you want America. This country was built on you have to have services. Taxes is about services. If you don't have some tax dollars, you don't get to get services. You don't get your garbage picked up. You don't get to get new roads. You don't get those things without tax dollars being paid. So somebody got to pay some taxes, but they don't want to pay no taxes. They want to be exempt from everything. But you know, it's hard on us. You know, it's hard on our schools. It's hard on our communities. When they get exempt from taxes, they run, you know, you get big log trucks running up and down the road. You know, they protect logging farms that tear up our roadway. We got to fix them back, you know, and then time you go around and want to tax those people on the timber that say, let's go fix the roads, or let's go over here and fix a new school. Here go a big old no sign. And 80% of the folks who are in my county are absentee landowners, are probably even out of the country landowners that they continue to protect each and every time when it comes to be able to educate my poor babies, but yet and still you want to give up that fight. I'm going to be offering some ad valorem taxes right here for my school here in a little bit, because I got a school right now that needs it. You got roofs that need to be put back on. You know, I need to make sure that these kids have a decent place to go and go to school and to be able to learn. You know, but yet and still, I'm going to get fought by this same organization, so I might well get my punches in now. I already know it coming. They don't need me being the nice guy, and then they turn around and then jump on my babies. We just need to make sure that what we're doing is going to be proper. This has the ability to be unconstitutional, has a severability clause in it, saying it's unconstitutional. Contractors can come over, and contractors won't even be charged taxes as long as they're over there building on it. Where else does that happen in the state of Alabama? We're just going to give away, this is a 500-acre, you know, this might as well be, you know, Taj Mahal, because you're going to be able to build it and no taxes. You're going to be able, you know, to probably go out and buy your products, and probably going to get tax exempt from buying your materials and everything, and which is all right at the end of the day when you're building. But the state of Alabama at least should benefit. If we're going to be spending all this money, we'll get something back out of it. I just don't see it. If they're going to do this, let Jefferson County, who think that this is a good deal, because I understand they've been calling down here, letting them folks talking about this is an economic development deal. I hope they didn't get hoodwinked on this is an economic development deal for Jefferson County. I'd like to see what the economic impact is going to be. I don't know what the projected economic impact is going to be. I'm sure they've already done some projections on this in terms of what they think it could bring, what they think that it will produce, and what the net gain will be out of that. But at the end of the day, whatever that bottom line would be, the state of Alabama won't get a dime back out of it through those general revenues. Not a dime. Not 1 red cent the way this bill here is written. You know, it would not get 1 red cent. So at the end of the day, all I'm asking is that we allow the state to be able to get something back, where schools could be able to get some money out there, those ad valorem tax, because when you do not tax on those ad valorem tax, it hurts our school system. All of those dollars that we give away, it hurts our babies. It hurts the ability for teachers to still have to go in their pocket and be able to buy school supplies because we may be sitting around here, even though our education budget looks good, but if we keep letting big projects like this come in and get away, then we're not going to be hurt. I've seen smaller projects than this want to go, and we've been fighting those projects and holding them up because we're not giving away any new tax exemptions. But then you get a project coming along with this, with a name like this behind it, and then everybody going to want to sit on the sideline and let them just do whatever it is that they want to do. And you know it's wrong. And you know it's wrong. Who else gets to get this? I'm just only somebody who got the nerve to stand up here and talk about it. You know it's wrong. You let them get away with highway robbery. Maybe they don't do this in your community. Maybe they don't, if you need an ad valorem tax, maybe they don't come in your community. Maybe it's just my little poor black belt communities that they come into. Well, they was here in Montgomery also. You know, they was in Montgomery with their no signs. It just take the will of the people to go on and defeat them. You know, that's what it's going to take, just the will of the people to defeat them. No matter how big your no sign, people just got to be dedicated to be able to get the best for their children. You already taking $100 million out where we could go in the education trust fund and letting parents choose where their children want to go. And then on top of this, then when I want to be able to help that poor school that's going to be left behind because we're not putting any money back into those schools, then they're going to want to come up here and then they'll fight me. It's almost like the private army. Make sure that nobody get anything, no more education in those communities. But yet and still they'll come back and say, well, we need some new wire fence, get it tax exempt. Farmers need to make sure that they get a tax off their beans because we don't want their corn to go riding up there. Exempt them from taxes. Exempt them from taxes. Exempt them from taxes. I remember a few years back probably about 2005, Aaliyah had a bill that wanted to say on all farm vehicles, they wanted to put like a decal on side the farm vehicle so we'll know which one of these vehicles is your farm vehicle because you got out here, you use it for personal use, then you claim it on your farm tax and you using it over here doing it. So they wanted to put a decal to say this is your farm vehicle. Democrats was in power at that time. They said, nobody. When they want to do that, we started talking about once upon a time about all the roads that are being torn up on these county roads that the state have to fix up and all this heavy equipment that's traveling, all the farm heavy equipment that's going on. The state of Alabama just have to come behind you and clean up and clean up and clean up and clean up when you're messing up, and you just do it carelessly and go and do it, and you be fine. You know, they get to do it, and nobody says anything. You know, and they ain't the only one. They're just the one I'm on right now. They're not the only one. They're really not. It's 4 or 5 of them. I might start to call them the Gang of 5. They get around, they was the gang of 4 or 5 that killed that gambling bill up there upstairs that night. You know, they come around, and I think one don't want the other one to outdo them. And everybody wants something in the budget all the time. For private corporations, getting what they want. Poor folks out here in this state can't get nothing. But what they're going to do is turn around and tell poor folk and say they're on welfare, but you can get this corporate welfare and everything is fine with that. But poor folk welfare, you can't do it, you know. And they'll be against poor folk every time, but yet and still, they want the corporate welfare. They want to be able to walk away with what they want to be able to walk away with it and call it subsidies or call it something else, you know. But poor folk go get it, then you sorry, you don't want to work, you don't want to do this, but yet and still y'all want all the tax breaks so you can see your profits at the end of the day. That's wrong. That's wrong in this state. We allow that to happen right here in these halls, and we act like we're not the ones who make the laws. We can't do it, and you can't put a stop to it. It will forever happen. It will forever happen. I'm just bringing it to the light. Maybe I'm just the one who just bring it to the light. Got nothing to lose, man. Because why should I be for you when you're against me? You're proving to me that you're against me. Every time I've tried to do something, you've always fought me. Then you turn around and have the audacity to ask me to be for you, just like you didn't do nothing to me. That's nerve, man. At least they big on them. They big on them. And there's some good guys that walk the hall. Good guys. Good guys. It ain't personal. Only thing I'm saying is, do unto others as they have to do unto you. And I'm here to do my due. And so, you know, I'm sure this bill will eventually pass. It'll pass because you standing on it, boy. You standing because it's going to be in your district. You standing on it. You standing on all this bad legislation. And you know it bad. I've had other members whisper to me that it's bad. They know it. But ain't nobody going to own it. They ain't going to own it. It's okay. They're going to vote for it too. Because they don't want to be primary. That's the deal. Don't nobody want to be primary. Everybody's scared of that Republican primary. Boy, you know, that is one of the baddest things I've ever seen, man, is the Republican primary. Woo! It got y'all scared. Don't nobody want to be replaced. Nobody want to stand on principles. Nobody want to stand on what's right, what you know is right. You go on, turn your head, let that be. If it started crawling up your back tomorrow, you just act like it's not there. Keep on going, because you know you voted for it. It's just this is a bad bill. It's just a bad bill, man. It's just one of those things that, you know, I think that we continue to allow these things to happen, and the door just keep opening wider and wider and wider and wider and wider. And people just keep walking through that door in the name of state, in the name of thinking that they're doing it right, so the people of the state of Alabama, but poor folks continue to suffer. Middle-class families are struggling, trying to eat, you know, and everybody else just walk on through that door, and they be able to get it, be able to enjoy the benefits off the state. Why not? Why not build your big old pretty building? The state gonna pay half of it for you. You can raise the other half, put your little money in, the state gonna pay for it for you. Why not? Why not do it? You know, because I know they tried it in Clanton and it didn't work in Clanton for some reason. Even that was in Clanton, they was trying to get into the road bill at that time. You know, they was into the road tax bill for it to be funded through that mechanism for them. And so, you know, even when we were doing gaming in 2021, they got in the gaming bill, but they was against gaming. Once they got their little piece in the game, and then they got all right with gaming. And I got a problem with that. You know? And so you get all right. If you're principally against something, then principally be against it. Don't walk in the door and then get you a little piece out of it, then go run in the corner and say, well, I'm against it, and you're going to turn your head and let it walk away because now you got your little piece of the pie. Go out Vegas and hang out, gamble a little bit, and then come back here and be against gambling. That's crazy. That's almost like Governor Riley's czar when he first put his czar against gaming. You remember they caught him over in Mississippi at the Choctaws gaming on the machine. And he's supposed to be the governor's czar. He was the man. he over there pulling him a one-armed bandit. But he didn't want us in Alabama to pull a one-armed bandit. He over in Mississippi. He over there at the Choctaws. But they didn't want us to have gaming in the state. So they're over there with the Choctaws. Governor Riley had sent them over there to cut the deal with the Choctaws to keep it out of Alabama, raise a little money. And somebody caught him and filmed him on that one-armed bandit. So he finally got rid of him right quick. And then that's when he went on his rampage of closing down all the bingo facilities across the state, because his czar got caught. Don't get mad. You can't send a hungry man with a lunch. He gonna eat it every time. He knew he gambled. That's why when he went to the casino, he pulled him a bandit. He didn't have the willpower not to eat it. If he didn't gamble, he could have went over there, met with the folks, walked away, no problem. But he sent lunch by a hungry man. And he went in the lunch. And now you want us to go on and pass this bill, giving them the right to set up a farm center. You know, that's, it baffles me, man, how we get so hypocritical around here, so inconsistent in our ways, and think that nobody else is not looking or paying attention to what it is that we're doing, and that we can just get away with it, and you get slack, you get lax around it. And that's what happened. They got lax. They could have chose any other state, but they decided to go to Vegas and got caught. Their members out there hanging out. They probably flew the private jet out there. Shoo, landed in Vegas, baby. High rollers. Click, click, click. 7. Come on, 8. Come on, 8. Come on, 8. Mama got to, baby got to have a new pair of shoes, baby. Come on. Come on. Roll it. They're right there rolling them dice. Then they come back here and they want to build a farm center on the back of the people of the state of Alabama and call it economic development. But poor folks over here, hospitals are closing down and they can't even support Medicaid expansion. But we can give a corporation like this here hundreds of millions of dollars to build a center, but we don't want to take care of Alabamians when it comes down to individuality. When it comes down to taking care of our people and making sure that they have the things that they need so our communities can continue to strive, so we can continue to build, so we can continue to have healthy communities. We don't want to do that. But we can take organizations like this and we can let them have $100 million in the budget at the blink of the eye. Nobody ever questioned it. Everybody's with it. Everybody always down with it. But when we want our children to have something, we ain't for it. We got babies out here that are having prenatal health care, EBT, summer feeding. We can't even get summer feeding in the budget. Children are going hungry over the summer. But we're going to be willing to give these organizations like this all the tax breaks that they want, which takes away from our babies and our children. That's the sad part. Multi-million-dollar corporations get to get away with this kind of stuff, where the state is going to end up paying for their building in the name of a public entity, that they'll set up a board just to say that this is a public entity to be able to get state dollars. And we're okay with that. It's all right. We're okay with it because we don't want to be primaried. Because we don't want to be primary by these cats. They threaten us with their dollars to put against us in our raises. And because you don't want to be primary, you don't want to do what's right. You don't want to do the right thing. You rather ignore the fact that Babies will be going home sick. The children will be in the summer that won't have any money. And all the companies, all they're asking for $15 million, but Alpha is going to get $100 million from you next year, starting next year. Because this is just the setup here. This is just a setup. This is not the end result here. This is the setup to be able to come back and ask for that money. I guarantee you they'll be back here next year. I would guarantee you they're back here next year asking for the money to go along with this legislation. Guarantee you. I do. I bet you that, sir. You want to bet? I bet you wear a pocket square. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. I saw it today.
Have one today.
I bet you wear a pocket square. What about that?
Okay.
They'll be back here next year asking for money for this so-called public corporation. Governor gonna sign it. She'll sign it, get on out of there. She'll give away her votes. They'll get it. Everybody okay with it. Everybody whisper they don't like it. That's all right. They don't think it's the best thing. But it's being sold on as the best thing since sliced bread for the state. State benefit, well, county gonna benefit, because you won't be able to get, well, the county really ain't benefiting because, I mean, if the lodging taxes is gonna be exempt, and who's gonna get those lodging taxes? County won't be getting them, cities won't be getting them, schools won't be getting them. So I just don't understand how Jefferson County is just giving away all their tax to this corporation. If it's gonna be that big, that large, no other, entity, company come in, we give abatements, we do things of that nature. I don't know how many people is gonna employ. Maybe that's what they'll see. People get employed. Will the employees be taxed since they'll be a part of this also? Since nothing else over here gonna be taxed. Will the employees be taking any tax out of their income when they work over there? Nothing else is taxed. Nothing else is gonna be taxed. So why are you gonna take the money out of the POFO? Because they're probably gonna be paying them no more than minimum wage. So why you gonna take money out of the POFO pocket, but you're gonna leave the corporation with no taxes? So children won't be able to eat this summer because we opt out the EPT card. Poor children won't be able to eat, but we're willing to give $100 million to a corporation like this, and nobody even question it. And they won't be able to be taxed. They can go in and then they can have a design bill, design finance, design maintenance. They won't bid on any of those contracts. So that let me know somebody has already been chosen to do those jobs. I've been around here long enough to know when you set it up like this here, you don't want to go through the bid process to have a fair process to where everybody can be able to take a shot at it. You already got in mind where you want to build it. It won't be the retirement system of the state of Alabama. It won't be them. It's going to be somebody company out of Jefferson County. There's a lot of construction companies. And it'll be good. I'm glad that they will be able to make some money. But it won't be taxed. Even the contractors won't be taxed. This is a bill, man. This is a heck of a bill here. Y'all designed it. This is your district. You helped design this bill. You carrying it, so you got to carry the cross. You got to bear this cross, Junior. Carry it with you. Me and Lil Bobby won't be coming over there. Me and Lil Bobby won't be visiting your district for this.
You have an open invitation. You come.
I almost feel where it's sitting. I almost feel like I ain't gonna be welcome over there.
You'll be welcome.
Y'all gonna do a bunch of pomp and circumstances when you open it up. Everybody gonna come over there. What you gonna do? How you gonna go get it all set up and everything? State of Alabama would have been paid for all the shining little streets and the curves and the gutters and everything. County gonna put all that money in and it's paid for it for this organization, so they can have their little dream building. They've been trying to build this for a long time. This ain't the first rodeo.
You're invited to the first rodeo there.
Oh no, I don't ride that hard. It might buck me too hard. Yeah, I'm telling you, they see me coming. Here come Bobby. Here come Bobby. Here come here and little Bobby. We're not coming over there. But I wish you luck in your district, man. I know it's gonna come. You know I got a good friend of mine who's running for Ag Commission. I know he would love to see this. You know, he'd love to see this. He'd love to see it. But the Department of Agriculture ain't got nothing to do with this. And that's what the other sad part about it. The Department of Agriculture don't even have a vote. They don't even have an appointment on the board. They do? How many they got? One?
One by the Commissioner of Agriculture.
One by the Commissioner of Agriculture.
Which hopefully will be your friend, maybe.
One by the governor. Two by the Farmers Federation. Now, how they get two? It ain't even a government entity. They're not even a governmental entity. How do they get two? How do they get two appointments and they're not even a governmental entity? And they're going to get two on a public entity. See, that's the fix. That's the fix right there. They're going to always have the majority of the votes on there because everybody got to be farmers, so everything going to go their way. That's why I know who's going to be design bill because all the farmers going to vote with them. How I know who's going to be design finance because all the farmers going to vote with them. How do I know who's going to be design maintenance? Because all the farmers going to vote with them. It's the fix, guys. It's already fixed. It's fixed in this bill. We've been around long enough to see that. The governor get one appointment. The governor of this state doesn't get but one. And for 1 year. But the Farmers Federation, AKA Alpha Farm Bureau, get two. Can somebody explain that to me? How do they get to get two in a non-public entity? Can y'all tell me that, Mr. Sponsor? You never even thought about that. You just want to build in your district. You don't care how the board get there. You don't care how it's structured. You don't care if it take taxes away. You don't care what it give. You don't care. You just want to build in your district.
They represent all the farmers, and this is a farm center. So
does the Department of Agriculture.
And they're going to put a lot
So does the Department of Agriculture.
They got one appointment.
They don't represent all farmers.
True. They represent the majority.
But the Department of Agriculture represents all farmers.
I guess they didn't ask but for one appointment.
So they had to ask, and just as a public entity, a public building? And the Department of Agriculture had to ask? What about the governor? She represents all the people. And she don't give but one?
I hadn't heard any complaints or them ask for any more appointments.
Because they just happy for the shiny building to be on top of the hill. I'm telling you, this organization gets away with ooh-wee. This department get away with this organization get away with everything. But nobody over there see anything wrong with what I'm pointing out here to you this afternoon. You don't even see a problem with it. A non-public entity gets two appointments, and theirs are for the longest years, 4 and 5 years. The governor get 1 year and one appointment. Now, who's going to appoint the black person on here since you said the racial gender? Who's going to do that? Because ain't nobody on here in the place to do it because the county commissioners already set out. The governor, she'll do it. I'm going to give it to governor. Maybe she'll do it. Because she don't give a one. The Farm Federation, I don't trust it that they would do it. They don't even have a black lobbyist on the hallway. Not a one. Zero. So I don't trust them to do it. Maybe when Senator Williams is the new agriculture, he'll do it. Maybe he'll do it. If you had an appointment, maybe you would do it, but you don't have an appointment. And it's in your district, and you ain't got no appointment. Come on, man. You could have told him you was a farmer, you do your flower garden. You could have qualified. You put. So what we gonna do, man? Can the governor get at least one more appointment? Can I put together an amendment to get the governor at least one more appointment? And yes, and the lieutenant governor. At least I feel better. And take those two away from the Farm Federation. They don't need no appointment on a public entity. They don't need an appointment. Senate Ag Chair appoint them all? I'm sure you will. At least you could be on there. At least be on there for appointing. They're naming the appointing authority in here. One member appointed by the governor, one member appointed by the Commissioner of Agriculture and Industry, one member appointed by the County Commission of the county in which the Alabama Farm Center will be located, two members appointed by the Alabama Farmers Federation who shall be a farmer. They're also placing terms. They get two. One for 4 years and one for 5 years. And y'all don't see nothing wrong with that. Poor little Governor Ivey, she don't give a one. Governor, if you're listening to me, tell them you want another one when it get down to the House. Y'all got to do better than that, man. Y'all just overlooking the governor. I know y'all feel like she in a lame duck. She can't run no more. You ain't just gonna run over the governor like that.
Need to at least be confirmed by the Senate.
Yeah. We at least need to put them in Senate confirmations.
They are confirmed by the Senate.
Where it say that in the bill? Help me, help you. How much time I got? 18 minutes, that's about the time. And I know that Senator Coleman has an amendment that she wants to put on it that's going to be very meaningful to this bill, and it's going to be about auditing. And I want that amendment to get on this bill. It's at the top of the hour. I'm sure you'll call for a vote and vote my amendment down. And I want Senator Coleman to come up, Madison to come up and do her amendment that you say is friendly before y'all run over me.
On page 3, line 70, it's subject to confirmation by the Senate.
Ooh, and I'm on confirmation committee. Good God Almighty.
You'll be in charge of.
Good God Almighty. But the governor don't get but one? And the Farm Federation get two for the longest periods of time?
I don't think she wants more than one.
It doesn't matter whether she wanted it or not, but you got a private corporation doing it. The lieutenant governor doesn't even have one. We can take one of those and give it to him. He's a farmer. He's a farmer. Exactly. You're a farmer. I feel better with that. Then these guys get two for the longest periods of time on the board. They get more time than the Department of Agriculture. Thank you. Lil Bobby, come and help you out up there. This is ridiculous, man. This is a bad bill. They get to, inside of this zone, they get to do a whole lot. They get to do a whole lot. And it's going to be important that we get this other bill because they're going to be able to accept pledges of revenue and grants money. We're going to need to know where all that money coming from. That's why the audit is going to be important with this amendment that I think that Senator Coleman Madison has. Because other than that, we would never know who giving the money, where the money coming from. But I can guarantee you, now, you know me, you and I have a bet. Remember this night, we're on Better Pocket Square. They're going to come back next year for money from the state. They ain't gonna build this building without the state giving them some money. They want the state. This the setup. And once they get enough in their hands, all that design build stuff gonna kick in to where they don't need to do any kind of bidding. They can go choose all the contractors they want. The board, as you say, with Alpha having the majority of them on there, who's gonna vote with them to choose whatever company that it is that they want. This the fix. It's the fix. I tell you, it's the fix, man. It's the fix. It's the fix. For real, it's the fix. I know you keep looking at me like that. You got that little grim look on your face. You know I'm telling the truth. But I understand you got to carry that water. I understand. It's cool. I know they somewhere sitting up there grinning at me, boy. They done probably called me everything but the child of God. Sure they have. I'm sure they have. But guess what? I'll be all right. I'll be okay. They got several bills to clock. They know this stuff is unconstitutional. They know it is. They know a lot of it is unconstitutional. That's why they put it in there, so they can be able to come back and say whatever part it is that you don't think that's unconstitutional, that declare constitutional, then we'll keep rolling with it. Then we'll go back to the legislature the next time and straighten out that piece that it would deem unconstitutional. Same way Senator Beeson did with the immigration bill. When your predecessor, you took Beeson's place, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. He had an immigration bill, and he had a severability clause in there, and the court did declare parts of it unconstitutional. And that's why we're still able to hold it, because his severability clause allowed those parts that weren't unconstitutional to stay in place. You know, it was smart. It's a smart move. That way you don't have to come back and retry to do a whole new bill all over again. But that's what tells me that you know something is wrong when you put that in there, because other than that,
just in case.
Oh, you know, the lawyers who wrote it, they already know. That's why they're lawyers. They know. They know. It's a done deal already. The cook is already. This whole bill is already cooked up. They already know who's going to do everything. They already told the boys, you know. And look here, I guarantee you, everybody who's going to have a share in this, Everybody who's gonna have a share in this, every construction company, every contractor is gonna give some of that, pledge some of that money that you were talking about they're gonna raise. Cause they know they're gonna make it back, cause they're gonna do the work. They're gonna be in line pledging that money. Every one of them, I bet you, be in line pledging that money. That private dollars you talk about. Every one of those guys who gonna get them design build, they gonna be pledging money because they know they're gonna get it back. It's just swapping money, it's hustling backwards, that's all it is, doing their thing. The fix is in. It's already set up. And the people of the state of Alabama is gonna be paying for it. They're probably gonna come back here and say, well, we're only asking you for half. We're only asking you for half. That's what they're gonna come back and tell you. We're only asking for half. So, that's what's gonna happen. They're gonna come back and say, we're only asking for half so we can build it. Then the county gonna come up with another half, and government money would have built it, and everybody else will enjoy it. All off the back of the people of the state of Alabama for the benefit of a private corporation who has 2 votes and who's gonna direct everything and make sure that all the other votes are farm-based votes. Just because it's the farm center doesn't mean that everything's gonna go up there, so only farmers gonna go up there. So how come some other people outside farmers can't be on the board? Everybody who go up there is not gonna be a farmer. Everybody who gonna spend their money up there is not gonna be a farmer. So why can't the people of the state of Alabama, if they're gonna use public dollars, why everybody has to be a farmer to be on the board? If they're gonna use public dollars. Now if they're gonna use their own money, they can dictate that. But everybody don't have to be a farmer if you're gonna use my public tax dollars. You're gonna be using some tax dollars that capture, you're gonna have some members from my county, hell, I see where all these advisory board members and folks coming from. That they little group. That they little group there. I know. That they packs and racks. People that's part of their pack and their racks, they'll all be on part of it. Isn't that the language that they use? Their pack and their racks. You know, you have to go before them and speak to them for get that campaign contribution. You have to go before the rack, or the pack, the rack. I've never been before that. Yeah, you have. Or you just get your check. You that good, you get yours. Then incumbency has what they say, membership. Privileges. Membership has its privileges. That's what it is. I received a contribution from it. I had to go before no rat. But that don't stop me from being up here against them. I ain't leaving none on the table. You know, I know the Koch brothers sent me some money one time and I sent it back to them. It was just principle. That's all. It was principle. Their feeling was hurt. They let me know their feeling was hurt. Even the lobbyists who had given it to me, they was afraid, man, how we do this? They thought it would hurt them. I said, it's just principle. It's just principle. It was just principle. So I was fine with it. So I'm getting close to that hour now. You didn't think I was gonna be up here an hour, did you? Or 2, did you?
I never doubted you.
Don't ever underestimate.
I've seen you perform before. You're pretty good.
Don't ever underestimate Lil Bobby.
Don't underestimate Lil Bobby. Never.
And actually, I have another amendment if I decide to put a no and stack one on top of that one. You know, I'm sure the cloture petition probably gonna come out the bag then. But I'm not gonna do that. You know, I've already talked to my new Commissioner of Agriculture, you know, and he kind of started talking me down. You know, he asked me, and I love Jack Williams. Jack is my friend. And I know this bill is going to pass, and Jack has asked me, you know, and he talked to me. And because I respect Jack, it ain't about that organization, but because I respect Jack, and he gonna have one vote, one appointment on the board. I respect Jack. So we're gonna go on and let you vote me up or down right now, okay? And then I'm gonna then I'm gonna step down and let the senator from Jefferson come because I want her amendment to get on this bill before y'all do pass this bill, okay? Since this is a friendly amendment, because I think it's a more important amendment than the amendment that I just asked for. And I want that to happen. And so, and Jack been working on me, but I told him I had to get my points across. And I know you were gonna pass it anyway. But I'm still willing to stand here another couple of hours though, if I have to.
I know you are.
Oh, don't patronize me now.
I'm thankful for Jack.
Oh, thankful for Jack.
Sorry, I'll have to vote against your amendment.
It's okay. I understand that. I knew that when I put it up there, you would. You know, I hadn't talked to you about it. You can't call it friendly. You know. So I understood that. It was my tool to use. See, that's how you understand the rules of filibustering. I'm gonna teach y'all a lesson in here one day. And so, I just want to make sure that can you let Jack come to the mic for a second, please?
Yes,
Senator Williams.
You do see all the good parts in this too. There is good parts with
See, now, Mr. Senator Williams, now you just done changed my mind. Golly. You just done messed up the whole damn yard. You just done changed my mind. What good parts about this bill?
I see the ag, like the Heaven Georgia, the Ag Think show coming here, bringing in a pile of money. I see all the calf shows. I see all the training center. I see that. I'm not as much in the financial part and all that, but I do see the good things coming out of it and just all the good shows and all, from rodeos, all. We do not have a good location in the state of Alabama for all that right now. I really believe it'll bring economic impact to that area really strong with everything it's going to bring in. And that's the part I'm looking at, I reckon. And we've talked about, me and you talked about it a bunch, I know, and I know where you stand on it, and you knew where I stood on it. So I just appreciate your support and thinking I'm for it. Thank you.
I love you too. Because that is not what I see in this, okay? And I'm sure you're a farmer, you see that. I see us just throwing away everything to get to that. And that's my problem with it. All of the glitz and glamour on top of that, yeah, they'll build it because we're gonna give it to them. But nobody else in the state can get that. And I think that could still be achieved without hurting education, without hurting other things in Jefferson County. I think Jefferson County don't know what they're giving away with something this massive. And we keep talking about how much return that we're gonna get back. But Jefferson County, the only thing Jefferson County can get out of is tax dollars, basically. So maybe they'll get some sale taxes or other folks come and spend it in another hotel somewhere else. But those hotels that are gonna be on that facility probably won't be taxed. City's not gonna be able to get, Warrior need that money, man. You should not do that to Warrior. Warrior need that money. You know, so I think that we need to make sure that these tax dollars that are hurting our schools need to go to our schools, you know. And I hope that before it's over with, that we can change that out to give the governor more than one appointment. The Farm Federation, it looks bad. It looks bad because they're just showing their hands here. That, everybody know that they're in control of it when they want to get 2 votes. If they weren't into this and they keep trying to sell, this ain't our bill, this is not for us, we're just supporting it, well then your hand has been shown why you got 2 votes in it on the board. You can't answer that, can you? I know it. The sponsor can't answer it either.
Maybe we can come back later and amend that.
You know, I just don't understand.
I understand your position well, but if we can go ahead and get this good amendment on there, we might get to go home and eat supper tonight.
I ain't got hungry yet.
Well, maybe we can go have a drink.
Now you're talking.
You know, that'll make us hungry.
Before Livingston tax is too high. Before he run the tax up on it too high, we can probably get it in good. You know, but I think you're gonna make a good Commissioner of Agriculture, man. I really do.
Thank you. I hope to be there for sure.
I hope that the people of the state of Alabama see you as that, and you and I talked about this, and we'll sit down and talk about this, and that, you know how much I'm really against it, but I'm here to just to say that I want them to know you talked me off the ledge.
Thank you.
Good job, Jack.
We better quit with that then. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Can we just go and have this up and down vote, Mr. President?
So I've been waiting to hear that on
long roll.
Yeah. All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton.
No, he said he talked more.
Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut.
No.
Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Eight ayes, 18 nays. The Senator Singleton amendment fails. All right, Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment.
All right, Secretary Reed received the amendment.
Okay. Before I talk about the amendment, well, let me say why the amendment. We talked about one.
Senator Cole, let me let them read that in real quick.
Certainly. Thank
you.
Amendment to Senate Bill 219 by Senator Coleman Madison. Replace lines 411 through 415 on page 15 with the following. Payment of all state, county, and municipal non-educational taxes.
All right, Senator Coleman Madison.
This amendment, we had talked about one agreed upon amendment as relative to the audit. But Senator Shelnut, I asked you a question about the taxes. And you said that, well, there is tax exempt on construction, contractors' construction and things like that. They have to pay taxes on that. So I had read the bill, but not really word for word, and sat down and read it. So I went back and I read the bill, and as you can see, I have really marked it up. So what I've discovered is that the state, the city, the county actually gets no tax. That's a city within itself that pays no taxes, that's tax exempt. It will be Dollywood. It will be a second Dollywood. The positive thing is that it is in Alabama, it is in Jefferson County, it is right off I-65. You cannot miss it. And for those of you who travel 65 north or coming this way, you've seen that big White House up on the hill with the barn and the lake, and it is a beautiful sight. About 600 acres out there. And the advantage is that we certainly should do something about it, and it will be an advantage. But this will be a state-owned, well, not state-owned, a state-paid-for Dollywood. And it's nice to have Dollywood here. But as far as the benefits to the citizens who have paid for it, they get nothing. Now, the benefits that people talk about that we will get will be maybe possibly people who come there, and they will come there. They have, I don't know of any place I can remember. Many of you are opposed to Sunday liquor sales, and we even had to pass a law. I remember the brunch bill that we had to pass, like in Birmingham, in our entertainment district. The brunch bill allowed us, and that was just a couple of years ago, allowed hotels and venues like that in an entertainment area to sell, maybe if you were having breakfast or brunch, you wanted a mimosa or something like that with breakfast, that you could do that before 12 o'clock. We had to pass a law to do that. And that wasn't really, say, hard liquor. But in this bill, they're allowed to sell liquors 7 days a week, including Sunday, anytime. That's what's in the bill. They have to coordinate this with the ABC, Alabama Beverage Control Board. But they don't pay any taxes. We just had a bill up here about leveling that one of the other senators, Livingston, had, leveling the playing field as far as taxes of the people who own their business in communities, and the taxes that our state ABC board pays, and the taxes that the small business person pays. And because there's an unfair advantage with our state ABC boards, the private business that's trying to do business in that community is paying more taxes. Immediately I saw the merits of his bill, and I said, well, to me it's fair. I mean, you know, how can a business compete with the state of Alabama that passes laws and can say what type of taxes you pay or how much you pay, and the imbalance of it is just not fair. And so while this bill is a good thing, I find that it does have a lot of issues that we should be concerned about. And again, I say the issue is that the state has agreed, I guess the majority of you agreed, that they don't pay any taxes. No taxes. They don't have to abide by any local ordinances, municipal or whatever. TCI in Fairfield, USX Steel now, we know, was established the same way. They're right there in Fairfield, city within a city. And I used to often wonder, why are the roads so bad in Fairfield? Right now, we still have that problem in Fairfield. Why are the roads so bad in Fairfield? Why are they not attracting? Well, as long as TCI operated, they paid no taxes. That was the way they were set up. They sucked in everything from that small city because as they came in, the police department, if there was something they had to address accidents, ambulance, fire departments, or what have you. And at one time, they had pretty close to about 35,000 people working at that plant that came through Fairfield using the roads. They didn't pay for the roads that they used. They paid no taxes. Here, they will pay no taxes, no state taxes. But again, I can see the spinoffs of Dollywood as people come into the state of Alabama, because if they build things there and people will come, hopefully they will visit other venues in and around the city of Birmingham, the city of Moody, and other areas, and those people will benefit, hopefully. So the amendment that you have before you states that all taxes, if we want to give them the whole store and everything, fine. But it says payment of all state, county, and municipal non-educational taxes. And we are talking about taxes that will go to public education. So I submit this as an amendment that we can forgive everything else. But like most people, when they come to us, we don't forgive educational taxes. This is something that goes to our children, to public education, and we need this money. So Mr. I like the long row.
I'd like to speak to the amendment.
All right, you're recognized.
And like Senator Coleman Madison said, this is not one that we had previously agreed upon. This is new to me, but you know, Dollywood is a private entity. This is going to be a public entity.
Only a name.
And the taxes are going to be paid. It's just the county's going to choose whether to rebate them back to for the operation of the farm center.
The county is going to make a determination to rebate the taxes. And again, it's not just about the county taxes. This is about state taxes that would come to the state, because education in the state of Alabama is a function of the state. I don't think that the Jefferson County should have the right to rebate educational taxes for everybody's district in this state. And it's a simple amendment. Whether you support your children or do you support big conglomerates
Well,
that will take and not give back.
well, I can't support this amendment, but we'll vote it up or down. I'll give you a vote up or down. I encourage the members
That is
to
fine
vo-
with me.
to
I'm
vote
interested
no.
in the up or down vote on this one.
All right.
Encourage the members to vote no.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison.
Aye.
Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Twelve ayes, 11 nays. The amendment passes.
Thank you. I have another amendment.
All right, Secretary Reed received the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 219 by Senator Coleman Madison. Replace lines 445 through 446 on page 16 with the following. The Code of Alabama 1975, Section 9, the Agriculture Exhibition Center Corporation shall be subject to audit and examination every 2 years by the Department of Examiners of Public Accounts for compliance with this act. Section 10, this act shall become effective immediately.
This is the amendment that was agreed upon by Alpha and the sponsor of the bill, that they are to be audited as a state agency every 2 years. Mr. Chairman, I call for the long roll.
All right. Secretary, call for the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison.
Aye.
Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-eight ayes, 1 nay. Senator Coleman Madison, Amendment number 2 passes.
Thank you, Senator Shelnut. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Coleman.
All right, Senator Coleman.
Thank you so much for the recognition. I have an amendment also, and I want to thank the gentleman for placing in the bill the diversity language. However, there is no appointment for the minority members of the legislature. So what this amendment would simply do is replace line 82 on page 3 with the following: Green Hill, Perry, Chilton, Elmore, Macon, or Lee County. Then number 5, 1 member appointed by the minority leader of the Senate. Number 6, 1 member appointed by the minority leader of the House of Representatives. And if there are no questions, I would ask for passage using the previous roll.
Any objection? All right, Secretary, call the long roll. I'm sorry. Oh,
You don't have any of it yet.
well, there you go. All right, Secretary Reed received the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 219 by Senator Coleman. Replace line 82 on page 3 with the following.
All right, Senator Coleman.
It's back in my hands now, so I have to move passage again,
Using the long roll.
using the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman.
Aye.
Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Thirteen ayes, 11 nays. Senator Coleman, amendment passes.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yeah, Senator.
I move for final passage as amended of SB 219.
All right.
Using the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 26 ayes, 0 nays, 4 abstentions. Senate Bill 219 passes amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. And thank you, Senator Singleton, for letting me out of here before midnight.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 49 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 299 by Senator Singleton regarding the legislature. BIR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
this is an administrative bill, a bill that will allow us to be able to allow LSA, the Senate clerk, and also along with the House clerk to be able to expend money to be able to buy certain products for their staff. It will also give them the ability to control certain roads around the area of the Capitol and floors here inside the Capitol, which they already do. And so I have a substitute to this bill that will that I want to offer. A substitute.
Are you going to adopt we got BIR first.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking I've already gone through this before. I move for the adoption of BIR use. This is a good roll?
Yeah.
Use the previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Just two. We're good.
Call long roll.
I think we got it. All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Even if we can get on the next roll, that's fine. Yeah, subjects.
All right, any objection to using the previous roll? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Thirty ayes, no nays. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 49 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 299 by Senator Singleton regarding the legislature.
Mr. President, as I announced, I have a sub.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the substitute.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Substitute for Senate Bill number 299 by Senator Singleton.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
what the sub does is that because we were dealing with LSA in both houses, the sub, I was approached by Department of Finance in the Comptroller Office. They also wanted to be able to do the same thing in this bill. So it's a friendly amendment, and we're just going to add the Department of Finance and the Comptroller so they could be able to buy certain off. And what this bill really does is that, like nights like tonight, the Senate can then buy food for their staff. Right now, they can't utilize the money to be able to buy food for their staff. They can buy food for their staff and buy other items that they need. So with that, Mr. Pro Tem, I'd like to move for adoption of the other sub.
All right, using previous roll?
Use previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. 30 ayes, no nays. The Senator Singleton substitute's adopted.
Mr. President, I move for third reading be dispensed with use of previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. 30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 299 passes. Thanks, Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill. Or, you want me to call it?
Yes, sir.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 139 by Senator Gudger regarding the Board of Cosmetology and Barbering. BIR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator
I
Reed.
want to carry this bill over.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senate Bill 139 is carried over. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 140 by Senator Gudger regarding the Professional Bail Bonding Board. BIR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Reed.
I want to carry this bill over.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senate Bill 140 is carried over. All right, Secretary, call the next bill in the calendar.
Page 63 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 287 by Senator Gavan and others regarding the Alabama Code of Military Justice. BIR pending.
All right, Senator Gavan.
Mr. President, I move the BIR using previous role without objection.
Any objection?
Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized.
All right, you're recognized.
All right. You know, I was looking at the clock, and all the food places down here close at 9.
That means we don't need to talk anymore. We need to pass this and go home.
That's the whole point. We ain't gonna get no food or nothing. We might well stay here. We ain't gonna get nothing, you know. I tried it. You know, I've been here long enough to tell you, 9 o'clock, everything closed except the Waffle House. That's all.
Wendy's.
I take that back. I was just informed. Wendy's will be open too. You know, and what kind of baked potatoes they got? They got some pretty good potatoes. They got them old potatoes under the light. You know, some old light potatoes, they be real hard. You can't, you know what I mean? Not warm, you can't melt the butter in them.
Let's get a number 1 with cheese.
Oh, heavy on the onions?
No.
I like heavy on the onions.
And again, digestion this late at night.
Now, you got a good point right there now. You got a good point right there. I'm serious when you say that. You know, but see, I also like the meat to be cooked a little crispy. I hate raw meat. Did I tell you my raw meat story?
No, sir.
All right, 10th grade, I'm in biology. And come on, the doctors, I want y'all to listen at this. I want the doctor to listen at this up in North Alabama. Yeah, I want the doctor to hear this. It was some ground beef, and the ground beef was put by lights. You know them lights that heat stuff. I want y'all to tell me whether this was cancerous or not. The meat was there, and they had this light on it, and they had a little line drawn. And it was such a temperature, and they left it there. They said, come back 3 days. And we came back 3 days, and the meat had moved. Can you tell us, you got an idea why the meat moved? They said some parasites was in there, you know, and they said it was making it move. After that, I eat all my meat the color of your suit. I want it cooked.
You ruined some
I don't want no pink, I don't want no brown, I don't want no nothing. I want it black as soot. And I want it crunchy too. So with that in mind, to think of a place that we can go when we leave out of here that got good meat, cooked crunchy. Other than them 2 places. Okay.
Ravello's probably still serving.
Oh man, I shouldn't say what I'm gonna say.
But are you buying my dinner?
That'll be bad.
That's okay.
I don't want to get no place bad. I don't want to get no place bad publicity, but I'm gonna tell you this: that's not gonna be the first place I'm gonna ask you that we would go together if we went there to eat. I've been there. See, and I'm gonna yield back to you when I say this. I ain't finna step here, but you know, I was raised on meat and 3. I wasn't raised on, this my word, hossy-tossy food. Ravello's has hossy-tossy food.
Senator, I was raised in Safford, Alabama. We didn't have no kind of food like that.
No, I like this raw, this meat and 3. You know, I'm just a meat and 3 guy.
Hey,
yeah.
Fried chicken was Friday night, man. That was my favorite night.
Oh, you can't mess up fried chicken too much. You go just, don't cook it enough. Other than that, I'm talking about crispy. I like for it to be crunchy.
Now, I don't like my fried chicken red anywhere on it, so.
That bacon, I like for it to be crunchy. I don't want none of that lean bacon. Sausages. But anyway, let me know what you find out as you go down that hall.
All right.
All right, I'm going to be like the Pied Piper. I may follow you. I'm yielding back to you. Go right on. Mr. President, go right on.
All right, thank you.
So I move the BIR using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 63 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 287 by Senator Gavan relating to the military.
Mr. President, I have an amendment.
All right, Secretary Reed and receive the amendment.
There you go. There you go. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Amendment to Senate Bill 287 by Senator Gavan. Replace line 25 on page 1 with the following. Replace line 29 through 30 on page 2 with the following. Replace line 36 on page 2 with the following. Remove lines 823 through 857 on pages 30 and 31. Replace line 927 on page 34 with the following.
Mr. President, I understand that this is a technical amendment to correct some drafting errors in the bill, so I would move for adoption of the amendment using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Gavan, amendment's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is the update to the Code of Military Justice that the National Guard has asked me to carry for them. If the gentleman doesn't have any questions, then I would move for final passage using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 287 passes. Thanks, Senator Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Woo! Thank you, Mr. President. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good work today. A lot of debate, a lot of hard effort. Everybody was heard. That's what we want in the Alabama Senate. So thanks for being in your place until 9:35 in the evening. So we will be making a motion at this point to adjourn until 10 a.m. on Thursday, April 18th.
I want to start my hour on that motion.
All right, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. President.